Section 38 of Rulers of Kings, a novel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Yoganand. Rulers of Kings, a novel by Gertrude Atherton. Chapter 16. After luncheon, the two girls, by Alexandra's maneuvering, were alone in Renata's sitting room. It was a very beautiful room now, with its golden walls, its rich oriental hangings and chairs. The windows were open, and the Hungarian sunshine flooded it. Renata sat in one of the deep straight-backed chairs so beloved of royalty, Alexandra in a rocking chair which had been upholstered to match the rest of the furniture, yet was impertinent and incongruous. "There is only one thing that will reconcile me to parting with you when you marry," the Archduchess had remarked when it arrived. "I can have a bonfire made of all those ridiculous chairs." And Alexandra had replied, "I will convert you even to those before I die." Today neither was sensible of pleasantries. Alexandra's face was flushed, and the Archduchess, although her eyes were fixed absently on Pest, and her profile might have been cut in stone, was bracing herself for the coming conflict. Her subtle brain cleared and balanced its parts. She was determined to lose neither her friend nor a friend's brother, and an ill-considered word might lose her both. She needed all her resources, for no one understood her so well as Alexandra. "You know, I never beat about the bush," the disconcerting American began. "You would think me a fool if I pretended any longer to be blind to the fact that you are entangling my brother in order the better to turn the tables on the German Emperor. If he were anyone else's brother, I should follow your course with pleasure. I was as delighted as amused at your easy subjugation of a poor Molnar this morning, for I am up to a certain point, heart and soul with you in this great matter. But Fessenden is my brother. I wish he were not. Can you look at this matter dispassionately and impersonally, Alexandra? Do you believe that I can succeed as well without your brother? Possibly not, but I see no reason why any American, much less the most useful young man in the United States, should be sacrificed to the Austrian dynasty. If it were a matter concerning your happiness, I might hesitate, for I love you as well as I do Fessenden. But when patriotism goes into the balance with family affection, pride also casts in a heavy weight. But why do you speak so surely of sacrifice? Men are always falling in love with women, and always getting over it. I have thought a good deal in the last few days. If Fessenden fell in love with you, he would have a hideous time getting over it, if he ever did. If he fell in love with me, you do not think he has then? He is in the first stage now. I suppose a man can get over that. But quite aside from his feelings, I don't wish to see him made a fool of. I have no desire to make a fool of him. I should like to know what you call it. Do not let us quibble. If you cannot love my brother, send him away. How would it help the matter if I did love your brother? I hope you do not wish me any such unhappy fate as that. I wish only for your happiness. You know that from my point of view the impossible is always possible, and it is not altogether the American point of view. Heaven knows that Hapsburgs have adopted it more than once. I hear that another of your illustrious cousins is about to renounce his rights of possible succession and his titles in order to marry an actress. Or is it a girl in a chocolate shop? They are insignificant. They lose nothing but their titles and their position at court, for which presumably they care nothing. And you know my sorrow and disgust at all such poverty of self-respect and sense of duty. We need not go over that old ground again. You know that with me it would always be my house first. I should never consider myself for a moment. Then send my brother away. It was an afterthought. You had made all your plans to succeed without him. I am convinced that when William has made his Germany as strong and prosperous, when he has fulfilled the first ideal of his reign, and when my father is dead, he means to make war on Russia, and that your brother means to furnish the enormous sum necessary. And if William conquered Russia, she waved her hands expressively. It's by no means certain that William will conquer Russia. It's a large order. The rest of Europe, to say nothing of England, would have something to say about it. With the best part of Austria and all of Hungary at his back, he could snap his fingers at the rest of Europe. Without the interference of Russia in 1849, Hungary would be a free state today, and she only waits for a chance of revenge. Who knows what agencies are at work to give reality to the pan-Germanic movement at the moment my father dies? Bohemia might sympathize with Russia, but what could she do, hemmed in as she is? Besides, the Slavs outside of Russia have little desire to put themselves under the heel of heaviest tyranny in Europe. Most of them would prefer annexation with Germany, if only because the German emperor has learned the secret of prosperity. If he tempted them with that inducement, you may be sure that Leopold would hesitate and stand out for complete independence. All this enthusiasm here for William in Hungary is genuine enough, no doubt, but Budapest is as active and ambitious as Berlin, and a ruler who could and would make Hungary as rich as successful industrially and commercially as she should be with her resources and her enterprise would be quite as acceptable if he were less fascinating. And I will confess that I am superstitious about William. I never raise my eyes to the heavens at night that I do not fancy I see his star laughing at me. Indomitable ambition has united Europe before. There is no sufficient reason why it should not happen again. Before every great change of the world's map, wiseacres have shrugged their shoulders at the impossible, and the barriers have been solemnly pronounced impregnable. How easy it all seems when one looks back upon it. And with your brother, perhaps the United States as his ally, great heaven, if I were William, I should sleep serenely enough in spite of all the antagonistic forces in Germany itself. And he grows intact. He has a brain to learn his lessons. And it is your purpose to reduce Fessenden to such a state of idiocy that he would give you his pledge to let William take care of himself? Suppose he had already given his word to the Emperor of Germany? Have you not seen enough of him to know that he is a man who under no possible circumstances would break his word? I have seen enough to know that he is a man who would give the one woman the world if she asked for it. It's not necessary to break promises. There can be misunderstandings, quarrels, which leave men mutually free of one another. Alexandra drew her breath in and her brows together. She had hardly expected such frankness, well as she knew the methods of diplomacy, but she answered readily. A man does not sacrifice his honor and his friendship, and place the world at the feet of the adored object with no hope of reward. Do you mean to say that you purpose to dazzle my brother with the hope of ultimate success? No, it will not be long before we understand each other too completely for that. What do you mean? A deep blush suffused Renata's face, and she stood up suddenly. I believe I shall love your brother, she said distinctly. I believe it is my destiny as surely as it is that I was born to be useful to my house. I have never seen another man who has interested me at all. There has never been any hope in my heart that I should not love sooner or later. Perhaps no wish. Would you take this from me, from him? Cannot you understand what a great love may mean to natures like mine and your brother's? That the earthly consummation of love has nothing to do with its immortal part? Your brother did not receive your letter asking him to come here. We met by the merest accident, apparently, and he interested me quite independently of my ambitions, my purpose. If ambition and purpose had never been born, I should implore you, as I do now, to let him remain near me as long as possible. I shall not relax in my determination to win him from the Emperor of Germany, but there is so much in my soul to give. I shall give it to him, and I believe he will be satisfied. Alexandra, who had been repelled by the half-revelation of purely human passion, thrilled at the vision of poetic and spiritual love high on the snowy peaks of imagination. Renata looked too exalted to kiss, but the American girl was delighted to find the infrequent tears in her own eyes. In a moment, however, her practical brain replied, I don't believe Fessenden is very sentimental. You will have to educate him. He needs less education than you think. Of course, you have already begun to idolize him. He is accustomed to get what he wants. He loves obstacles, and he always surmounts them. I shall give him what he wants. Alexandra considered. She had little regard for the ultimate wants of men, had indeed given them slight consideration. But she knew that man was extremely prosaic on the subject of matrimony, and she was allured by the prospect of beholding her brother, purified of earthly dross, standing alone on a lofty peak, wrapped in a chastity of spiritual love. She shivered slightly, and Fessenden somehow seemed to slip out of the picture, but it pleased her nevertheless, and it was not unlike her own cool and romantic visions of Renata's future. Besides, it was not necessarily final. There was always the possibility that Fessenden, if induced to climb his peak, would stay on it only long enough to create a scheme for the further and final subjugation of Renata. She answered after a moment's thinking, You have put such an entirely different complexion on it. I should be a fiend to betray you. William and Fessenden both know how to take care of themselves. I'm frightfully interested, old girl, and I'll never turn a hair again. When Renata was alone, she sat straight in her chair and stared hard at the floor. How much of that did I mean? She said finally and aloud. How much? I wish to God I knew. The end of section 38. Section 39 of Rulers of Kings, a novel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Yoganand. Rulers of Kings, a novel by Gertrude Atherton. Chapter 17. Immediately after tea, the Archduchess rose to leave the Hungarian house, saying that she had letters to write neglected in the morning. She had included all in the slight explanation, but as she passed Fessenden, she raised her eyes irresistibly. He was looking as haughty and distant as she was attempting to feel. Again their positions were subtly reversed. "Would you like to see my new rooms?" she asked hurriedly. "I think them very charming. Perhaps you will come up with Alexandra in an hour?" When she had gone, Fessenden turned to his sister. "Wouldn't you like to walk about the garden?" he asked. "You do not take half as much exercise as you should." They did not walk far. As soon as they reached a rustic seat out of sight of the others, and Fessenden had made sure there were no lurking places for eavesdroppers, they sat down, and he began at once, as if pursuing aloud the current of his thoughts. The great-uncle, Frederick William IV. Of the Emperor of Germany, was mad, and there has been no suggestion of insanity in the family since. That disproves not only the alternative generation theory, but that insanity is necessarily persistent. "What on earth are you driving at?" "A good many things have kept me awake at night lately, and one of them is the uncomfortable number of lunatics in the royal and ducal families of Bavaria," he added deliberately. "I mean that the late Empress and her cousins, Ludwig II, and the present Otto, seem to hover ever behind the Archduchess Renata, three black and stalking ghosts." "I thought you knew your Europe." "I have no time to waste in analyzing court gossip." "But do you mean to say that these three were not mad?" "Elizabeth was no more mad than I am, and the other two lost their minds through specific causes. If I don't know anything else, I know the facts about every royalty in Europe. I've been brought up on them." "Well, explain," said Fessenden impatiently. "And don't let your loyalty and your imagination run away with you. You must have learned that the commonplace world always revenges itself on an unusual character by believing it mad. Doubtless you have been called mad yourself. It's only recently that people have resigned themselves to the sanity of the German emperor. Elizabeth hated the footlights as much as he loves them, and publicity has readjusted him to the common estimate. The ever-increasing seclusion of her life deepened the mystery and the gossip, and both confirmed those who were not in a position to learn the truth in the belief that an empress who spurned a throne must necessarily have lost her wits. At the other extreme are psychic enthusiasts, over here in Europe, who already have begun the legend of Elizabeth. A legend of some sort was inevitable, for she was royal, beautiful, unhappy, mysterious, and died a violent death. These enthusiasts knew as little of her personally as the world in general, but their imaginations are of fine fibre, and there was much in this lovely and romantic figure to appeal to them. No doubt 100 years from now, Elizabeth will be one of the most irresistible figures of the past to the poet and the romancer, for the legend that the members of this cult have set on foot will grow and strengthen daily. Their belief is that she was one of those rare beings who were too exalted for human contact, and that the development of a natural superiority was one of the most remarkable in the psychic history of mortals. Profoundly imbued, according to them, with the doctrine that a man should develop his personality at the expense of every duty, every affection, of kin or subject, she withdrew herself more and more, not only from the world but from her husband and children, that she might devote her thoughts only to what was beautiful, live the inner life alone, and develop a personality in a manner possible to most people only after they have cast off the flesh. That her sensitiveness in time became so great that contact with common mortals was unbearable. That is the legend. And mark my words, before a century has passed, she will be painted with a halo about her head. It will be only the glamour of royalty, but the world will never suspect that. This is the truth of the matter, like all truths, to be found midway between two extremes of belief. Elizabeth was a simple creature, bright, sweet, lovely, but although highly accomplished, moderately gifted in the matter of intellect and strength of character. Nature never intended her to mount a throne. She should have married for love a man who would have been faithful to her, and lived a life without the ostentation and public duties she hated, a life that would have been filled with all the refined pleasures. Instead of that, the poor child was suddenly shot from a simple country home where hardly a whisper of the world and its ways had reached her, up to the most formal and exacting throne in Europe. Here she was not only tormented by her mother-in-law, but by the rapidly waning love of her husband, to whom at that time she was much attached. She was too young and too undisciplined to accept a fate with philosophy. Nor did she develop the strength of intellect and character which enables a disappointed woman to conquer life. Life conquered her, poor thing. As a queen and a woman, she was a failure. First, while she was very young, she ran away and sulked for several years. She returned, but only to absent herself more and more from a life which she detested increasingly. It's quite true that she loved the beautiful things of this world, art, music, literature, above all, nature. In many ways, she was an exquisite creature, and in these congenial resources, she found much compensation for the constant unhappiness and the terrible tragedies of her life. Every person of refined taste cares less and less for the world as he grows older. When the most excruciating disappointments crown this natural tendency and there is not ambition to dominate experience, then most men and women of Elizabeth's age live much the same sort of life that she did, and the world knows too little about them to call them either mad or psychic phenomena. So much for Elizabeth, and let no one grudge her success in legend as a compensation for the failure of her life. As to Ludwig, a moment, interrupted Fessenden. What of Rudolf? Rudolf had suffered frightfully from headaches for several months before he died, brought on by the dissipations into which he plunged to drown the miseries of his life. He was one of the most rarely gifted of the Hapsburgs, from the first Rudolf down. He had no responsibilities to occupy his brilliant and restless mind. He had a great weakness for women, and they pursued him. His domestic life was wretched. He sought oblivion in every possible way, and the autopsy proved that he had unhinged his brain. He undoubtedly killed himself in a wild moment of intolerable ennui and disgust. That Mary Vatsara was present adds little to the significance of his death. It might as well have been any other woman, and Rudolf was incapable of the pathos of a romantic suicide. As to his insanity, it was not congenital, and there was no sign of it before he gave himself up his last dissipations. Ludwig was born with no other screw loose than an inordinate admiration for himself and the actor's disposition to startle the world from the center of the stage. All little kings, and some big ones, have a disproportionate idea of their own importance, and to realize the extreme point of which Ludwig, after his brain became clouded, carried this not unnatural delusion, you have only to visit his castle of Neuschwanstein and look at the throne room. It was not even built before Bavaria became a mere state of the German Empire, and yet it has the proportions and the splendor suitable for one of the 3 or 4 great monarchs of the earth, and this not in his capital but in one of his many castles. But Ludwig's passion for beauty, his patronage for Wagner, and the splendid monuments he has raised in Bavaria to his own artistic genius make him quite worthy of the inevitable legend. If you will look at his photographs, even those taken after he became gross and had suffered from many attacks of insanity, you will see that his eyes were always the eyes of the idealist. It was to this very idealism that he owed his insanity. Above all others was the monastic ideal of chastity, but he did not have the self-denial to live on monastic fare, and he was a king, and there was everything in his life to give his brain and imagination a preternatural activity. The consequence was periodical attacks of insanity and the accentuation of his original peculiarities. Towards the end, no doubt, he was vicious enough. The same thing might happen to any American, although, of course, centuries of interbreeding render the brain more susceptible to abnormal conditions. So much for Ludwig von Bayern, who in his youth was beautiful enough to demand from the very canvas absolution for all his vanities. As for poor Otto, recall all you know of the Duke de Reichstadt. I mean the young man of history, not of fiction. Fessenden rose and thrust his hands into his pockets, staring at the ground. In a moment, he raised his head and made the motion of flinging a load from his shoulders. "Is that all that has worried you?" asked Alexandra curiously. "Yes," he said. "That's all." The end of section 39. Section 40 of Rulers of Kings, a novel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Yoganand. Rulers of Kings, a novel by Gertrude Atherton. Chapter 18. A few moments later, a lackey informed them that a royal highness had finished her letters, and they went up to the private apartments of the Archduchess. She received them in the writing room, the first of the suite, whose windows looked down upon Pest only. It had been panelled and hung with blue brocade, almost as bright as cornflower, and the furniture and woodwork were white and silver. It was handsome and stately and stiff. Fessenden wandered about for a time looking at the miniatures. The Archduchess, apparently in a most gracious mood and somewhat amused withal, moving beside him and giving him little biographical notes. There was one of Maria Theresia before the flesh rolled out, and the face and poise of head were full of young pride and indomitable will. But this artist, like his fellows, had failed to demonstrate the beauty with which the historians accredits her. Several of the men and women had the terrible Hapsburg mouth, but their eyes were genial, and they looked like kindly, simple folk. Most of the Bavarians had some degree of beauty, although the young women all wore that meekness of expression which would seem to be the pertainment of the inconspicuous females of reigning houses. The lovely face of Elizabeth, with its strange and disconcerting shadow of perpetual girlhood, looked from several of the bits of porcelain and ivory. There were two of Renata herself, one in haughty profile, the other with eyes cast down, but by cunning art, suggesting a swift uplifting of lash and a blaze beneath. The bosom also looked about to heave and the throat to swell. The artist evidently had caught her in some mood of self-repression and penetrated the mask she wore so well. Fessenden studied it for a moment in silence, then turned and looked at her sharply. Again the subtle delight of being understood stirred in Renata, who had yet to learn that the truly masculine man never understands a woman and has only a fleeting desire to do so when anxious or uncomfortable. She colored slightly and turned her head away. Its movement happened to be in the direction of the door leading into the sitting room. Fessenden's eyes followed here, and he gave an exclamation of rapture. "Do I see a rocking chair?" he exclaimed. "A rocking chair?" Renata experienced the first pang of a new condition. But deep among the complexities of her womanhood was the indulgence for man which carries so many of her sex through the shoals of amazement, disappointment, and weariness into the calm waters of philosophy. To this instinct, as much as to pride, might be attributed her ready words and hospitable smile. "I suppose it's many weeks now since you have seen one, unless you have happened to notice Saroltas. This is Alexandra's most cherished possession, but I am sure she will lend it to you for a few moments." "Yes, indeed," quoth Alexandra. "I will write a note here, if I may." Fessenden started for the rocking chair, but branched abruptly to the window. "Ah!" he exclaimed, "it's finer from here than from the garden. There are too many trees there. The Magaranthan Insel looks as frivolous and unhistoried as any pleasure island in America, and the downward sweep of the mountain is very like the Adirondacks." "Are Americans disappointed when they find the incomparable in Europe?" demanded the Archduchess dryly. "I asked a lady of one of your embassies once how she liked Vienna, and she said she liked it very much, but she did so miss a backyard." Fessenden laughed heartily. Doubtless her husband's post was a Christmas present from an appreciative president. "You know something of her politics, so I need not explain." It might be said of Renata that she paraphrased a famous saying of Mark Twain's and had adopted the version as a safeguard. When in doubt, talk politics. She stood beside Fessenden and regarded him with contemplative admiration. "You have done so much," she said, as if considering. "Why do not you give your country a new code of political morals? The pigeonholes of my country are stuffed with codes of regeneration. The United States must dree its reared and suffer the penalty of springing full-grown from the brain of the old civilization. Several things may happen, however, before she is many years older. A revolution, which will let out the bad blood and bring what best elements are left to the surface. A collapse of her worst institutions through sheer rottenness, or a sudden awakening of the public conscience. That may happen at any moment, for all history has proved that you can try an American so far and no farther. The sensationalism of the press has accustomed them to almost anything, from daily lynchings to the unblushing politics of the presidents. But there is always a last straw, and I await the falling of that straw with considerable hope. I no longer remonstrate. On the contrary, I give a helpful show whenever I can do so unobserved, and I have my men in Congress and state legislatures. They may not be first-class men, but they are intelligent, and they obey my orders. You are a bit of a Jesuit. It's a valuable lesson I have learned in your Europe. Besides, I want the crisis to come in my best years. Even my father could not grapple with it now. And as this crisis was what I was born for and raised for, you will admit that it's my duty to use every faculty and whatever methods the peculiarities of my country demand." "We are not the only ones who think ourselves heaven-born," murmured Renata. "True, but your inspiration and mine spring from sources as asunder as the poles. A fool ascends to throne with no more than enough wit to sign his name, with not an impulse for progression, not an idea with which to keep his state abreast of the other great nations of the earth, with perhaps every folly that will scuttle her unless a revolution or heaven intervenes. And yet there he is, half his length above other men, braver, infinitely more intelligent men who accept him without protest and never forget to flatter. His masses endure him without question unless he push them to extremity, and often then. Can you wonder that he believes the Almighty placed him on that throne for some inscrutable purpose, or that his people believe it, knowing that they would have selected almost anyone else? With us, a man blunders along through square holes and round holes until he finds the one that fits him, and then he settles down and attends to business. I had the superior advantage of being trained for a specific purpose by one of the most remarkable men living, and I have inherited enough of him to make the consummation possible. I found myself earlier than most men do, and I have been finishing my education ever since. I know where I stand and what I can do. My final accomplishment, of course, depends entirely upon circumstances. My best effort now is to make myself ready to meet any contingency whatever and to leap swiftly to its mastery. Renata turned her head and regarded him intently. If I do not know you so well through my intimacy with Alexandra, she said, I should find it difficult to believe that patriotism with you was a consuming passion. You have so much carelessness, boyishness in your manner, and you are so practical. If I tore about like a raging bull, I might accomplish notoriety, but I certainly should accomplish nothing else. And the secret of the failure of the reformers of the United States is that they have the ideals and the political bosses have the sense. She asked irresistibly, if it ever came to a choice between your country and a woman, what would be the result? No such question will ever arise. No? Certainly not. Do you think so meanly of my resources as that? But circumstances are sometimes stronger than men. Some men. Renata had let her arm drop to her side. Her hand was not an inch from Fessenden's. Both were acutely aware of the magnetic temptation of that nearness. For a second, all their beings seemed to have surged into their fingertips. Fessenden's curved rigidly inward. His brain was still in control, and he was accustomed to play a careful and far-seeing game. A hand fluttered towards his. Then she swung about abruptly. Why don't you sit in your rocking chair? She asked with a nervous laugh. I must turn you out directly. It's nearly time to dress. Fessenden marched to the chair and rocked himself for 20 minutes with every appearance of content. Alexandra came in from the next room, and they talked of the ball of the following night and of other impersonal things. The peasants had come and were housed, and a remarkable band of gypsies had been found in Transylvania. Fessenden, who was dining in Pest, rose regretfully at 7. He smiled down upon Renata and shook her hand slightly. Can I come up here again? He asked. I like it much better than any other part of the palace. Perhaps, said Renata, smiling, but angry at the quick response within her to the warm and personal attitude of the lordly male. You have had your own way too much. I think you need disciplining. Alexandra was retiring through the outer room. Fessenden raised the hand he held and pressed his lips to it twice quickly. I am humblest of your slaves, he said unsteadily. No, you are not, replied Renata almost as unsteadily. And I wish you would go. I have never been late for dinner in my life. When she was alone, she turned her eyes to the rocking chair. Then, after a manifest effort in another direction, she moved slowly towards it, regarded it impatiently, tenderly, then sank slowly into its embrace and dropped her head against the cushion. The end of section 40. Section 41 of Rulers of Kings, a novel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Yoganand. Rulers of Kings, a novel by Gertrude Atherton. Chapter 19. The palace at Buda, today restored by Maria Theresia, is chiefly remarkable for the imposing beauty of its exterior. Within, the severe elegance of its walls and furniture conveys not a hint of the ornate luxury, the gorgeous magnificence of the palace of the 15th century during the reign of Matthias Corvinus, son of John Hunyadi, the period in which Hungary commanded the admiration and homage of Europe. Not content with the reputation of a soldier second only to that of his great father, Matthias, ascending the throne at the age of 15, and giving immediate evidence of intellectual and governing qualities of a rare precocity and order, quickly ripened into a scholar and the most liberal patron of the arts in the world of his day. This great and singular man, who on the battlefield endured the hardships of the meanest of his soldiers, who, disguised, entered the camp of his enemies again and again, calmly took his observations amid a rain of bullets and spears, whose justice passed into a proverb, and who was a rigorous administrator of finance and a love of luxury matched by no contemporary that would have sapped the energies of another man, and a delight in purely intellectual pursuits and discussions that rounded one of the most versatile and grandly equipped characters known to history. He established and personally disciplined a body of foot soldiers, the Black Troop, modelled upon and equal to the famous Janissaries of Turkey, conquered the Czechs and captured Vienna, driving out Frederick, the German emperor, forcing him to take refuge in a wagon drawn by oxen and to beg from convent to monastery like any common mendicant. The court of this ardent soldier became the rallying ground of scholars and artists who not only lived on his bounty, but were raised to the highest positions in the royal household. He spent his hours of leisure in day-long arguments with the scientists and savants who had deserted all other courts for this more enlightened and fascinating of monarchs, or lying at ease on a couch covered with a golden tapestry embroidered with pearls in one of the most splendid libraries that any mortal has ever possessed. This library, sacked with the rest of the palace by the Turks after the Battle of Mohacs, was contained in two immense rooms whose walls were covered with carved shelves of precious woods and tapestries of velvet embroidered with gold. The books collected by Matthias, and in many cases written for him, numbered 10,000. They were inscribed in white vellum, illuminated by the most accomplished masters of the art, and bound in coloured skins set with precious and semi-precious stones. On the cover of each volume was a miniature of Matthias and his coat of arms. The furnishings of the Palace of Buda, its objects of art, many made from gold or silver and of a great size, the tapestries, the pleasure rooms, the hanging gardens of his several palaces, were marvels of beauty and costliness. And the embassies which he constantly sent to the various courts of Europe so surpassed the efforts of other monarchs in extravagance that his resource of wealth alone struck despair to the hearts of those who may have meditated an assault upon his kingdom. When about to take a second wife, Beatrice, daughter of the King of Naples, the splendours and luxuries of Buda were augmented twofold. And on the day of the wedding, the great hall of the palace, in addition to its silken hangings interwoven with gold and precious stones, its tapestry of sheer gold, its 1,000 vessels of silver, its golden service chased with the history of the world, silver casks of wine were suspended from the ceiling, and a huge silver fountain spouted the choicest and costliest of all wines, the Tokay of Hungary. The manuscripts in their jewelled cases, the 1,000 objects of barbaric magnificence, were gone forever. There was no modern art that could simulate them, even could craftsmen be found with patience for the attempt. But Renata had persuaded the emperor to send to Buda some 20 of the superfluous goblins which the Hapsburgs have retained throughout their vicissitudes. Her argument had enlivened the mood of her father and raised still higher his hope in his youngest born. The Hungarians, Renata had written, no doubt resent the very obvious fact that there are so few treasures in the palace of Buda, and knowing that our tapestries are packed away in large numbers and are as priceless as they are beautiful, must infer that we fear to trust them in this most precarious of our possessions. So it has seemed to me that it would be another stroke of diplomacy to send several of the best with the understanding that they are to remain here. It's a small yet impressive sum to stake as an expression of our confidence in ourselves and our Hungarian subjects. The tapestries had been promptly dispatched and now hung in the 4 circle rooms opening into the great hall of ceremonies and in the blue drawing room and adjacent dining room. These rooms, as well as a long suite down the front of the palace, were recalled for the night of the ball from their arctic splendors by a lavish adornment of palms and flowers, and in several of the smaller rooms the lights were pink. Modern as it was, the great hall itself, with its panels like lakes of liquid gold, its heavy incrustations of yellow bronze on the brilliant white of the wood, and its immense chandeliers with their 1,000 points of light, was too perfect in its way to gain aught from the past, nor did Renata add so much as a flower. It had been decided that Prince Opade Nadasti, an aged magnate and close friend of the emperor, should wear the royal robes of Matthias, as neither political nor sentimental significance could be attached to his impersonation. The old prince was far close upon senility than his king would ever be, and addicted to long nights of senders at the Nemzizi Casino, the club of the magnates, where he had left all of a once large income not absorbed by the turf. but he had ordered his costume of a long-suffering tailor and vowed over the hand of his beloved princess that he would give the final touch of reality to the scene. As Matthias had died in his prime and was possessed of a classic beauty, Prince Nadasdy, who did not number vanity among his vices, had announced his intention to wear a flowing fair wig and a beard, although the fine outline of Matthias had been shaved on the battlefield. In the piercing glance of that monarch, no art could coax into the bleared orbs of the old magnate, but he still had a figure of majestic height and carriage, and in spite of dissipations, he had preserved its slimness. He was to wait at the upper end of the throne room until Renata, who was to impersonate Beatrice of Naples, dressed for the first time in the national costume of a lord, should have made, in her own character, the perfunctory round of greeting among her assembled guests. He would then stand at her side at the lower end of the hall, while the peasants danced the czardash, and afterwards walk with her through a quadrille d'honneur. At 9 o'clock, on the night of the ball, the great company was assembled in the hall of ceremonies, awaiting the entrance of the court, but the aged Matthias had not made his appearance. In that splendid scene, however, he was not missed, and every eye turned constantly towards the door beyond the second circle room, which led to the private apartments of the Archduchess. Many had not yet seen her, or but in glimpses, and by this time curiosity had risen to fever pitch. The women, as well as the men, were in the eccentric splendor of their national dress, and although it varied little in cut, fancy and extravagance prevailed in the materials of the low bodice, the apron, and the voluminous skirts. And bodice, neck, and arms were almost obliterated by the big, dull, uncut jewels and heavy chains which, with the ancient costumes of velvet and satin, embroidered and brocaded with the lost art, neither time nor poverty has been able to drive from the chest of the Hungarian. The magnates wore, although lightly, their velvet cloaks, fur-lined, embroidered with jewels, and carried their plum kalpaks in one hand. The men, distinguished in art and letters, without jewels or hereditary costume, still made a fine showing in the silk and velvet dress of the retainers of the court of Matthias. But the great number of the deputies, in their fierce Hungarian pride, had chosen to wear the military uniform of that period, which included a short braided jacket and a velvet cloak of some brilliant color. The young girls, although in attire less imposing than that of their mothers and married sisters, were quite as picturesque, and their white gowns rested the eye in the blaze of color. Each house had contributed a young son who wore a purple velvet, the golden chain, and the golden network of the heads of the ambassadorial youths of King Matthias. These pages stood in a double file along the two circled rooms leading to the apartments of the Archduchess. In the high gallery that traverses the hall, a military band played softly. Beneath, in the arcade, a double gypsy band awaited their turn and eagerly observed the historic scene. Behind them, erect against the wall, as dignified and impressive as the greatest of the nobles, were the peasants who were to dance the czardash. Their presence was a surprise to all, and they had inspired almost as much conversation as the royal hostess herself. The conversation was very animated, at times quite shrill, for the Hungarians, as lively by temperament as the American, were more excited tonight than they had been during the visit of William of Germany. The excitement during his entertainment had been, with slight exception, confined to the men, but there was not a woman in the palace tonight who did not feel a flutter at her heart and a shortening of her breath. Not only was Renata's appearance and manner their ideal of what a princess should be, and the daughter of a queen and the sister of a prince they had worshipped, but they stood in expectation of the initial moment of a court life which promised to be more brilliant than anything in Europe, might indeed revive the gay splendors of the days when their fathers had been the greatest aristocracy in the world, when the Hapsburgs were robber barons and the Hohenzollerns unknown. That this should be given to them who had been starved of court life, that those who were too impoverished to leave their entailed homes and go to Vienna should now cherish the prospect of constant functions and many private entertainments in the palace, filled every feminine heart with a sense of enchantment and gratitude to this fairy princess who had dared to have an idea. They were prepared to love as much as they admired her, and jealousy had entered few souls in spite of the extravagant admiration of the men. Many of the women, indeed, were beautiful enough to spare themselves envy, and those who were neither handsome nor yet pretty had sufficient cleverness and animation to keep their little courts together. Alexandra had decided not to enter in Renata's wake. Having none of that unwisdom which permits a wound to self-love that a grievance may be nursed afterwards, nor yet affinity of the role of the humble follower, she was always careful not to be placed in any position by an exalted friend that might rankle too late in her brain. She had therefore entered the room early, under the chaperonage of Princess Nadasdy, and Zrini, as ever, hovered close. He was a beautiful object in his thick gold embroideries, his plum-coloured velvet cloak, his buttons and his chains. And Alexandra, in the dull rose costume with its old lace veil and apron, lent her by the ambitious Zapolia, excited his approval to such a degree that once more he poured his impassioned avowal into her ears and begged her to accept the chests of his grandmother as well as himself. "Are they at your castle in the Alps?" asked Alexandra. "How can I decide such a question when I do not yet know whether that castle is sufficiently romantic to meet my most exacting taste? Like all Americans, Count, I am a connoisseur in castles. And how can I be sure that your grandmother's clothes will fit? Besides, I am a monomaniac on the subject of microbes." Rennie, if he did not yet understand her, was by this time sufficiently seasoned to accept her sallies with neither sulks nor despair. Perceiving that she was in a frivolous mood, he changed the subject. "Are you not glad to be here tonight?" he demanded. "To play a part? Who knows what may be the result of the extraordinary impression the princess has made? I feel that tonight she will either make a portentous impression or disillusionize us altogether." "Great moment in the history of Hungary?" asked Alexandra mischievously. The Count flushed, but laughed. "Yes," he said defiantly. "I seldom have presentiments, but when I do, I shall not give you another chance to laugh at me. I do not see Mr. Abbot. Was he not to come with Prince Nadesti? I hope nothing has happened to our king of tonight. He was not very sober last night at the club. I have not seen him today, and hoped he was in bed building himself up for the ordeal. I have not seen my brother since yesterday. He sent word this morning he could not come to tea, but I know of no one so well able to take care of himself. Still, I am surprised, for he should be here before the princess enters. Even he would hardly dare to arrive afterwards. Have you seen him?" "Only this morning in the park, where I happened to be rather early. Perhaps he went off for a day in the country. I fancy he is tired of being stared at. He excites as much attention as a princess, and he told me last night that he is persecuted by all sorts of men with business schemes, to say nothing of those who expect him to instruct them in the art of getting rich. I find something picturesque myself about his unimaginable wealth, combined with the fact that he is a gentleman and young, but I admire more his achievements, and I am very proud to be one of the many to do him honor in Hungary." Then Alexandra gave him a dazzling smile and moved a step closer. "You are so much more sensible than you were," she whispered. "I feel if you owed as much to me as to your mother. Who knows what may happen if you continue to improve? I know that American girls say things that in any other woman would indicate a small amount of heart and soul. It is safe to assume that you mean nothing you say. Think of the reserve force lacking in your emotional woman. I may not give much at a time when I marry, but I shall have enough left to spread over a lifetime." He laughed. "At least I don't delude myself that you are a poet in disguise. Well, I only ask that you marry me and let me begin your education. You may also continue mine." "You really are improving," began Alexandra, when with the rest of the company she fell silent. The staff of the Grand Chamberlain smote the floor 3 times. The doors of the private apartments opened, and the officers of the court appeared, walking backward. As there was no throne, they took up their position on either side of the entrance to the hall of ceremonies. And then Renata entered. She entered alone, although her ladies followed a moment later. As she walked slowly down the 2-circled rooms, empty but for the pages, the great company, in curious excitement, which they attributed afterwards to the complete illusion she produced, thronged towards the entrance of the hall, breathing shortly and crowding each other without ceremony. Her appearance and a solitary progress between the ranks of bowing pages in their rich medieval costumes was as startling in its historic naturalness as in its stately and picturesque beauty. The full skirts of her gown were of a material so fine as to be almost invisible, covered with embroidery in pearls and silver thread and flounces of point lace. The bodice, slipping outward from waistline to shoulders, was of pale blue velvet, half covered with lace, and roped together across the black tulle of the underbodice with strands of large pearls. The coat train of blue velvet was lined with lace instead of ermine, thus increasing the ethereal effect of the whole costume, and embroidered with black ravens holding a golden ring in the beak, the emblem of John Hunyadi. Her hair fell to her knees in thick ropes wound about with strands of pearls, 2 traversing the front of her figure, the rest half hidden by the veil which hung from a tiara almost as high as the Pope's. On her neck and arms were many pearls, The brilliant fairness of her skin, the flaming copper of her hair, the intense blackness of her brows and lashes, the regularity of her features, and the majestic beauty of her figure, combined with her royal state, the enchantment of her condescension as a daughter of the coldest house in Europe, and a bewildering presentiment of the daughter of Anjou's, induced one moment of silence so profound that it was almost hysterical. Then Zrini lifted his scalpag and cried, "Helene!" And in another moment the vast company, from Prince Ilihasi, most dignified of magnates, to the most truculent deputy in the room, were stamping their feet and shouting "Helene!" until the chandeliers trembled and their lights were reflected in the jewels on the waving kalpaks. Even the peasants and gypsies forgot the humble role and broke in with the abrupt discordant cries, and the Romanians shouting "Setreska!" and then all united in one great vivat. It was a tribute as portentous as it was spontaneous, for it had been accomplished by the art without words. For an instant Renata felt a sensation of tumultuous faintness, but she walked on slowly, not relaxing the mask of her face except for a graceful smile of acknowledgment. Then she was possessed by an exhilaration which sent the blood through her veins like spirits, and in her brain was a confusion of feminine and patriotic delight, insolent triumph over the man who had worked harder than she to make these walls ring, and an emotional melting towards one whose face she did not see in that worshipping throng. It had been arranged that the distinguished American should attend King Matthias as captain of the Black Troop, and although his place for the moment was at the head of the throne room beside the king, his height should make him noticeable even in the confused breaking of ranks. But Renata's eyes did not encounter his, and as she advanced closer to that tossed sea of flashing eyes and shouting voices, this daughter of the Caesars, who had convinced an emperor and his Metternich that she could maintain the integrity of an empire, for a moment forgot her great role and permitted her soul to murmur, "Is he here? Is he here? If he is, does he think me the most beautiful woman in the world? Is he thrilled with my triumph? Does he love me the more for it? Does he love me at all?" She had almost reached the entrance of the throne room, and the company was moving backwards to the walls, when through the falling wave of sound, a low note reached her ear from a new direction. It came from the blue drawing room, which here opens from the second circle room, and although the word was merely the one still echoing and uttered hardly above a whisper, it thrilled Renata as even the fullness of her triumph had not done. Only the self-control which the years and her state had given her kept her eyes fixed upon those who would note the flicker of a lash. She entered the throne room and made a tour of the guests in what was now an atmosphere vibrating with suppressed excitement. They held their breath to hear her speak, and although to exchange a word with each would have consumed the night, she paused where she thought it judicious and said a few personal words, while her eyes included those close by. When she reached the end of the room, she discovered that the royal bridegroom was not at his post and was profoundly annoyed. She herself might be the Hamlet of the piece, but without the chief accessory, the illusion would tremble. There was no sign of him, however, and she could only hope that, fearing the full fatigue, he was in the blue room with his captain. She forgot him for the moment, as her eyes suddenly encountered the fixed and fiery glance of Lajos Molnar. He wore a fierce red uniform and stood against the wall with his arms folded. He looked as if he had been dragged to the palace by a halter and was prepared for the worst that could befall him. Renata smiled brilliantly and motioned to him to come forth. He obeyed with such precipitation that there was a momentary panic in the ranks. Renata gave him her lifted hand, and he kissed it like any courtier. "Thank you for obeying my orders," she said. "Have you brought your friends?" "4," he stammered. "The others were obdurate, but I shall win another time. These are old men of importance, and like myself, they would die for you, your Royal Highness." "Ah, would you?" she asked softly. "I shall not ask that. Only that you will all come here to luncheon tomorrow and tell me what you think I should know. Will you?" Yes, will I?" Renata smiled again and passed on, but in truth she was repelled at the unmasked passion in his face. It was evident that she had succeeded too well, and while to fascinate him was a necessary part of her program, his love both disgusted and faintly alarmed her. Like all women whose depths have been profoundly stirred by one man, she regarded the proffered love of other men as an insult and was merciless. When she had finished her progress amid a tribute as expressive as its vocal prelude, she took a stand at the end of the room. The Grand Chamberlain raised his hand, and the leader of the gypsy band struck his cymbal. The peasants made their way to the middle of the hall, and began the curious stamping march which sometimes opens the Czardash. The company were diverted at once. Not only was here a novelty worthy of the night, but the peasants had been selected for their good looks and the superior beauty and freshness of their costumes. The men from the Hungarian villages had much embroidery on their white trousers and flowing shirts, and on the white sleeves which escaped from jackets as elaborate in device as they were gay in colour. Their slender waists were bound with the silken sash of the gala day, and many wore chains about their necks. Those that had been found in Hungary's Romanian villages beyond the Theiss wore the ancient Persian sandal laced halfway to the knee, closet trousers, and a graceful shoulder cloak. The women wore panels of embroidery over white petticoats and blouses almost as elaborate, while the Hungarian women, if not so richly attired, were quite as picturesque in their tight bodices of bright cloth and full sleeves and upper front of spotless lawn, their fancy aprons and dainty kerchiefs. All were handsome, and some of the Romanians, with their Roman faces and antique heads and forms, had as much beauty as falls to the lot of any mortal. As they passed Renata, they looked their loyalty, for they too pulsed the popular excitement, but they played their part with a calm self-possession which the great hills and the lonely plains had bred in them, and courts could do no more. Renata fixed her gaze resolutely upon them, but her ear was strained towards the drawing-room. Why did not the bridegroom come forth and bring the captain in his wake? But it was not until the march was over and the partners were swinging about to the first slow wail of the dance and holding every eye that she became aware of the trailing of regal garments on the hard floor behind her. Her quick ears advised her that, for the moment at least, he was unaccompanied. She set her face in severity, for she had no mind to let the old prince take his own way unreproved, and as he finally halted beside her, she did not speak nor lift her eyes to his, although she darted a glance of feminine curiosity over his costume. It was regal enough, and in spite of his age, he looked a superb and supple figure in his closely fitting armour of gold brocade, sewn with jewels, covered to the waist with chains, and his legs in their long silken stockings were as shapely as youth. From his shoulders flowed a mantle of white velvet lined with ermine, and embroidered with the black raven holding the golden circlet in its beak. In spite of her intent to reprove, Renata's eye travelled upward to observe how well he wore the crown, the while her ear was alert for another footfall. But her ear forgot its cunning, and her eye the crown it was rising to criticize, the while it should ignore the bleared, apologetic orbs of her father's old friend. Her gaze was arrested and held by the piercing glance which tradition and the artist have given to Matthias Corvinus. And the rest of the presentment was complete, Renata noted as her knees shook. Even under the fair wig and beard, the outlines were firm and fine, and the head was well poised and shaped. He looked far more the king than her father or any other sovereign in Europe, except perhaps the man whose memory she had expunged tonight. Had the dead risen? As the room swam round her, she wondered if she were expected to drop on one knee. Then the eyes puckered themselves and smiled, and Renata was the angriest woman in Hungary. "How dared you!" she exclaimed beneath her breath. "How dared you?" "Dared?" Yes. It required no courage whatever, merely ingenuity, a considerable amount of that, however. Would you care to hear the story? I have no curiosity on the subject whatever. Where is Prince Nadeste? At this moment? I have no idea. Yes, he's probably at the casino, if there is any one left to play with him. Otherwise, he is doubtless lost to every variety of disappointment. And you? How did you inveigle that costume from him? Inveigle, madame? I paid a king's ransom for this costume. Your loathsome American millions! I thought there were a few things they could not accomplish. There is nothing, madame. When they fail, it is due to bungling only. You have no cause to be angry, to assume that tone with me. You have abused me like a pickpocket. I beg your pardon. It seemed to me incredible that a magnate of Hungary, a prince who has been a member of my father's household, should do such a thing. When magnates and courtiers are consumed with passion for gambling, to say nothing of the strong wines of Hungary, they are apt to degenerate into very ordinary human creatures. The story is a brief one, and I know you wish to hear it. I have had the honour of playing a number of games of Hungarian poker with your prince, who conceived a flattering preference for my game, although I usually won. 3 nights ago, I told him plainly that I wanted to come to this ball as King Matthias and wear his costume. At first, he merely stared at me helplessly. Then he reflected that, being an American, I was doubtless mad, and proceeded to deal with me in his gentle and charming manner. When he was convinced both of my strength of purpose and sanity, I proposed a game in which he should stake his costume and his silence against a sum which I will not name. Furthermore, if I won, I was to pay the price of the costume 3 times over and return it to him the day after the ball. He confessed that he was haunted by the fear his tailor would not hand over the outfit without the price, and that he might have to mortgage his family jewels to pay it. He closed with my offer in less time than I am telling you this tale. His last scruple was of you, for he knew that I could pass unnoticed in the crowd, particularly if I kept my eyes half shut and waggled my head occasionally, and I vowed to him that I would secure your forgiveness. I shall never forgive either of you, and I am ashamed of him. So am I, but one man's loss is usually another's gain, and I am here without a scruple or regret. Your horrible money may have bought poor old Nariste, but it will carry you on no further. Fessenden's hand closed deliberately on hers, and he drew it through his arm. Renata was aghast, but it was impossible to struggle, and she stood rigid, but closer to him by 2 inches. I and the money you hate have no further dealings with each other tonight, he whispered. But for every barrier it has levelled between you and me, for all that it has permitted me to accomplish that makes me more worthy of you, it has my eternal gratitude. And now, please forget it. I can forget nothing, she murmured, and you are running a terrible risk. If my father hears of this, you may be requested to leave the empire. May I tell you that you are looking more beautiful than anyone on earth can look? Am I? She grasped at her receding anger, but it vanished. Into its place flashed an enchanting sense of danger. The wildness in her Hapsburg blood leaped its dike and seemed to roar in her ears, the while it sang in her soul. She forgot the years in which she had mourned the subjugation of Rudolf's fine brain by his passions and the interminable disasters his weakness had entailed. Why should she not be thankful that her own drama had begun at last? She should live and feel. What mattered the end? It was by no means the first time the temptation had beset her since she had met Fessenden abroad, but her brain had controlled her hitherto. She had fancied that a clear vision would keep the ends always in view, however she might feel the weakness of woman within her and indulge it in friendship while working for the cause of her house. But the excitement and exhilaration of this evening had lifted her to reckless heights. Her pulses were throbbing, her being was trembling with exaltation, her head almost whirling, and before her was a great company who knew nothing, suspected nothing. To live in their very presence, as if they were ants on a hill, a newly born dramatic sense flew to the fanning of her emotions. She leaned heavily on his arm and raised her eyes. Am I? She whispered again. I wondered. I heard your Allyson. I knew that you heard it. I did not turn my head. Nevertheless, I knew. Can you read my soul? She exclaimed in momentary panic. Do not read too much. That's all I live for. You, who have so much else. Would you give up one of your ambitions for me? I will give up the whole game, every ambition, every penny. Your country? Yes, my country. You were very cool about it yesterday. Yesterday is not tonight. I had the greatest faith in your devotion to your country. When you feel as I do now, you will have faith in nothing else. Do not be too mad. Let us be happy for this one evening. Is this your idea of happiness? I am happy as I dare to be. When I have taught you what happiness is, you will remember this prelude as a very poor affair. Have you also bought poor Nariste's jewels? No, it's not so bad as that, but he's not above renting them. Not another magnate would speak to him again if they knew what he had done. They are not to know it. Why do you wish to be king? For 2 reasons. I am tired of duennas and interruptions. I have not much patience. Matthias was the husband of Beatrice, and you are Beatrice. In the eyes of this fanciful company tonight, you are my wife. I am your bridegroom. He felt her tremble and draw in her breath sharply. But in a moment she raised her eyes again, and there was no veil upon them, and said, Yes, I will be Beatrice for these few hours, and believe that you are Matthias. Do you mean to tell me that there is no happiness in such imagining? If I have been happy in my fancy before, surely this. Fessenden was as nearly intoxicated as a man may be in the presence of 1,000 people. Listen to the Czardash for a moment, he said unsteadily. The Czardash was near its finish. The gypsies were playing madly. The peasants were shouting and stamping. The women dancing with the graceful energy of panthers. The spectators were looking on in delight, the bodies of many swaying slightly. The music stopped with a crash that had a note of disappointment and anger in its triumph. The peasants marched forward and bowed profoundly to their sovereigns, who looked as high and impersonal, yet gracious, as sovereigns should look, then filed out of the room to revel in the servants' quarters till morning. The guests were impatient to dance. The musicians in the gallery received their signal, and the opening quadrilles were quickly formed, 8 in the 4 circle rooms. Fessenden walked through the stately, old-fashioned quadrille very creditably. His hands were concealed in gauntlets, and his height would have saved his face from too close an inspection had anyone felt sufficient interest in the old prince to examine him in detail. Once only he caught the eye of Countess Piroska Zapolya and wondered if she had recognized him. He was the least vain of men, but she had exhibited a preference for the distinguished young millionaire as openly as a high-born maiden may, and the glance he encountered tonight was less guileless, perhaps less amiable than usual. But she left Fessenden's mind as abruptly as she had entered it. He was absorbed in planning an interview alone with Renata. He had come to the palace in doubt as to what he should say or leave unsaid until a future stage, but a sudden unmistakable yielding to emotions, if not to him, had sent the blood to his head and spurred his will to action. He divined that she intended to play with those emotions under the protecting eye of the public, but while he had no mind to court too great temptation himself, he was determined to seclude her long enough for a conversation which would put an end to moods and coquetry and compel her to face herself and him. The quadrille finished with the waltz, and he saw his opportunity. He put his arm about her before she had time to retire to her former position. "Take your train over your arm," he said, "or you will have a circle about you as many yards deep, and I want to be lost in the crowd." She obeyed him, and they waltzed unobserved. The greater part of the company was dancing. The older women, including Sarolta, had gone to the reception rooms to play cards or eat ices, and no one would be surprised if the royal hostess, a part played, had chosen to retire. It was evident that the guests were expected to enjoy themselves, and if anything further was necessary to add to the gay content of the evening, it came with the rumor that immediately after supper Count Zrini and Miss Abbott would lead a cotillion, and that the favors were many and unique. "This evening is ours," said Fessenden peremptorily. "Take me where we can talk alone for an hour." But she took alarm. Not quite alone. On the balcony in front of the tea-room, perhaps. A balcony, if you like, for it's too warm to think in the palace. But not that one. You must trust me. You'll have to do so for the rest of your life, so you may as well begin now. Renata, having no practical knowledge of men and still throbbing with a reckless desire for adventure, hesitated no longer. She had learned that this American's power of self-control was very great, and if he would permit her to play with fire until the wildest in her was exhausted, and she could feel for him again as she had felt in sadder hours of self-communing, why she should fling aside an opportunity which might never come again? He held her in a light embrace, but it filled her with happiness and submission. She was all woman, and the sensation intoxicated her. Let the morrow and its cold duties take care of themselves. When a woman with an uncommon power of passion delivers herself to liberty after years of self-repression, she was more than likely to forget all she has ever considered and pass with blind eyes the halfway house where most women sit down and think. Perhaps it is more correct to say that the fire in her brain induces a sort of insanity of which the average mortal is incapable, and in spite of the ideals of her calmer moments and a thoughtful program of conduct, she is at the mercy of the man. In this instance, the man was playing a very big game, and although Renata was in no mood for analysis, instinct told her that he was the one man who had ever loved her with whom she could trust herself. They were in the circle room from which her apartments opened. It was not wise to enter directly. She pushed aside a tapestry on the left, and when it fell, they were in a corridor. It was deserted, and she led him through unlighted rooms and into a suite by the door which the king had used when the queen came to Buda. Here the lights burned dimly, but she did not pause until they were on the balcony. The moon was too young to reveal them to anyone below, but a woman who had been severely chaperoned will sit out all night with a man and shrink from the indelicacy of screening walls. Renata sank hurriedly into a chair and motioned Fessenden to one opposite, but he shook his head and stood looking down upon her for a moment without speaking. He had left his beard and wig and crown in the sitting-room, and in that superb costume, under the light of moon and stars, he looked not unlike Matthias, and handsomer than himself had ever looked before. His beauty was the last thing that concerned him, but he saw the sudden rise of Renata's bosom under the tight bodice, and the flash in her eyes as she dropped them. He did not comprehend the cause, but he tingled in response and almost yielded to an impulse to kneel beside her and take her in his arms. But there was too much to say, and he drew back. If he kissed her now, he should have to talk to her another time, and opportunities were too rare. "Let us thresh it out," he said. "I want to marry you. You have 100 reasons against it, of course. They never will mean anything to me. But if you want to relieve your mind, I am ready to hear and answer them." She had put out her hands in deprecation. "Don't be so practical tonight. We could write all that, if must be said. Tonight we were to play a game. I am Beatrice. You are Matthias. Not here. That sort of thing is for a ballroom flirtation, or for lengths which you probably don't understand. I am up to no such pretty comedy here alone with you. Besides, I am in no mood for the unreal, no matter how pleasant it might be. This is a matter of eternity with me. I have never loved any woman before, and I have never wanted anything I have fought for with my life in my hand as I want you. These are the first moments I have actually felt the reality of life. It has been a game before. I know now I could have relinquished that game at any moment for something else, with no very deep pang. But I could no more give you up than I could live without my head, and I have no intention of trying. I shall marry you, but whether it is to be the most difficult job of my life or not depends entirely upon you. You love me, and I am romantic enough to believe that every man has his mate in this world, and that you are mine. But your head is full of absurd notions that you will have forgotten after a year in the United States." She stood up then, the princess again for a moment. "Oh," she exclaimed, "remember that Europe is still a reality. That, so long as the United States permits it to exist on the map, its prejudices and customs are entitled to respect. I am ready to respect your prejudices. But as I am not a European, I am not obliged to accept them as final." "Is it possible," she asked, staring at him, "that you do not know we never could marry?" "Only if every clergyman on the planet refused to perform the ceremony. Have you not, with that fine brain of yours, thought deeply enough to know that nothing is impossible? I could have told myself that 100 things were impossible, and be a non-entity today. Marriage between a man and woman who are free is the last of the impossibilities. But great heaven, cannot you understand? I am the daughter of the Emperor of Austria. You are not any other man's wife. That's all that concerns me. Do you realize what it would mean to Europe, to the principle of monarchy, if I, an Archduchess of Austria, married an American? Do you imagine that I am interested in perpetuating the monarchical idea? But I am, at all events, I, as a part of it, know where my duty lies. And will you consider my mission here? Your mission here is the impossible one of preserving the integrity of Austro-Hungarian monarchy. Western Austria will melt towards the German Empire by natural law. And as for Hungary, cannot you see that the destiny of this people is independence? They would accept you as a welcome substitute for Franz Ferdinand, but only until they were ready to face Europe as an independent state. Do you suppose that the sole destiny of the United States is to live and prosper? Every day envy of her grows in the European. Ridden by police, his individuality cramped by social laws, his manhood dwarfed with a ridiculous institution that should have disappeared with the first year of free schools. Monarchy was necessary enough in its time, but its time is past. All educated mankind is determined upon freedom. William of Germany will not admit it, but his mission is to sweep the kinglets of Europe off the board and unite their states into a peaceful whole which shall convert itself at the right moment into another great republic founded on the few sound principles of socialism. Man's destiny has steadily progressed towards independence since the beginning of the general education, and the time is almost ripe for the fulfillment of it. That is the reason, quite aside from friendship, that I shall give my assistance to William the moment he is ready for it. He pretends not to believe that the result must be a republic, but in the depths of his great intelligence, he must. Now was the moment for acting, to promise anything if he would desert William. But the thought passed through her mind and out. That might have been possible yesterday, but tonight might indeed have been possible an hour earlier, but not now. She too was facing the bald realities, and the chiefest was that her love for this man at whom she seemed to stare through a mountain was eternal, and that she could take no advantage of his love for her, even were there anything else that mattered. As she stood and looked at him, her eyes stony, her face set in despair, Fessenden for the first time felt his courage recede. Her next words left him for a few moments without speech, and with the sensation that the world had come suddenly to an end. "Then," she said, "I must work out my destiny with my house. If it is tottering, then the severer my duty to stand by it till it falls. What happiness could I have? What a picture! I, secure in America, and all my kind groaning under the ruins of Europe. I believe that what you predict has reason enough. I am no infatuated monarchist. I have known Alexandra too long for that, and I have never doubted the fate of Austria since Rudolph's death. There is no reason why the rest of Europe should not follow. But it will not come in a moment, and it is the bare duty of every man and woman of royal birth to give to the old idea their last drop of heart's blood and lifeblood, whether there is any individual achievement for them or not. As for me, if I were convinced, which I am not, that I could do no good by making Hungary mine, still would I remain at my post. It will break my heart. It will make life a mere treadmill now that I have known you. But if you kidnap me, I should return. They faced each other then for 2 or 3 minutes without speaking. But although Fessenden could descend into depths of discouragement, nothing this side of death could keep him there. The army of resources and his soul stirred in their nap. It was seldom they slept, and quickened his blood in the old lust of the fight. He revolted with angry impatience against his momentary despair, and at the same time realized that this, the supreme desire of his life, he would not have won with no exercise of the talents which had been given him that he might wear down and ride down the obstacles of life. Very well, he said. Your way of looking at things is natural enough, but I don't want you to forget for one moment that deeply as I respect even your prejudices, they mean nothing to me intellectually, and never can influence my conduct in the least. But on this subject, I will say no more now, except that your argument that you should stand by your house until it falls is too illogical to be worthy of you. It's not a woman's part in life to prop up rotten structures, but to assist man in founding new ones to replace the old. Nor is it the highest destiny of the human beings to retrograde or stand still, but to progress. And if I regard the past with its superstitions and institutions as mere history, as a mere prelude to a far greater present, and if I myself belong to that present and to the future, you by no means are an indissoluble part of the past. You are too virile, too healthy, too modern, too great in every part of your equipment. You represent the utmost that Europe and the centuries have been able to make of your sex, and if she had any design in making you, it was as a present to the future, not as a sacrifice to the past. But enough. I have a plan to propose. For 2 months, we will not speak of this. Nurse your traditions if you like. Believe that we must part, but make up your mind to be happy during this time. We will have constant companionship and some moments alone. The light broke through her face again, and she held out her hands. Yes, yes, she exclaimed. A fool's paradise. That's what I would have asked. It's all I can ever know, and it will give me courage for the rest of my life. But I was afraid it was a very unpractical plan for you to suggest. I have my unpractical moments, said Fessenden, and this is one of them. And then he caught her in his arms and kissed her, while the music of the Czardash from the palace and the Danube beat upon them, and something of the dearest dream of both was realized. But he left her presently. As he closed behind him the door by which he had entered the private apartments, he had a flashing glimpse of a face he knew, but the blood was in his head, and the small white visage disappearing like a ghost made no impression on him. He did not even recall it in cooler moments. He had readjusted his disguise, and he made his way down the great staircase, exciting no more comment than would have fallen to the portion of Prince Nadezhday, who certainly would be expected to go home early. When he reached the palace of the old prince, he changed his gorgeous trappings for the inconspicuous tweeds he had left there, and then went out and walked until dawn. When he returned to his hotel, he wrote 2 letters, one to his father and one to his friend in Berlin. The latter concluded as follows: But not for 2 months or thereabouts. I want her to have a deep draught of this Hungarian wine she finds so heady that she may have the less to torment her imagination with in the future. Moreover, I want that much time to teach her that she really loves me. If we acted too promptly, she might, during the inevitable weeks, perhaps months of separation, persuade herself that it had been but a passing madness. And I want her to be in no doubt during that time of what her rewards will be. I can safely count on help there, thought Fessenden, as he enclosed the letter in a second envelope addressed to a less conspicuous name. For before these 2 months have passed, he will be as anxious to see her in America as I am. The end of section 41. Section 42 of Rulers of Kings, a novel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Yoganand. Rulers of Kings, a novel by Gertrude Atherton. Chapter 20. At luncheon that afternoon, Fessenden found himself beside the Countess Piroska. The Archduchess had an independent on either hand, and Alexandra assisted her with one of them. The Countess Wilma had another in charge. There were no other guests, and Sir Olta, who had found the prospect of radical politicians anything but amusing, was lunching elsewhere. The table had been laid in the small dining room adjoining the blue room, but the curtains were half drawn across the large windows, for all the women were paler than usual. 3 had danced until the cocks of Buddha announced the morning, and the other had slept less than they. She and Fessenden had met without a word, but with a handshake of complete understanding. The young corsets were in good order. They had left the ball as soon as the general dancing began. As they entered today, they had looked somewhat truculent, as if fearful of patronage, but were now at their ease, and Molnar alone appeared indifferent to the delicate viands of the palace chefs. "He is in love with the princess," whispered Piroska scornfully. "Not but that it is quite natural everybody should fall in love with her. But I should think it would be a sensation to be avoided by anyone under an archduke. And as for Molnar, he is not to be pitied. He is too ludicrous." "I don't fancy you waste much pity on anyone," said Fessenden. "I pity you," said Piroska softly. "Indeed?" he asked innocently. "What have I done that I should be pitied?" "Done? But I understand Americans better since I have had the pleasure to know Miss Abbott. I think you are too fine to waste your love on a woman who is no more achievable than the polar star." "Oh, do you think I am in love with the Archduchess?" "Well, I will confide to you that I am. But don't betray me, or the Emperor will be ordering me out of the dual monarchy. And I have a theory that it is a good thing for a young man to be in love with the polar star. It keeps him out of much mischief." Piroska was nonplussed and turned a wide gaze upon him. He was eating with every appearance of appetite, and Piroska, although a sordid soul, had an idea of what a lover should be. "You never have eyes for anyone else," she murmured at a loss. "Remember the limited time at my disposal. 1 month. 2, perhaps. And I must walk a treadmill in a land without polar stars," he was thinking. "Shall I throw her off the track, or would she be more useful as an enemy? I should use her without scruple, for I am convinced that she is here to spy, and she has a ledger where her heart ought to be. It will not do to be too precipitate. She might act before we are ready. All I want is an added weight at the right moment." He determined to be guided by events, and turned to her with his frank smile, which seemed at once to establish a personal relation. "I should like to show you America. That's a large order. New York, rather," he said. "You must come over sometime with my sister." And then, to the mystified but delighted little intrigant, he made himself as agreeable for the next half hour as he knew how, and his spirits were so plainly unaffected that the Zapolya thought less of Renata's power to charm. The rising voice of Molnar gave him the excuse he wanted to assist the Archduchess in a difficult task. "You are all so tired," he murmured to Piroska. "I had better talk to that man." "The king is quite mistaken," Molnar was announcing, "if he believes that our ultimate idea in wishing the universal use of the Magyar language in our own country is to divide the army against itself or to encourage hatred towards Austria. Not only does the constitution accepted by the king provide that Hungarian soldiers shall be commanded by Hungarian officers, but we wish the language for 2 reasons: to fulfill more nearly a passionate national ideal, and because it is a fitting reward for 1,000 years of indomitable individuality." "But do you not think," asked Fessenden, "that passionate ideals, when carried to extreme, may degenerate into mere vanity? I suppose you are not averse from a fair-minded discussion, so you will not mind my saying that I think vanity is the only rock on which the Hungarian nation may split and go to pieces. It's a dominant trait in your aristocracy, as is evidenced by the theatrical and childish delight in an ancient and ornate costume. This, in a day when the more highly civilized a man is, the more simply he dresses. The bulk of the nation betray this itching vanity in its persistent struggle for things insignificant in themselves, but whose attainment would inflate its pride and permit it to exult over its stepchildren. If you can prove to me that I am wrong, and that you are possessed by a nobler motive in this agitation for the compulsory use of your language throughout an army in which there are so many Austrians, Germans, Romanians, Saxons, Slavonians, Bulgarians, and above all the Croats, who most hate you, I shall be glad to acknowledge myself mistaken." Molnar's eyes had flashed. He was vaguely jealous of the American, bitterly, as he realized that his disappearance would leave no field for him. But he had come to the palace determined to assist the cause of his party, and not only did the quiet air of the room and company depress his energy of temper, but his deep respect for the Archduchess and desire to stand well with her would have restrained him from a violent outburst. He replied with a calm which he was made subtly aware his princess commended. "It is difficult to prove what is so largely a matter of standard. The Americans have so vast a country, so many liberties unknown in Europe, that what seems the noble motive of pride to us may appear quite petty to them. But after all, did not your country, when under the heel of another power, make mountains out of many more hills that you would laugh at now? You tax yourselves more heavily than England ever taxed you, and it is seldom that a voice is raised in protest. The stamp tax after your late war is a case in point. You burned your British governors in effigy, and now you contended that the prosperous people merely shrug their shoulders at the iniquities of your bosses, confident that the country can take care of itself. The great patriotic virtues that were extolled 100 years ago in the United States of America are passed by now as a matter of course, or their absence is unnoticed. And I remember reading that a large portion of your country in its youth went quite hysterical at the monarchical proposition that Mr. Washington's head should appear on coins. But I only wish to illustrate that a young country lacking complete independence or fearful of losing that so recently acquired is never so indifferent to certain points as a great one. I admit all the faults of my country, past and present, but it seems to me that if the law of progress means anything, it means that a people dissatisfied with the monarchical government and bent upon republican should take warning and example from the older republics, not act as if every page of history had been destroyed. When vanity stiffens into a monumental conceit, as in the case of England and ourselves, it's still bad enough and has its dangers, but at least it's not childish, and is the result of a developed strength that it would be next to impossible to wreck. But being still weak as you are by your constitutional inferiority to Austria and the hatred with which you are regarded by almost every other division and tribe in your share of the dual monarchy, it doubly behooves you to eliminate your weaknesses. And I repeat, vanity is the one which will prove most fatal. William played upon it in a masterly manner. He uttered but a few words of flattery. He took the trouble to learn but 3 words of your language, and the nation wept tears of joy. I amuse myself counting the number of moustaches, particularly in the army, that stands on end. If it had been the tyrant of all the Russians, the momentary enthusiasm would have been the same, although second thoughts would have disillusioned you. That an enlightened and progressive monarch chose to declare himself your friend, no matter for what purpose of his own, you may count as a piece of good fortune which you had done nothing very especial to encourage. But do you flatter yourself for a moment that if William took you over, he would permit the universal substitution of any language for his own? I was not of those whose heads were turned by the Emperor of Germany, snorted the Hungarian, whose own moustache nature had planted in a most aggressive fashion. The constant abuse of Hungary by the German press and attempts of propagandists to corrupt German-speaking Hungarians and unite them for the propitious moment of rebellion against the country the ancestors adopted, that Germany may have a weakened state to oppose her when she is ready to put into execution her designs on the Balkans. Those are scores, sir, that an emperor cannot sweep from some memories by flattery. I am, since the death of Crown Prince, he hesitated and looked at the Archduchess. You are to speak with perfect freedom today, she said, smiling, and endeavoring to feel as political as she should. That was the understanding when you consented to come. Please believe that I am listening impersonally. Not that I wish your secrets, merely your well-defined point of view. Then I will say what is well enough known, your Royal Highness, that I wish for no king whatever. Our king is as just and indulgent as his fixed notion permit him to be, and yet under him autonomy is a failure. I wish for complete independence, with, if not all the features of the United States of America, at least with those which have permitted her to exist in the face of all prophecies, and with many others which we are quite capable of evolving ourselves. Independence, you will not hesitate to admit, sir, is the only logical condition for any civilized people at this stage of the world's history, and above all, it's the only condition which will content the most independent race in Europe. When the hour of this dual monarchy strikes, I am perfectly willing that Western Austria shall go to Germany, provided that the price of our acquiescence is the complete independence of this country. If the aristocracy don't like it, they can move to Prussia. That country is badly in need of a real aristocracy, and the fine clothes of our magnates would be a pleasant relief among so many uniforms. But for Hungary, independence, independence, independence. His voice ended in a mild roar, and Fessenden replied in his most matter-of-fact tones, "Then, if you want independence, why, I repeat, don't you begin now to strengthen instead of weakening yourselves? Surely, you must know that if the king granted this demand of yours completely to Magyarize the army, you would incur the still bitterer hatred of all these races who are obliged to serve in it. The native tongue means as much to them as yours does to you. And when one considers that 3/4 of Hungary is still ethnologically non-Hungarian, if your king were 30 years younger and you could reasonably feel that you had that amount of time in which to subdue or reconcile your rebellious stepchildren, then one might feel that you had more wisdom, more reason on your side. But to strain at a gnat when you must inevitably swallow a whole lot of camels, and the moment your king sets these centrifugal forces free, is a folly I cannot comprehend in a race so like my own in many respects." Molnar had listened sullenly, but with attention. It had been agreed, although all 4 of the Hungarians were men of ability, that the brunt of the talk should be borne by the leader, for they were sure to interrupt even each other if they sent the blood to their heads with too many words. But they were neglecting their plates to follow the argument, and they frowned when Fessenden spoke and smiled approval upon the logic of Molnar. When the American asserted the analogy between his race and theirs, they looked pleased and surprised. For it is a remarkable fact that in spite of the execration with Europeans, as a result of a protective policy and successful invasion of aristocracies and industries, bestow upon the United States, they are invariably surprised into pleasure if informed that they possess an American trait which is doubtless owing to the fact that every human creature craves success, and rightly or wrongly, the United States and that most vulgarized of words are synonymous. Even Molnar looked slightly mollified, but he had come to make good his cause before a princess who he believed must influence the king her father, since he was convinced she could twist Hungary round her finger if she chose. "It's to be hoped that another century will see us even in advance of where the United States stands today," he replied. "For, as you justly observe, it's our part as an intelligent nation to profit by the mistakes of other nations. But it is impossible to admit that we are unwise to insist upon the adoption of our language as the sole language of our army, even in the old age of the king, for we are convinced that our disruption from Austria is but a question of a few years, and it is wise to accustom the inferior races to the dominance of our language and rule as long before our independence as possible. It's a misfortune that we have not been in a position to push this claim sooner." It was a tremendous innovation when Kossuth and Széchenyi carried their point that Magyar should be the political language of Hungary. It was not the part of wisdom to ask for more than, but that is half a century ago. Half a century, and you call us impatient and unreasonable. You, who are so recently come from the battlefield, do you recall the passionate enthusiasm with which you sang and listened to your national hymns by your campfires at night as you marched to the battlefield? What would have been your emotions if you had been compelled to sing the national songs of another country? Good God, cannot you understand what it would mean to us to sing our own beautiful battle hymns in our own beautiful language instead of the words of a hated power in the most hideous sounds that ever were invented to torture the ear? It is true that you have to set your national anthem to the tune of England's, but you have long since forgotten that. And I am told that when Americans go to England, they are flattered when the band plays God Save the King. But that is your happiness, that you have been permitted to forget, while I have no doubt that if you asked for the privilege of singing your national hymns and nothing more, the king would readily indulge you, and the Hungarian military colleges you are sure to have will no doubt entail much that you wish, if you have the patience to wait. I admit, of course, that vanity has no part in your desire to sing your own anthems in your own language. What more inspiring? But the imposing of your difficult tongue on the Austrians, who are obliged to command in your army during the years when you must still have an insufficiency of Hungarian officers, as well as upon the races that hate you now, and only wait the opportunity to serve you the same trick they served you in 1847. I repeat, it seems to me the height of vanity and folly, and I regret it deeply, for in a struggle in which you were inconsistently right, you would have the sympathy of the United States. Kossuth is by no means forgotten, and the American loves romance, having so little of it. For romance, you stand in history preeminently, but if you make yourselves ridiculous, all 4 were muttering. Renata leaned forward and drew Molnar's eyes to hers. How would it have been if Rudolf had lived? She asked softly. Ah, Rudolf. The four men might have received an electric shock. If our crown prince had lived, cried Molnar, he would be our sympathetic, our indulgent ruler today. The king would surely have abdicated in his favour before this. If he had been reluctant, we should have found a way to persuade him. The king is preferable to his present heir, and not only do we hesitate to incur the antagonism of the world by embittering the last days of our old monarch, but it is a trait of human nature to postpone the evil day. But Rudolf, he would have granted our demands, and with his tact and resource have found a way to reconcile all the other states in the monarchy to our reforms. Perhaps he would have given us our liberty and accepted the presidency of the republic. That indeed would have been utopia. No one can admire and regret Rudolf more than I do, said Fessenden in the even dispassionate tones which irritated the Hungarians more than his words. But it is impossible not to notice that inevitable legend is growing up around his name. In a few years, it will obscure an individuality and a mental endowment that were better left unexaggerated. I came on the scene too late to know him, but I have heard him much discussed by more than one of his close personal friends, and while he was far more genial and sympathetic than is common among princes, and far more liberal and broad-minded, I do not in the least believe that he had a republican instinct, or would have parted voluntarily with an inch of his inheritance. Rather, he would have conceived it his mission to maintain its integrity with the last core of his army. No doubt his tact and his alert modern brain would have found a way through these difficulties which would have satisfied himself and Hungary. Problems that seem insoluble to an aged king might have been disentangled readily enough by him. But the hard fact remains that you have not Rudolf to deal with, but your king, and for a period after him, no doubt, the present crown prince. So would it not be wiser to conciliate your enemies until you are strong enough to crush them? Suppose Germany and Austria in a war against Russia, over the Balkans, let us say. Do you realize what your position would be as an independent state with all the antagonistic races within your borders in revolt? These races number 7,500,000, nearly half your population. Do they not? In some respects, the Hungarian mind is the brightest and most alert in Europe, and you are probably the only monarchical people wholly without servility. If you wreck yourselves and this rich and enterprising country, because you love your weaknesses more than your virtues, then you deserve to be crushed like an egg between the enemies who will take a particular delight in this process. But your party does not represent Hungary. The enlightened majority are not extremists. You can obstruct and keep the country in a turmoil, but when it comes to the general vote, you must be beaten. But meanwhile, you are demoralizing Hungary at home and making it ridiculous abroad. That is the point to be considered now. Molnar pushed back his chair and stood up, tossing back his head. For the moment, he looked like a statue of the poet of the Revolution, Alexander Petoffi, which, in its square across the river, seems to have the nerves of the dead man in it. You pay us your cold tribute, he cried. But what do you know of the order, the passionate enthusiasm of a race as different from yours as the Latin from the Teutonic? Logic. We have as much as any men when our hearts are not on fire with our wrongs. But we would rather die, be crushed like an egg, if you will, than exist like slaves a generation longer. He turned suddenly to Renata, his face illuminated under his perpetual frown. You, your Royal Highness, he cried, if you were our queen, you who look born to sit on a throne as wisely as Maria Theresia, yet without a bigotry and obstinacy, you who are so like Rudolf? Ah, why not? Why not? We will have coffee in the next room, said the Archduchess with cold severity as she rose and led the way. Oh, Molnar, have you seen the river and pest from the balcony? The end of section 42.
Section 43 of Rulers of Kings, a novel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Rulers of Kings, a novel by Gertrude Atherton. Part 2, Chapter 21. Fessenden and Renata were alone in the Hungarian house. Upon the departure of the Independents, diverted and mollified, the Archduchess had dismissed her weary ladies-in-waiting, and Alexandra, after wandering down to the garden with her brother and friend, had stolen away to sleep until the hour to drive. "You heard," said Renata. Do you not doubt now that I could be queen in Hungary?" "I never doubted it, nor that your reign would be as exciting as brief. Hungary is now enjoying her days of halcyon peace. When your father dies, she may not only have your cousin of Austria and William to reckon with, but King Karl of Roumania. It is the secret and persistent ambition of his life to win back to Roumania the lands it claims it owned before the conquest of Arpad, and one of these is not only Transylvania, but Hungary as far as the Thesis. He would join Austria in any attempt to crush Hungary, and he would be abetted by all the internal enemies of this country. Moreover, he hates William as only one strong personality can hate another, and at the first call of Hungary for the German Emperor or for his second son, he would not wait for Austria. He is a big man in a small country, and has never yet had his opportunity, but when it comes he will grasp it, be sure of that. But have you not had enough of all this for one day?" "Yes. What a contrast you are! I never so fully realized the destiny of the American race. Your brain remains as cold as your eyes until the right moment comes to let the fires leap up. And then— Tell me, I have thought constantly of all that you said last night. It seems to me that you felt yourself safe enough in declaring that you would sacrifice everything for me, ambitions, fortune, country, because you knew the obligation would never confront you. It is I who would have to renounce all and follow you. Austria would expel us both, and could do you no harm." "It is you who are most distressingly practical today. Why analyze the vows of a lover? I spoke the language of the heart last night, and my brain took the rest it needs. You were convinced of my sincerity then, and I am quite prepared to say it all over again." And so he did. But although he could make love with an intensity which Renata would be likely to recall in long hours of separation, he was still able to practice the better part of valor, and with the natural egotism of man, he was soon talking into a sympathetic ear of his hopes and plans for the future. Never was the egotism of man so wise in its exercise. It was the last magnet he needed to draw the soul of the woman to him. As he unrolled his vast schemes, so practical and so ideal, Renata forgot her own conventional ambitions. She seemed to herself to step out of a volume of history and mingle in the great throng of individuals who made their own laws and thought for themselves. "Before many years have passed," said Fessenden, "I hope to have united South America in one great republic. It is not only necessary to protect my railways. The element of personal selfishness must enter into everything that hopes to succeed. But I want to see the republican ideal flourish over the greater part of the civilized globe before I die." "And then? Shall you rule over these vast republics?" "Not I. I shall have all the work I want while creating them. There may come the crisis in the United States which I have been trained to meet, and the result might compel an interval of strong centralization. But the reconstruction finished, those could rule who were equal to the task. And such an interval would be brief, for the American would not stand the infringement of his liberties a moment longer than circumstances demanded. Although I believe in permanent centralization, to the extent of a ruler elected for life or good behavior, and I believe this principle is growing in the minds of all thinking Republicans who are not only sick of corruption, but of seeing a fine man in the presidential chair the slave of politicians, and shelved coincidentally with the full development of his usefulness, still, that ruler must be the free and deliberate selection of the majority of the people, and a monarch by their will alone, with no privileges whatever for his heirs. With democracy I have no more patience than with the autocracy of Russia, but I should be the last to blight an instinct which it is my desire to sow broadcast over the earth. It is for that I wish to be remembered. They can forget the dramas as soon as they like." "Ah, but tell me those!" exclaimed Renata. "I have waited for years to hear them." He entertained her with several of his adventures and exploits in South America, but dropped the subject to tell her something of his problem in mechanics and electricity. "If anything was needed when I awoke at noon today to make me feel as if I owned the entire universe," he said, "it was a letter from my chief electrician which convinced me for the first time that he was on the verge of perfecting this old dream of mine. My father was to go out as soon as telegraphed for and witness the practical demonstration. Then, indeed, I practically will hold the fate of the world in the hollow of my hand." Renata stared hard at him, her pulse quickening. She had always envied him, and now he seemed to her to embody all the hopeful ambitions of all the world, a Titan whom only a new country with its utter disregard of failure could have produced. What order of men should his republics bring forth? "But shall you never have a reverse, never fail?" she murmured. "There is a relentless law of compensation in nature. Surely you must have your own blows, your bitterness, like other mortals." "I have already had enough trouble and anxiety, to say nothing of hideous privations, fatigue, and illness, to satisfy nature for the present. The only blow that could have reached my heart before this would have been the death of my father." "Ah!" she exclaimed sharply. "You do love me. You know how much. When this is over, will its memory mean as much to you as it will to me? Will the loss embitter, discourage you? It has seemed to me since last night that it will mean too much to me, that I shall need more courage than I possess to live on. With men, with you? How would it be, with your 1,000 occupations where I might not have one? Oh, at least help me to win this country. I fear no enemies, nothing else on earth." "All that," said Fessenden, "is a subject which I positively refuse to discuss until these 2 months are up. All I wish you to be firmly convinced of from this moment, and you might repeat it nightly with your prayers, lest you forget it, is that, under no possible circumstances short of death, shall I give you up, or relax for a moment in my determination to overcome every obstacle which either you or your father may raise. The sooner you recognize me as your destiny, the better." End of section 43. Recording by Todd. Section 44 of Rulers of Kings, a Novel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Rulers of Kings, a Novel, by Gertrude Atherton. Part 2, Chapter 22. When a woman is groping about among the mysteries of her great passion, she has little to give the world, and, all the forces of her being consuming her inwardly, her magnetism is diminished. With the average woman this matters little. She merely bores her friends. But in the case of a princess, with but a season perhaps at her disposal within whose limits to preserve the map of Europe, or alter it to her liking, the untimely advent of love might blight her in the very plethora of her opportunities. Renata realized this danger after a few days of a complete indifference to anything but her own thoughts and the presence of Fessenden Abbot, discovered that she had fallen back into the niche of unapproachable princess, from which only he could draw her. The moment she appreciated her condition she roused, when in public, the energies of her mind, wrenching it from her inner life. A career she was determined to have, and although she could not recall the enthusiasm of those first weeks in Hungary, her purpose was revitalized by the long shadows of bitterness and despair which the future cast back to her. True to her compact, she endeavored to eject that future from her imagination, and in greater part succeeded, for she had more wisdom than most women, and appreciated the priceless value of the immediate happiness. She was content, and in brief intervals intensely happy. Her imagination was liberated, and her power to feel superlative. The knowledge that both imagination and capacity for living must prove her scourge hereafter, but made her cultivate both the more ardently while briefly mistress of her fate. and the concentrated ardour of which Fessenden was capable in rare moments they found alone, contrasted with his average mood when he seemed to belong so wholly to himself, fascinated her far more than any constant evidence of her consuming influence over him would have done. Her own powerful individuality recognized the separateness of his, and was content to touch it in fugitive moments only. The archaic poem of eternal oneness made no appeal to her. Passionate love and loyal friendship she had to offer in the fullest equipment granted to mortals. But the development of her own individuality in its incorruptible silences must go on forever, submerged only by the primal tides, and so her instincts and her endowment saved her from the pursuit of that will-o'-the-wisp which most women follow until it hides in the grave. She saw that Fessenden recognized in her this disunion of temperament and personality, for although his were the masculine limitations which deprived him of the comprehensions women think they want, the needs of his own soul were too great for blindness to another that had come so close. Therefore, Renata, although she loved her hours of solitude the more, and even grudged her brain its sleep, reopened her windows to the world before it was too late. She entertained frequently, and many of the magnates gave superb entertainments in her honor. Fessenden, Zeringi, and several other young enthusiasts arranged an illuminated fête on the Danube, and for a few moments she believed herself to be a fairy princess on a fairy planet. Every house, great and small, on the hills of Buda, burned its colored lights, and the bridges, the islands, the boats, looked as if on fire with the souls of stars and flowers. The fireworks among the ruins of the castle on the height completed a scene of illusion possible in only 3 or 4 cities of the world. Her own entertainments were given in no perfunctory fashion. She had one state dinner a week, and small dinners and luncheons for the better study of the Hungarian character. There was no theatre in the palace, but she had a stage erected in the Hall of Ceremonies, and Pulsart came from Munich to give the soliloquy of Manfred among the snowfields of the Alps, in what is perhaps the most perfect German spoken in a great empire where perfect German is seldom heard. Bremstadt came with him to sing from Carmen, and Frau Schratt and other artists of Vienna were engaged for the later winter. The local poets were permitted to declaim, and their emotional fires and abandon won the English and American guests, long divorced from patience with drawing-room inflictions. But the Hungarians shone most brilliantly in music, and there were frequent concerts in the palace, given entirely by members of the aristocracy, which inspired no comparison with professionals. When the Archduchess found time, she went to the theatre or opera, and sat in the gala box, wearing her best conceived gowns, and having taken care that her intention should be announced in the morning newspapers. And so Budapest had its gay winter at last, a winter that exceeded even longings and dreams, and made the heart of the tradesman sing, and filled the hotels with curious and ambitious visitors. But perhaps the true rapture dwelt in the pen of the correspondent, so long driven in the mere service of politics for the casual glance of a world at no pains to understand that it might yet be the destiny of Hungary to precipitate the great convulsion of Europe. These grateful gentlemen quickly made Renata the most famous woman on a public stage. Her pictures were sold in every capital. The illustrated weekly newspapers presented her to a delighted public in all her available aspects, and girl reporters came to Budapest and wrote imaginary interviews with her maids. No one knew better than Renata that this glitter and tinsel was but the prelude to true fame, and that without the opportunity to prove her wisdom as a ruler, she would take no place in history outside the covers of some book of beauty. Nevertheless, she found the notoriety and incense sweet after her long monotonies, and her pride was deeply gratified with the unequivocal success of her first programme. She would have been more satisfied if she could have had proof of the jealous uneasiness of William of Germany, and more secure if the state of mind of the Crown Prince of Austria and Hungary could have been revealed to her. But if Fessenden corresponded with his friends, he made no confidences, and neither her father nor Count von Kronenzeg mentioned her cousin in their letters, although they appeared to commend her course. But to Renata's surprise and occasional alarm, she frequently discovered that her imagination dwelt less on her future in history than on the great schemes of Fessenden Abbot, and that her thoughts were far more occupied with their unique and interesting details than with the future complexities of Europe, which long since had acquired the habit of repeating themselves. Gone were the hours when she had striven to untangle the web of her empire's future, to fit herself for every imaginable contingency. When her womanhood took its temporary rest, her brain was far more apt to dwell upon some point that was puzzling Fessenden. She reminded herself that this may have been the result of their daily conversations, his abrupt confidential asides, and believed she might assure herself that when the spell was removed, her interest in subjects so foreign to all in her previous 28 years would vanish with the sweetness of life. But they were not foreign to everything, she suddenly reminded herself. There was Alexandra. Would this sense of intimacy with the brother have descended upon her so quickly, even with the assistance of love, had it not been preceded by that other long intimacy? How deep had the influence of this American sunk? What changes had it perhaps wrought in her character during those 18 years of almost constant mental friction, beginning when her mind was plastic, and always making her chief interests in life? Nothing is more difficult than to concentrate the mind in self-analysis, self-examination. The children of the experience resent the scientific probing of the mind and hide in the shadowy deeps. Renata was forced to recur to the subject abruptly, to glimpse her mental layers by flashlight. It was difficult even then to make sure what tracings had been done by an alien hand, much less to imagine just what she would have been had that hand been withheld. But finally she learned enough to cause her moments of deep uneasiness, grave doubts if she were so inviolate a Hapsburg as she had believed. And when she realized there had been intervals when her emaciated and now rebellious imagination had transported her to the American continent, where she moved with the assurance and the vivid sense of freedom of the American girl, she shrank in terror, as if already she had taken a traitorous and irrevocable step. She had always been convinced that she should find all things in the American section of America quite detestable, from their very unlikeness to all things sanctified by the traditions of Europe. But now she emerged from visions of herself, penetrated with happiness in a romantic wilderness of mountains and forest, or in cities which epitomized that wonderful modern life which seemed to relegate the old to boards and calfskin. There were times when she actually felt the rush and fever of the life in her veins. It was then that she turned her mind to Hungary. She had been deeply gratified to learn that on the greater portion of the left William had made no impression, except to deepen their hatred and distrust of Germany. That this enthusiastic and oft-times desperate party was being secretly drawn to her standard, Renata was not long discovering. For a time at least, they would accept a queen where they would reject a king, and their susceptible natures inclined them naturally toward a young and beautiful ruler whom they could love, and no doubt manage, while she added to their picturesque strength in the eyes of the world. Renata was aware that the new thought was traveling silently, and while trembling lest it reach Vienna, she dared not notice it sufficiently to demand prudence. The part must be thrust upon her, not only to save her in the eyes of Europe, but the lightest hint of ambition from her would have alarmed the independents and turned their admiration to contempt. There were times during this strange interlude in her life when she was possessed by a sensation of supreme joy, or by deep and tranquil happiness, moments when she paced the terrace alone on brilliant mornings in a tumult of wonder, when Budapest, beautiful enough, was glorified, and the links binding her to the mundane were dissolved. In such moments she neither analyzed nor speculated, she but intensely lived. But when they had passed, she wondered if such ideally pagan moments were prophetic of greater happiness, or if they were peculiar to that antechamber of the unknown which is the prelude in love. The possibility depressed her, and at other times she suffered sharply. If Fessenden carelessly laid his arm about Alexandra's shoulders, or took her hand, satisfied in the masculine fashion with what happened to be convenient at the moment, Renata would turn cold with jealousy and disgust with life. As she was too proud to protest, or explain, she punished the bewildered offender with a freezing demeanor, and both were miserable for several days. The reconciliation, however, enshrined the misery in a halo of gratitude. Her jealousy was purely impersonal, and induced no alteration in her attitude towards Alexandra. It was not the object, but the apparent wandering of his affections that concerned her, and the physical manifestation, she took for granted that he loved his sister, would have thought him deficient in human nature if he had not. But that sort of relation was passive. The active he had entered upon embraced her alone. Like other women in love, she was constantly making discoveries about herself, and when, one day, alone in her thoughts, she found herself overwhelmed and dissolved in a transport of maternal tenderness for the man to whom ultimately she could be nothing, she realized for the first time how far love had carried her. This was toward the end of the interlude, and soon after, even the uneasiness of this discovery was forgotten in the haunting dismay which preceded the end. Meanwhile, Zerrini was manifestly impatient that the visit should be made to his castle in the Transylvanian Alps before the full rigors of winter should compel an indefinite postponement. So far, the winter was mild, and the snow on the lower Alps not so heavy that oxen could not draw the sledges up the steep mountain roads. Renata, welcoming a few days' release from the world and greater freedom, set the date, and it was arranged that the party should consist only of her ladies, Alexandra, Fessenden Abbot, and Prince Esterhazy. They were to linger long enough in Klausenburg, Kronstadt, and the intervening villages, to give the inhabitants a glimpse of their princess, and an opportunity to offer the ovation which once had been their joy to give to Rudolf. End of section 44. Recording by Todd.
Section 45 of Rulers of Kings, a novel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Matt Alex. Rulers of Kings, a novel, by Gertrude Atherton. Chapter 23. When one is standing in a window looking down into a gorge 1,000 feet below, the cynical reflections of a mummy in bed smoking a cigar vex the impulse of romance, quick in the brain. Renata was in the window. The window was Zerini's. So was the perpendicular mountain of which the old border fortress might have been an abrupt continuation. So indeed were the harsh wild peaks, bare but for the glittering snow, which rose high above this lofty height. The mummy was Saralta, who was in bed with a cold. The invasion of her sacred person by impertinent microbes always put her in a bad humor, and today it urged her to improve one of her rare solitudes with her royal charge. Moreover, she was profoundly puzzled. If Renata was not in love with this American, why then did she show him a preference never before won for a moment by another admirer? But if she were in love, why then this serenity? She had expected that Renata's inevitable love episode would be fraught with tragedy from the very first, and that pallid cheeks and heavy eyes would be the visible signs, haughtily as the princess might comport herself. Had the heroine been anyone but Renata, she might have drawn a characteristic deduction from this serenity, but although she was not the European to swear to the virtue of any woman, she knew that Renata, if not bigotedly virtuous, was bigotedly loyal to her house, and had long since made her vow that by no act of hers should another of its stones be loosened. Rather, she was exalted by the hope that it might be her destiny to save it from destruction. And Saralta, who had settled back comfortably into her early doctrine that life was made to live, could have gone to the stake herself for the aristocratical or the monarchical idea. Therefore, she believed that Renata would immolate her passion on this altar the moment it burned too fiercely, and so, after all, was prepared to take her oath upon the virtue of one woman. Nevertheless, she was curious. Of the compact, of course, she knew nothing. And had she, still would she have puzzled, knowing the power and the will of woman to torment herself. But she had come to the conclusion that it was possible Renata, never having seen Fessenden alone, this the good lady also believed, did not wholly realize her condition, would not until he left her, so determined to do what she could in the way of preliminary disenchantment. There is no greater fallacy, she was saying, than the belief that women regret their youth. I mean women who have lived the life of the heart. Nature invariably compensates, and in exchanging wisdom for youth she is at her best. No woman ever crowded more into her youth, nor held to it longer, than I did. Yet I can recall now the sensation of relief when I finally realized that henceforth I should live for myself alone above all, that I had had my final disappointment. For love, my dear, is one exquisite disappointment from first to finish, for the woman I mean. Men are rarely psychological enough for the disappointments that grind the heart of woman until it is callous. When they are not able to hurt us, so they may be left out of the question. The thoroughly masculine man, the only sort that is capable of inspiring the grand passion because he has the primal attributes designed by nature that he may fully mate with woman, is, in the very completeness of his equipment, blind to all that is most subtle and feminine in woman, giving her, therefore, 20 strokes of torment to 1 of happiness, or even pleasure. What is the result? We live, the most irresistible of us, 3/4, 5/8 of our lives alone, striving to find in imagination what man will never give us. Life, with women who are not small pieces of pulp in the domestic mill, is one long chase after happiness. What is there for most of us but happiness, politics, and charities? I have sometimes envied the women who have to work their brains blunt to fill their conservative little stomachs. Her voice thickening, she paused to inhale the fumes for the last specific for colds. Renata continued to stare out the window, and her duenna continued in a moment. But I have also wondered, ma chère, if, did man give us what that craving thing we call our soul demands, would we enjoy ourselves even as much as we do? It is always a gamble which will tire first, the man or the woman, and on the whole I am inclined to believe that the woman of charm and brain, and in the position of life which enables her to find much distraction, is the surer prey to disenchantment. If she be of a deeper nature, or if she has deluded herself for a little that the man actually loved her and not himself, she may not tire, but be so bitterly disgusted and disillusioned that, for a moment at least, she is capable of tragedy. But the average man, so particular with charm at first, merely lets us down in ennui. If he gave woman more of himself than he does now, perhaps she would tire sooner. He needs all the mystery he has. However, the fact remains that man is eternally unsatisfactory and woman eternally unsatisfied. I doubt if a woman of imagination ever lived who, having won what rent her soul and body while withheld, would not, after the first short chapter, exchange the reality for the previous lost world of her imagination. Good God, the disillusionment, the readjustment, the struggle through terror and despair to philosophy! If I were ordered to live my life over, I should demand, in compensation, the ever-fresh memory of a great and unsatisfied passion, after having known one man in the daily life of matrimony. A woman is briefly happy twice in her life, when a man, the man, is pursuing her, and palpitating doubt alternates with delicious certainty, and again, during the man's first ardor, when he is so anxious to please, and so certain that he loves the woman, not himself, that his concentrated charm blinds, yet irradiates the universe. Shortly after, he becomes as matter-of-fact as he is. And then men are, no matter what their brains, utterly, irretrievably stupid where women are concerned. A man is never so happy as when he has lost the love of the woman, and she, taking refuge in duty, makes him thoroughly comfortable. On the other hand, men are abruptly left by women again and again, and the cleverest of them never guess the reason why. They go on ruining their own lives, which they never suspect, and those of the women best worth having, without learning a lesson from the past. There is no happiness, my dear, until you are as old as I am, look like a mummy, and smoke vuelta abajo. Of course I recognize that all that was meant for me. Her charge left the window and stared down at her. She puffed out a cloud, for Renata's eyes always made her blink. But I am surprised that a woman of your wisdom should fancy that the person ever lived who would adjust his life by the experience of another. You have a brain, most women have not. You will always be more or less guided by it. Therefore, you are worth the trouble to warn. You are the last person I should have expected to abdicate the happiness of the unknown, but I have thought that out for myself, and more than once. I believe that the only way a woman can avoid the cut of her sex is to avoid the fulfillment of love. Then the fates are placated, and after the first wrench permit the imagination a certain happiness, the soul a certain elevation, no doubt impossible, and what must eventually become prosaic and disappointing. I am not surprised that you have arrived at that truth by yourself, and be sure that all the troubles in the world amount to little if you can bear them alone, and that no troubles, barring poverty and pain, count an infinitesimal speck in the balance of those made by love or the desperate attempt to find happiness. Indeed, I will modify what I said just now, and stake my life that a woman is happy only when she is not in love. There is no such thing as sympathy between the soul of man and woman. The man who thinks he sympathizes with a woman's subtle wants is a milksop. The other, the only sort we love, doesn't try, never thinks about it, and either way we are miserable, having the primal curse of Eve upon us. So the old maids or the quickly widowed have the best of it in this life. Doubtless things are better arranged in another. Perhaps in that we will be born without imagination. I don't know, but that would be the deepest definition of heaven after all. I think it more likely that in alternate existences the man of one is the woman of another, said Sir Walter dryly. That would be nature and her compensations as we know them. On the whole, she is just. End of section 45. Chapter 23.
Section number 46 of Rulers of Kings, a novel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Rulers of Kings, a novel by Gertrude Atherton. Part 2, Chapter 24. Fessenden was walking restlessly about the hall of the castle, awaiting the finish of Renata's visit of duty at the bedside of her duenna. There was a prospect, for the first time in several days, of an hour with her alone. Zrinyi, Prince Esterhazy, Vilma, and Alexandra had gone for a walk, and Piroshka had not been seen that day. They had arrived 2 days before, after 3, in a special train with many pauses and no solitudes, and until now had been a gay and united party. Alexandra had announced herself satisfied with the castle, but as her tone had been frivolous, Zrinyi had forborne to press his suit. The roughness of the old days of border warfare was curiously blended with the modern comforts of a nobleman's hunting lodge. The staircase, towards which Fessenden directed eyes of impatient longing, looked as if no woman had ever descended it, although many women had huddled there when the Turkish guns were battering. The logs in the old fireplace and the big ornamental stones which have superseded andirons in the greater part of Europe tempered the ancient cold. The rough walls and floors were covered with the skins of wild beasts and other trophies of the chase, and the chairs, at least, were comfortable. The hall was a museum of old battle flags captured from the Turks, Austrians, rival clans in the days of the oligarchs, and of weapons as old and varied. The castle was very large, and had been surrounded on 3 sides by a double moat, but to former implements of war it had been impregnable, and the unsquandered wealth of the family had kept every part of it from decay, except the entrance wall. Fessenden thought it an admirable setting for a honeymoon, failing that, for a few days' final courtship. But his patience, never a gift of nature but a creation of his will, was close upon its finish, and the day he left Budapest, he had set his train in motion. Only his habit of playing a close and far-seeing game had saved him from some precipitate act which might have wrecked his hopes, for the blood was often in his head. Whether or not Mr. Abbot had had such a crisis as this in mind when he trained his son in the qualities that conquer, in no other way had they served Fessenden so well. He was pitting his wit and his wealth against the mightiest prejudice which existed in the world of his day, and his victory over Renata must spring solely from the former, for without it her love would avail him nothing. Had he been able to conquer her prejudices by any of the arts of love or passion, he would have urged a flight from this castle, which was far from communication with the telegraph, and where the sympathetic Zrinyi would have kept guardians and spies imprisoned, to Trieste, where his yacht awaited him. But he knew that Renata, although capable of a revolution which would raise the first wall between them, must accomplish that revolution in solitude and despair, under the pressure of circumstances which he had already shaped. The demolishment of the second wall might cost him something almost as dear as the woman, but Fessenden was prepared to sacrifice more than that. Fortunate for the great affairs of the house of Abbot that the senior was particularly well at this time. The heir, for all his self-control, was in a state of mind which, had he been compelled to return, and nothing short of his father's death or a financial panic would have drawn him across the seas, would have lost him the faith of Wall Street. Since his violent attack of calf love and the strange illuminations which had succeeded it, he had looked upon woman with a critical eye, and treasured his inmost feelings with a jealous care. Never again, he had determined long since, would he go through that futile agony at the instance of anything less than death. when he found the one woman whom he could love more than his life or his ambitions, or as well, then would he pour all he had husbanded at her feet. But he would have her, unless the Almighty himself intervened. Busy as was his life, he had been sharply aware of its incompleteness. There had been many hours of longing for the deep companionship of love, for the perfection of his own soul and manhood. The vague ideal of his dreams he had not recognized in Renata's physical part when they met in the cottage, his sense of adventure being keener than any vital longing, and the fury of the dance excluding mental knowledge of his partner. But he had discovered her not long after, and the great measure that he had to offer of homage and love and passion had since burned steadily. With a less strong brain, the flame would have been less steady, and the rare moments of solitude with her and their temptations might have overwhelmed him. He had never imagined a woman who could so crowd into a moment the concentrated essence of all the melting tenderness and the passionate energy that made up the surrender of woman. It is true that more than once the temptation had assailed him to use her weakness as the shortest way out of the difficulties that beset him. But not only had he so far never taken advantage of anyone but a scoundrel, and did he still hold women in an old-fashioned reverence, but he forecast the weeks, perhaps months asunder, when in desperation she might marry any prince her father selected. And in his cooler moments, he tingled at the thought of a victory which would be as great for his young country as for himself, of being the chosen instrument to initiate a new order of things as inevitable as the progress of the world. Romantic as he was, the campaign he had planned, where the only weapons should be his own wit and the millions which the world, with its curious love of self-delusion, affects to despise, typifying as they do modern life itself, appealed to him more powerfully than a flight across a picturesque country of many costumes to his yacht, or a rescue from the palace of Buddha. But at present he was not rehearsing his plan of campaign. The coming moment commanded his imagination, and the blood was beginning to pound in his ears when he heard the light rustle of her garments. He sprang up the stairs and met her on the first landing.
"Not here,"
she said nervously.
"Sarota is in bed, and Piroshka has a toothache. But who knows?"
"Has it ever occurred to you that the Countess Piroshka is a spy?" he asked as they crossed the hall to the room Zringi called his study, although it had not a book in it.
"Possibly,"
said Renata indifferently.
"We are accustomed to spies. That is usually one of the duties of the Oberstoffmeisterin. But Sarota is too wealthy to be bought, and is of approved fondness for me. I suppose Count von Königsegg thought it wise to have one in my household he could count on. I doubt if she has made any report of consequence so far, for she has bided her time, hoping that the worst would happen. But she will, for she wants to marry you. But it will matter little now. Our time is almost up."
She spoke in a tone of profound dejection. The serenity she had maintained in Sarota's presence had dropped from her like a mask. In a moment she withdrew from his embrace and leaned against the window frame and stared down into the ravine where so many Turks had mouldered to dust.
"It is time for the comedy to end,"
she said sharply.
"Sarota knows. Before long will interfere. Königsegg is sure to interrogate Piroshka before long, if he has not done so already. And there must be many comments in Budapest and Vienna on your long stay here and your constant presence in the palace. Moreover, it is impossible you should remain away from America much longer. The 2 months you set yourself have nearly passed. Let us talk plainly. My capacity for self-deception is at an end. Indeed, for days past it has slipped from me again and again, and I am worried about many other things."
"What things?" asked Fessenden gently. He gathered his faculties and stood looking at her from the other side of the narrow window, with his piercing and concentrated glance. But he took her hand and held it tenderly. "At least if we are soon to part,
Let there be as little to regret as possible. You owe me your confidence, nor is there anyone else to whom you would give it." "Oh," she exclaimed, "that is true enough. To no other have I ever been frank at all. No one else has ever known me, nor ever can. It has given me the most intellectual and voluptuous delight fully to reveal myself for once in my life. I suppose I do not yet realize how much. After all, why should I complain? I have had what most women never find, and have that sense of the indestructible bond. I shall have it as long as I live. How many that flutter over this earth, do you suppose, have that sense of an everlasting, indissoluble embrace? You feel it now. Will you? Will it content you, that sense of spiritual completeness? Can you be faithful to that?" "I should be very grateful for it, if I could not find anything better. And I am as capable of complete fidelity as you are. But tell me what other things have worried you." "It is this."
Her rising excitement flashed the blood into her face, and she pushed her unsteady hand into her hair, lifting it as if its weight oppressed her.
"In these weeks that have slipped along so easily, so naturally, in which we have found so much happiness, I had grown as accustomed to it all as any engaged girl. My imagination seemed to sleep, or only to give me to you in the future. Nothing in me protested, warned, except a mechanical effort of intellect. It all seemed the most natural thing in the world. I thought, when I entered into that compact, that I should lead a dual mental life, or rather that I should be wholly yours when with you, and wholly myself when alone, fully alive to the end. But I have been wholly yours when alone, and as wholly oblivious of the future. And that is not all. It needed only you, and what you brought me, to fill me with a joyous abandon of liberty such as a man might feel who saw and could walk alone for the first time. I had felt something of this before you came, for the sudden change from prison to a comparative freedom almost turned my head. But since you, who breathe liberty, who typify it, who seem to exhale the very essence of your wonderful young country, you who fear no one, Am I still myself? Am I Fessenden? That is the thought that has tortured me these last few days. Am I unfaithful in some subtle way to my house, to myself, to the future, to Europe, to all that slaves born in the purple should be most steadfast to? Rudolf may have been weak, but he killed himself in a moment when he was mad with his loathing for life and the methods by which he had sought to forget it. But he was incapable of deserting his post deliberately, and if his mind could have been occupied by the duties of a ruler, he would have had no time for despair. But I feel as if the secret revolution in me had made me capable of greater than weakness. That is common enough in my class. It has bred in me an indifference. There, I have said it. To all that I have held most sacred, I feel as if I had slipped into another world. My rigid love of duty, even my old superstitions, they had gone. But I have dragged them back. Last night, as I lay awake, it seemed to me that I clawed them out of their graves and shook and warmed them into life. I have escaped a deadly peril. I know that when you have gone, I shall gradually become myself again, if not quite the same, if without enthusiasm. At least I shall fit into the old routine.
And you believe that? Asked Fessenden. You will no more fall back into your old state of medieval ignorance and superstition than I shall be wholly myself until I possess you. You have been remade. You have come to life, and only in me. You will return neither to separateness nor to ignorance. The imagination is quiescent while companioned. But wait!
Do you know, there have been moments when, if you had asked me, I believe I should have fled with you to your yacht. I don't know myself. I almost long to have you gone that I may suffer to the utmost capacity of my nature and then adapt myself to the future.
He had taken out his watch. By carriage and a good many changes of train, we could reach Fiume in some time tomorrow. A telegram on the way will bring my yacht there. Will you go?
Oh, no, I will not go. It is bad enough that I am tempted. Oh, I want to go. I want to go more than I have ever wanted anything on this earth. Another man would make it inevitable, but you will not. And in a few days, I shall be battling with regrets and hating myself the more.
Yes, he said, and with little enthusiasm. I could compel you, and you would love me the more for it. But I should not love myself. It would not be playing a fair game. I have a puritanic conscience as an inheritance. Also, I have the instinct of the American to protect women. Girls, perhaps I should say. To look upon them as his chief responsibility. That is pounded into us early. And I have lived so much within myself that it would demoralize me to fall too far below my own standard. God knows I fall below it often enough. Moreover, if I gave way to my passions, you might, were our escape interrupted, suffer so terribly that it chills my blood whenever I think of it. I believe that is the one thing. The knowledge that you were in your father's power, unable to escape, that would send me off my head. And it is necessary that I keep my head until I am able in all ways to protect you.
End of section 46, part 2, chapter 24.
Section 47 of Rulers of Kings, a novel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Yoganand. Rulers of Kings, a novel by Gertrude Atherton. Chapter 25. Have you noticed, asked Alexandra of Zrini as the Archduchess descended the staircase, that our princess has until tonight for the past week worn only black or white? Why should I notice a trifling detail like that? Asked Renee sulkily. If she looked beautiful, what matters her dress? You don't deserve to be asked intelligent questions. Renata was trailing down the rough old staircase between smoking lamps almost as old, in a green velvet gown of many hues, any one of which would have enhanced the brilliancy of her skin and hair. The neck of the gown was cut squarely, and a high, stiff collar of white lace rose behind her head. Her skin was bare of jewels, her hair piled high and without ornament. In her cheeks was a deep flush, her eyes sparkled restlessly, her face had escaped from its habitual repose. Her whole figure expressed vigor, energy, impatience ill-confined. If it were not the princess, one would almost say she looked reckless, murmured Peroska to Fessenden, who was staring at the vision, the only one of the company, perhaps, who found nothing foreign in Renata's appearance. Peroska compelled him to transfer his gaze. "That's the way I have always imagined a girl might look who had made up her mind to elope," she continued. Fessenden started slightly, and quick as he was with his words, the Countess noticed it. "The princess has cruelty of her sex," he replied. "She doubtless occupies a very considerable part of her time thinking out new gowns with which to distract us." "Why don't you look more hopeless?" whispered Peroska. "Must you have men who wear their hearts upon their sleeves?" "No, but no man can wear a mask forever, unless he is secretly happier than he would have us believe. I am always happy. It's a mere matter of temperament." He paused deliberately and looked at her. "Moreover," he added, "I have no intention of failing." And then he joined the group about the Archduchess. They had parted but 2 hours before, and although he had never been so convinced of her love for him, there had been nothing then of the almost reckless promise which her eyes seemed to flash to his as the movement was made towards the lower end of the room. What did it mean? Had an hour of solitary thought in the dark before her maids came to dress her beaten a passion so high that it had overwhelmed her traditions at last, and urged her to take advantage of this opportunity for flight? He turned giddy at the thought, and suddenly realized that, deeply enamored as he was with the idea of manipulating princes, his want of the woman extinguished this ambition among others, and that he found incomplete happiness something more than torment. The hall was of immense proportions, and the dining room being far off, beyond many chill corridors, the table was spread at the end farthest from the doors that opened directly upon a platform in front of the castle. The cannon were still in the embrasures. In the light of the many yet insufficient lamps, the room, with its battle flags and weapons, its skins and dim hangings embroidered with the old arts of Hungary, so recently revived, was feudal enough to please the most exacting American. "Count," murmured Alexandra, "if you could only provide an earthquake shock among other phenomena, I believe I should no longer resist." "You need an earthquake," he replied, "but of course I am gratified and hopeful of the conquest of the castle. I shouldn't care to live here all the year round, however. Heaven forbid, even with the most adored of women. Give me the capitals of the world in the winter. It's a great comfort to feel that our tastes are so much alike." And she thought, "The Hungarians may be 2/3 fire and impulse, but no American could take his cues more quickly." Rennie, who was not in a sentimental mood, continued, "I was surprised for this night, if not an earthquake. I find that the peasantry all through these mountains have been much excited since they heard the princess was coming here, that is to say, the sister of Rudolf. Most of the young men were beaters at one time or another for him, and those who were not, and the old and the women, invariably managed to see him when he came to Gorgeni. His delightful manners, combined with the halo of monarchy, made them worship him in a manner which few modern princes have known. Ludwig II perhaps furnishes the only parallel. Nor will they believe him dead. They know that our princess resembles him in many respects, and doubtless they have some sort of hope that she can give them definite news of him, that perhaps she has come to announce his return from the dim unknown. So I went and sent men about inviting them to come here tonight. She has another opportunity to draw to herself the love that has been wasted since Rudolph's death. I'm grateful that she's looking her best tonight, for although she's always beautiful, she has appeared less brilliant of late." "She wears color tonight," said Alexandra dryly. "That's the whole secret. I'm not a fool, mademoiselle. I understand quite well, and sincerely wish she could be happy. But unhappiness is a fate of princes. They're born in sacrifice, and they die in it, having known little else. But a princess has so much to give. It's a great pity I don't waste my sympathies on them as a rule. And your brother, it is his first disappointment? It'll go hard with him, but any man worth a name can get over anything. That's comforting. If Renata and Fessenden suddenly made up their minds to run off, should you help them?" "Run off? Great heaven! How could you conceive such a thing even in jest? The Hapsburgs have done a good deal for love. But that, an American? That's your point? It would be a good beginning." "I've always wondered," murmured Rennie, "why you did not put 3 heads on your eagle while you were about it." The two-headed one was sufficiently absurd to deter us. You have not answered my question. Should you help them? I suppose I should. My sympathies would be with them as lovers, being in such a deplorable condition myself. But I should not approve, for I believe in the principle of monarchy, and that would deal it a heavy blow. But a liaison? There is no objection to that, if it were circumspectly managed. That shocks your American prudery, but in the case of princes, it's a desirable outlet for the feelings they have in common with the rest of humankind, especially when a still more vital principle is at stake. Our princess can preserve this monarchy if anyone can, and I, for one, would welcome her as a solution. For William, with all his great qualities, is perhaps a trifle too high and mighty for Hungary, and his second son is still an unknown quantity. It would be criminal in her to desert us, but a liaison would do no one any harm. I don't take monarchies as seriously as you do, and I have brought up Renata too well. She will have no liaisons. Besides, my brother plays for high stakes. It's a best or nothing with him. Men have been known to take what they could get, and there are elements in our princess which are beyond even your training. Tonight she looks like a beautiful ripe fruit hanging heavily from the tree. The Hapsburgs have bad blood in them, not a dram of the puritanism of the Hohenzollerns. The princess has it in her to be a great sovereign, but bien, the world is her oyster. Why should she not open it? If I marry you, it will be to reform your morals. Not that they are worse than those of any other European. American morals are bourgeois. So is its hypocrisy. But we like things that way. I may even make an American of you yet. I have no objection to being an American if I can live in Europe. And all the Americans I have met seem to make no difficulty about that. I suppose your excellent father would not wish me to go into business with him? I am sure he would not. Sarolta, murmured Prince Esterhazy. I have been uneasy for some time. Has not the moment come to speak? I have spoken this afternoon, and a philosophical calm staggered me. I see no evidence of philosophical calm. It's a transformation I do not understand, although I understand it as a manifestation better than the philosophy. I shall ask Mr. Abbott to go as soon as we reach Budapest, and doubtless he would be obliged to return to America very soon in any case, although I had a letter yesterday from his stepmother, and she seemed to take his long absence without protest. I do not care to do anything further without something more specific as an excuse than the young man's devotion and an expression of reckless defiance worn for one evening. Besides, we have Piroska to do the spying. The king will not remain too long unwarned. But Renata's love affair hardly worries me as much as this perhaps too sudden popularity. I fear it may be overdone and will alarm France, possibly the king. Renata has not a thought of usurpation. I am convinced of that, but... Exactly. I saw Koenigsegg when I was in Vienna last week, and he tried in his delicate way to pump me. He learned nothing, but I did. The wind is blowing the wrong way. If the princess, in a moment of haughty forgetfulness, drops a policy of conciliation towards Koenigsegg, or he becomes suddenly fearful of American influence, for Mr. Abbott may go, but he will return. Oh, I know nothing of men. Or the minister fears to anger the heir. Then our beautiful princess will go back to her cage in the Hofburg. In that case, I should not care to be the emperor, remarked the Princess Sarolta. Renata suddenly lifted her hand. I hear such a peculiar noise, she said. Is a storm rising? The rest became aware of a deep, low murmur, not unlike the rolling in of tides. Rennie left the table hastily and looked from one of the narrow windows at the upper end of the hall. I'll send for your cloaks, he said, and then I shall ask you to step out on the platform for a moment. A few minutes later he threw open the great doors of the hall, and the party stared silently at the scene before them. The full moon swung close to the ice fields, the white harsh peaks high above. In the courtyard, on the small plain beyond, on every snowy hill and rock, were crowded hundreds of men clad in the skins of the sheep, the wolf, the goat, and the bear. On their heads were high fur hats, which exposed but a fringe of long hair on their shoulders and concealed their brows, giving them an aspect of singular wildness. But they were very quiet, almost breathless, until Zrini stepped forward and shouted something in Romanian. Then each man lifted a flute to his lips, and a sweet and savage melody stole forth gently, to rise and swell until all the vast and desolate scene seemed to bend and listen. The notes might have been born of the peaks that looked as if torn asunder by harsh, unlovely hands, then softened to beauty and gentleness by the silver glitter of the snow. And the strains, piercing yet remote, had in them too the eternal loneliness of the mountains, the only thing in nature akin to the eternal loneliness of the great. The hills took up the echo and rolled it on, and among far and hidden peaks a laugh seemed flying from itself. When they had finished, Zrini turned to Renata. "They have come here to see your Royal Highness," he said, "and not so much because you are a princess as a sister of a lost crown prince. Have I permission to ask them to enter?" Renata, who was pale, turned paler. "Yes," she said, "ask the men." The guests returned to the lower end of the hall, whence the table had been removed, and threw off their cloaks. The women made a brilliant group in their elaborate dinner dress, the flowers and jewels and superfluous fans. The Wallachians and Romanians, there are few of Hungarian blood so far south in Transylvania, came silently but eagerly in. Each man, as he entered, removed the tower of fur on his head, revealing a dark mane of matted hair. The countenances thus exposed were mild and often handsome, but the dark eyes burned and flashed with an excitement of which they gave no other evidence. Renata remained with the group until the incoming throng had almost filled the hall. The doors were still open, and behind the mass of heads on the platform she could see the snowy slopes of the range, whose silence seemed to have fallen upon the castle. No one spoke, and the sandals of the mountaineers pressed the floor silently. Zrini murmured a suggestion, and Renata ascended a few steps of the staircase which finished the hall. All the voluptuous beauty had left her face. It was so white that her eyes burned black. Her aspect would have been angry had it been less stern. She could not speak Romanian, but Zrini had hastily taught her a few words. "I am the sister of your crown prince," she said, "and I am honored and happy that you have come to see me." They gazed at her for a few moments in a heavier silence. To them she had lost nothing of a beauty they had never seen, and in the wavering lights, possibly because at the moment her mind was face to face with her brother, her likeness to Rudolf was so strong as to send the blood to their heads. It rose slowly, for they were cold with long waiting and taken by surprise with a beauty they had not expected. But when they realized that the sister of their prince and the chiefest object of his affections stood before them, they suddenly sent forth a mighty cry, hard, wild, abrupt. It was almost a note of agony, such as the mountains might have given when the fires of the earth boiled them apart. The cry shot out again, but this time it swelled into volume, ended in a roar, and then split into intelligible sound. "Helene! Setreska! Setreska!" shook the old flags like the wind of battle. Then, on a higher note, "Rudolf! Rudolf! Rudolf!" They came forward like a great wave, excited, voluble, demanding to be told what they had done to anger their prince, that he came no more, what his wicked enemies had done with him, why his father, the great king and emperor, was hiding him. It was idle to attempt to answer, and Renata stood looking down upon them, at times forgetting the strange scene, her thoughts in the crypt of the Capuchin church with her brother. Suddenly she heard herself addressed in Hungarian, and glanced aside to see a gypsy standing on the step below her. He was regarding her with admiring eyes, but there was a sardonic twinkle in them, and his mien, although friendly, would not have inspired confidence in an idiot. However, Renata came forth from her thoughts and smiled on him. "Did you know him?" she asked. He addressed her in the most extravagant forms of homage, but when he answered a question, it was with directness enough. "I was with his party on every visit," he asserted triumphantly, as if exhibiting a valued stock in trade. "I and my band. He was always eager to hear the Czardash, and out on Lake Zenoga, sometimes at Gorjani, we sat at his board, or in the circle by the fire. Oh, those were the days, your highness. First a prince, then a gypsy, then a prince, then a gypsy, all mixed up, all drunk, everybody happy. I know that Rudolf is dead, for I have travelled far, but I wish he were not." The man's speech broke through the severity of her mood, and she laughed. "I've no doubt they are gay times," she said, "and I regret that I am not a man to come and take his place among you. But I will do the best I can, and believe that I shall love you as much as he did." The man shook his head. "We would never dare to love like that again." He paused, then added meaningly, "The love of the chosen Hapsburgs is fatal, to themselves and to those who win it." Renata looked over the man's head as if he had disappeared into the still shouting multitude. But he had the assurance of his race, which acknowledges neither country nor king, and he repeated, "It's always fatal, your Royal Highness." Then Renata looked down at him once more. After all, the creature was not worth crushing, and he was diverting. Moreover, he had known and doubtless been spoiled by a brother. Rudolf had told her many anecdotes of the gypsies who always attached themselves to his Transylvanian household. "You will not return to us," continued the gypsy. "When Rudolf left us the last time, I said he would not return. Nor did I predict it, because he said to us not auf Wiedersehen, but goodbye. Is that true? It is true, but that was not the reason. When he came that last time, I said he would not return. And how do you know I shall not return? Because love is fatal to the chosen Hapsburgs, your Royal Highness." "Then they can avoid love," said the Archduchess impersonally. "Not when they are made for it. Nature has protected many by a mask as ugly as a plague. When she gives them beauty, be sure it is to scourge the proudest house on earth, and to chastise it for centuries of cruelty and oppression. Maria Theresa was beautiful. She was fat. She also had more children than a man ever can remember. Besides, she was not really beautiful. And you're not very logical. Other houses of Europe have records for injustice as great as ours may possibly have. Nature has taken other methods to punish them. Be sure that none shall escape. I suppose you wish to tell my fortune. I have not superstition enough for that, but in the name of my brother I will send you a purse to the servants' quarters tonight." She withdrew into the polite silence with which royalty laced on the burden of audience, but the gypsy held his ground. He thanked her extravagantly, and added, "I am more honest than most gypsies, your Royal Highness. I do not pretend to see too far into the future. But when a man's heart is black with remorse and bitterness and hatred of life and the reckless indulgence of passions, I can see the end. And when a woman—" "Go," said Renata, and this time the man mingled his featureless sheepskin with the others. She beckoned to Zrini and spoke with him a moment. Then he stood beside her and lifted his hand. Every man seemed to shut his voice between his teeth. "Her Royal Highness wishes me to tell you," said the Count on a note which carried to those beyond the door, "that Rudolf is dead. That he has gone where you may meet him again if you are faithful and loyal subjects to the throne. She will tell you herself." And Renata said in Romanian and with a cold accent of finality, "He is dead." Zrini let the words sink into the silence. Then he raised his voice again and shouted that barrels of wine were opening in the kitchen, and the great wave turned upon itself and rolled out, but still in silence and with many a backward glance. Renata ascended the stairs. When she returned, she wore a short skirt and a long fur cloak with a hood. "I am going for a walk," she said to the astonished company. "Mr. Abbot, will you come with me?" Then to Princess Sarolta, who had risen, she added, "No power can prevent me. Do not be alarmed, I shall return." "Do you give me your royal word for that?" asked the alarmed Oberstdorfmeisterin. "Otherwise, old and lame as I am, I shall follow you." "I give you my word. You may sleep in peace." The end of section 47. Section 47 of Rulers of Kings, a novel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Yoganand. Rulers of Kings, a novel by Gertrude Atherton. Chapter 26. Fessenden and Renata walked rapidly and in silence over the paths the mountain peasants had trodden that night. There had been neither wind nor snow for many days, and what had fallen was compact and not too smooth for impatient feet. For a time the path was straight, and looking back, the irregular mass of the castle on its isolated rock was the one dark object in the white radiance of the alpine world. Soon, however, a sharp turn about the foot of one of the peaks that rose straight from the brief level seemed to fling them abruptly into an eternity of ice fields and endless chains of glittering crests so high above that their fierce teeth must surely bite new pictures into the moon that hung so close. Renata's arm was within his, but Fessenden's mind reverted to his boyhood in the Adirondacks, when he had stolen forth to his balcony on winter moonlight nights to gaze upon the snowy lake and peaks and dream of their kin in the far-off Alps. How tame that picture seemed tonight, dear as it was. That was a mild and pleasant wilderness compared with this upper firmament of ice and desolation, with its black forest below, and on high its masses of rock and crag that looked as if arrested in brutal warfare with each other. In the course of an hour, the path came abruptly to an end on the shore of a small lake, from three sides of which the mountains rose like the straight and jealous sides of a mighty jewel casket, guarding the diamond treasures of some old god of the hills. The lake, looking smaller perhaps from the great height of perpendicular mountains surrounding it, was oval in shape, and its frozen surface glittered and sparkled under the moon poised directly above. No light of man had ever drawn such radiance from the diamond. The air was so still that the cold was hardly noticeable. The silence was intense, oppressive now that their feet no longer met the snow crisply. Renata put her hand nervously to her head. "What are you thinking of?" she asked. "Of my boyhood in the Adirondacks. Tonight 1,000 years seem to have disappeared since then, and many and wild as were my dreams of the future in those callow days when I had leisure for dreams, no flight penetrated to the future which held these last weeks to the indiscernible solitude of this night with you. In those days I fancied myself a poor boy who had begun life in the orthodox log cabin and must end in the White House, but that I should love a daughter of the Caesars and hold her in my arms among the eternal snows of the loneliest of the Alps never mattered in my most exalted moments. Life is a rum thing." Renata laughed in spite of the chaotic emotions that had driven her forth. "Which do you really love best, I wonder, the sublime or the ridiculous? Do you know what I had almost made up my mind to do when I came down to dinner? To go tomorrow with me to Flume? Tonight, as soon as the others were out of the way, and Trini could have the horses harnessed. After I left you there was an hour in which I think I really was mad. Every fact of existence, except the possibility of being alone with you on your yacht, seemed to have been burnt out of my mind. I would have sold Austria to William. I would have flung Hungary to Romania. There was no crime I would not have committed to have been alone on this earth with you. And now we are alone, and the fever is gone. I look back upon the hours before those poor creatures came and shouted Rudolph's name as upon some half-remembered interval of insanity. But it was appallingly real then, and if it came once, it may come again. After a return to Budapest, and I shall start tomorrow, I shall never see you again. I still think you are unwise not to take advantage of this opportunity. You will regret it, take my word for that. Doubtless, when it is happily too late. I am ice now. I can only describe my sensation while those wild men were begging me for Rudolph by asking you to imagine yourself standing under the frozen cascade over there. It seemed to me that for the first time I realized the enormity of his crime. He could have been a great monarch. He could have preserved his country. He could have saved Europe from unimaginable horrors. And every gift, every duty, every ambition disappeared into the flaming abyss of his passions. Oh, if my father could have only died 20 years ago! That alone could have saved Rudolph, for it was excess that killed him. The occasional indulgence would not have mattered, and these men and thousands like them would have obeyed his lightest call to save Austria from Europe, to save it from Hungary if need be. They would come to my call. They would laugh even at my father. And in Fessenden, above those wild heads and bodies like mountain beasts, I saw for a moment the pale face of Rudolph, terrible with agony and remorse, with impotent resentment against the law of the grave, dumbly beseeching me to continue the work that the great invisible forces up there had sent him into the world to accomplish. It was then that my blood turned to ice. An hour before, and in other moments perhaps, I had been capable of greater guilt than Rudolph's, for after all, I have had no such temptations, no such provocations as his. Where you have upheld me, women from the time he was old enough, the very girls of the court flung themselves beneath his feet, honored to be dishonored by the heir to the throne, even had he been less fascinating as a man. My father had made no secret of his own amours. There has been no more corrupt court in Europe. Rudolph saw no necessity for restraint, and he used none. If he had married happily, all might have been well, for he was not vicious, and his nature was very affectionate. But when does royalty marry happily? Fortunate the prince who marries a cow. Then at least there is one incentive the less. Rudolph had no such fortune, and disappointment and ennui multiplying themselves drove him to the arms of charming women who wished for nothing so much as to make him forget, and from them to the boon companions who adored him, but dared not remonstrate had they wished when he drank till morning. But what excuse had I? Only that of a passion so great and so real that it should give me the strength of these mountains. Without it, after gaining my wishes in Hungary, I might have become bored, indifferent, cynical. I might even, as I felt youth passing, have indulged in amours that no one would dare to take me to account for. I might have gone to my coffin there in the Kaisergraft without an ideal in my soul, disillusioned, all my original nature in ruins, reviling life, glad to die. Now it seems to me that after the inevitable agony is over, I have it in me to become really great in character, sustained by an inner life and fed by a memory that will keep me young till my death. I thought of this long ago when I met you first, but it passed from my mind. It was more like a dream then. I know it to be a reality now. I doubt if there can be any such actual happiness as what I shall find in the memories of you. Fessenden looked at her long and intently. If she was of many and variable notes, the modes were of an intensity and truth which submerged the other women in her while they lasted. And he always responded to her deeper moments so fully and so involuntarily that only his ever-alert brain saved him from compromising his future conduct. As in the profundest solitude he had ever known, he looked through her eyes into her naked soul, he had a long moment of doubt. In that cold ideal of fulfilled duty, with a love apotheosized and spiritualized, might she not in truth be happier than he could make her? Her state, and the more commonplace cause of the deep chill of an alpine midnight, had cooled his own blood and muffled the passionate voices in his imagination. For a moment he too felt the white intoxication of the ideal of a lifetime of self-immolation on the passionless shores of duty, forecasted the serenity with which nature rewards perpetual striving after spiritual heights and compensates for the voluntary resignation of the joy of love. He darted a glance upward and was visited by a brief illusion. He and Renata stood alone on the highest peak that pierced the stars. Then, like life, he compromised. "I wish for nothing less than your full and unconditional surrender," he said. "If, when you have had time to know yourself better than you do now, you tell me that your decision is unalterable, I'll persist no longer. I believe that you will send for me before long, but I may be mistaken. Perhaps I've been blinded by my love, and the hopes with which it has inspired my imagination. There are, of course, depths in your mind of which I have no conception. These may contain forces that will finally shut me out of your life. If you convince me that I should add to your unhappiness by persisting, or that I should do you a great wrong by making you mine in spite of yourself, then I promise you here solemnly to withdraw finally from your life, and to be as eternally faithful to you as I believe you will be to me." Wilma from a high window saw them return. She had watched for them, not from the motive which had made a neighbor walk restlessly between a window and a writing table, but in tempestuous sympathy with the romance against which she pressed so close. Her own heart she believed to be a graveyard with one tomb, and she found a vicarious happiness in this atmosphere of passionate and uncommon love that she was graciously permitted to enter. She had seen how it was from the first, and had done what she could to divert the attentions and the suspicion of Piroska. Pumping had no effect on the wary Sapolia, and Wilma, with all her subtlety, was still in doubt as to what the possible enemy may have seen or suspected. They had followed Fessenden and Renata on the night of the ball and waited without the door leading to the private apartments until she heard him returning, and she might be able to assure Piroska that she had been their companion and chaperone. But Piroska had given no sign that she had been occupied during that brilliant night except with her many partners, and Wilma dare not tell Renata what she had done. Gracious and captivating as the princess was in her new role, it would have been a braver than Wilma who would have taken a liberty with her. Fessenden possessed no great charm for this young Hungarian, who preferred a more romantic type, but if he had inspired love in a beautiful princess, she wished with all her heart that he too were of the blood of kings. Had these two been content with intrigue, she would willingly have helped and shielded them, but she shrewdly suspected the truth. Astounding as the fact might be, the American wished to marry the daughter of an emperor and king. It took the ancient pattern of her brain a long while to adjust itself to the bare idea, but when time had accustomed her to its audacity, she could, starved soul that she was, but sympathize. She too had had an intuition of Renata's state of mind when she bloomed upon them at dinner that night, breathing passion and defiance, and she heartily wished the princess had slipped out of the castle with a lover instead of giving a word to the Oberstdorf mystery to return. She had also overheard the words of Piroska to the American, and she had noted that the moment the princess left the castle, the sister lady in waiting had pleaded the morning toothache and gone to her room. It adjoined Wilma's, and for 2 hours the friend had listened to the steady scratching of the enemy's pen, interrupted only by hasty visits to the window. Wilma had lived close enough to Peroska during these months of court life to be sure she did not keep a diary. She was now fully convinced that she was the tool of Koenigsegg for two reasons. It was worth a while, and she had intended to marry the American when he became convinced of the hopelessness of his suit. Peroska's wiles had been patent enough if a hostility had not, and tonight, as the American had turned to her with an air of conclusion and 6 words which might have extinguished hope in a more sanguine heart, the hard little face of Peroska had settled into lines of malice and determination. She had been as gay as usual during the dinner, but the colour had come back neither to cheek nor lips, and Wilma suspected that if the unfortunate lovers had flown that night, Peroska would have managed to follow them as far as the first telegraph station. Now, no doubt, she was writing a long-deferred report. As Wilma watched Renata and Fessenden return, she slipped from the window seat and climbed onto the bed, still huddled in her furs. The fire was out and the room almost cold, but she could not prepare for sleeping, knowing of the plot thickening in the next room. The hour had come to act, but what should she do? To attempt to intercept Peroska's letter on the morrow would be futile. Peroska would see to that. Wilma did her justice. There would be no loose ends, as in novels, for the good fairy to unravel. Should she walk boldly in and hurl suspicion in her face? Wilma was too European to approve of the crude method. The wild idea occurred to her of smothering Peroska with a pillow as she slept, but she had a certain measure of common sense. A tragedy in the royal household would put an end to the court life in Buddha for the present. Perhaps thwart ambitions she half suspected, possibly send herself to keep company with Peroska. She dismissed with some reluctance the idea she was quite capable of executing, and suddenly determined to go into Peroska's room and be guided by events. She left the bed and knocked on the connecting door. Then, assuming that she had been answered, opened it and entered. "I cannot sleep," she said, "and I heard you moving about, so I thought you might be as glad of company as I." "You're writing? How can you in this cold?" "Do you know, I sat up to watch them come home? Not that I doubted they would, but I felt as if I were living in a chapter of a romantic Memoirs. I may write mine some day, but you should do that. You're so much cleverer than I." Peroska had risen politely and pushed a chair slightly away from the table. She had a small pile of manuscript before her, which she had the presence of mind not to attempt to conceal. "I am cold," she said, stifling a yawn, "and tired, but I could not go to bed. The excitement of the evening made me hopelessly wide awake, so I thought I would write my long-neglected letters. It has been exciting, those wild, simple creatures. But that looks like a book. Tell me." Her eyes were bright with girlish curiosity. "Are you writing a novel?" "You could." "Ah, I know you are." "Well," said Peroska with a delicate hesitation, For heaven's sake, don't breathe it, Wilma. One is such a fool until one succeeds." Wilma gave an ecstatic cry, and with a movement as swift and unexpected as that of a panther, flung herself upon the mass of papers. Let me see, she cried. But they were torn from her hands, and the eyes that met hers blazed with the ferocity of a less civilized century. "You dare!" gasped Peroska. "You dare!" Wilma had seen enough. "Oh, very well," she said haughtily. "I had no idea a book was like a tiger's cub. It made me quite wild with curiosity. And I'm sorry we tore the manuscript. Good night. I would not sit up and copy it if I were you. Your tooth will be quite frightful tomorrow." She swept out and locked the door as she closed it. Peroska, too, might be capable of using a pillow. She took down a candlestick and let herself noiselessly into the hall. It was very dark, except for the patches of ghostly moonlight. But commonplace fears were unknown to this girl of fighting ancestors, of women who had suffered worse than death. She knew that the men's rooms were in the opposite wing, and she traversed the long corridors between without adventure or qualm. When she reached the wing, she saw light under 2 doors. Zrini had undoubtedly sat up to await the return of the princess. Which was the American's door she had no means of knowing, but she did not hesitate. If a knock summoned Zrini, she would tell him that she had a message for his guest which must be delivered then. It brought Fessenden, however, and she stepped quickly into his room and closed the door. He did not look as astonished as she had expected, but she told her story breathlessly and begged him to act at once. "It'll do no good to intercept the report," she added. "Even if you could, she would merely write another. But let me go to the princess and beg her to fly with you tomorrow early. We could shut Peroska up for 24 hours. If you do not take this opportunity, you will never have another." Her Royal Highness must have many enemies at court. This will be the final straw. If she is forced to return to Vienna, you will never see her again." "I wish that report to go to Vienna tomorrow," said Fessenden. "And if you're not too tired to sit down for a few moments, I'll tell you how you can help when she is once more in the Hofburg." The end of section 48.
Section 49 of Rulers of Kings, a novel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Rulers of Kings, a novel by Gertrude Atherton. Chapter 27. 2 nights after her return, Renata went to the Opera House of Budapest for the last time. Much to her chagrin, she was 10 minutes late. Royalty has its privileges and virtues. It may exercise the courtesy of promptness without loss of prestige, and no men and women the world over sit in an opera box with the same ease and dignity and grace. From childhood they are trained to stand and sit without moving or betraying fatigue. And if the frequent necessity adds to the sum of their mortal expiations, it makes them as decorative, when properly dressed, as their ancient palaces and historical pageants. But for one princess, the tenor of the day had been disturbed. A sleepless night had resulted in an involuntary nap at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Her drive had been late, and she had returned home so short a time before the early dinner that her maids had detained her through half of it. She regretted having announced her intention to attend the opera, but it was a premiere, and she would have been expected in any case. The large house was crowded with the gay aristocracy of Budapest, and with many who, if not so highly placed, could dress as well, and contribute to the general effect of brilliant beauty. An effect which owed more than the women would have admitted to the varied and magnificent uniforms of the officers. Orders glittered on black cloaks as on coloured, and every woman wore her abundant store of jewels. But fans and heads were moving restlessly. Where was the princess? It was the premiere in Hungary of Massenet's Le Jongleur de Notre Dame, and this music-loving people were eager for the curtain to rise. At 10 minutes past 7, that mysterious electric current that announces the coming of royalty to the sensitive faculties of Europeans flew over the house, bringing it to its feet and lifting its eyes to the gala box facing the stage, as if manipulated by a spring. Renata, accompanied by Sarolta and Alexandra, her Grand Chamberlain, Prince Esterhazy, and Count Zrínyi, entered and advanced to the front of the box, acknowledging the waving of handkerchiefs and clapping of hands, the well-bred élan and vivat and hox. She wore white velvet, a small crown of pearls, and many pearls on her neck. For the first time she showed the wear of too much thought and loss of sleep. She was pale rather than white, and her eyes were listless. During the few moments that she stood there, however, while the band played the national anthem, her guests on either side of her, the admiring house saw only the perfect carriage of her form and head, the undimmed brilliancy of her hair, and that most rare combination of beauty and majesty. The anthem finished, the royal party took their seats, the opera began. Renata kept her eyes resolutely bent upon the stage, but although she felt and had been severely drilled in music, hers was the imagination which escapes control under the influence of the only art that penetrates to the keynotes of being. The spell of the limpid semi-religious music swirled round her like a soft tide. She saw far beyond the poor juggler apologizing to the Virgin for desecrating her name that he might gratify a heartless rabble and keep his wretched body from starving. And if she forbade her eyes to wander over the house, every nerve told her that Fessenden Abbot was not there. She had asked him to leave Hungary immediately upon his return to Budapest, and she knew that if he had not done so, he must await important telegrams. He would not come to the palace, nor to any gathering where she was sure to be, and to attend the opera except in her train would have excited the comment both wished to avoid. Whether he had gone or not she did not know, for she would not ask Alexandra, if indeed her friend knew, for the brother and sister had said good-bye at the station in Budapest. Renata, who had been gifted with no greater measure of consistency than the rest of her sex, had hoped to see him while driving, while entering the opera house, to receive from him some swift involuntary token that he was thinking of her as persistently as she was of him. For she thought of little else, and she was aghast at the power of love to defy the will. The emotional struggle had induced a physical lassitude she had never known before. That morning she had risen with the thought, am I going to send for him today? Am I? Am I? And the question had risen again and again, acquainting her for the first time with the insolent defiance of a fixed idea to the higher qualities of the brain. She had had experience of the dual entity in the mental household before, but never so complete a sense of division, nor of possession by faculties which seemed to have forced an entrance into her mind rather than have her risen from its depths. She had not sent for him, however, and she hardly knew whether she had refrained through the exercise of a will which appeared to sit in a corner, smiling with amusement, from pride, a sense of futility, or merely because the argument in her mind had not finished in time. In any case, she felt so far from her imperious self that she was almost as alarmed as she was unhappy. She was filled with a dull abhorrence of the idea of living the rest of her life on the surface of her nature, as she was attempting to live it tonight. For what else was left her? Did she become queen, and none knew better than she that it was but a possibility among 1,000 opposing forces, she could occupy her brain with routine as her father did, but in a constitutional monarchy, particularly in one as jealous of its rights as Hungary, she was exercised so little power. With her merciless clarity of vision, she must soon know herself for what she was, an ornamental figurehead. It would be the pride of the Hungarians to have the most beautiful queen in Europe, delight the abundant enthusiasm and the loyal instinct of their natures to love their elected sovereign, and they would value her the more for a charm which must unite all factions and preserve them from eternal conflict. They would vote her immense sums to live as a queen should, to restore to the old palace of Buda its ancient glories and excite the envy of Europe. All these things she might have, and she knew them to be toys. Did she sympathise with the tide of liberty rising in the world, and nowhere so vigorously as in Hungary? She had put the question from her again and again, and it had returned as often. Surely he had not revolutionised her brain to that extent. She must be less than herself were she unfaithful to the monarchical idea, and yet when her mind left Fessenden Abbot, it seemed to her that some mysterious force drew it to the great sullen heart of mankind, brooding eternally on its birthright of freedom. Every instinct of independence, when not crushed by the tyranny of the Turk or the Russian, still blunted and pruned in 1,000 petty and humiliating ways. Would the socialists conquer William? And then, when with greater liberty had come their own adaptation to the unalterable facts of human life and human nature, would the world be better, a more habitable place for mankind, in the general? And was that the destiny of the human race, the happiness of the many, not the exaltation of the few? That it was a great thought, a grand theory, she did not pretend to deny, but did she sympathise with it? While she herself assured contemptuously that she did not, that the order of the centuries must be best merely because it was, a part of her brain seemed to accept the doctrine, and give itself no concern to argue. She turned her back upon it. Why argue, indeed? A month, a few months hence, possibly a year, the influence that now possessed her would be so far removed that her mind would have recovered its balance. Alien thoughts must have sunk so deep that she would only unearth them now and again as curiosities. She made up her mind that if Alexandra did not marry Zrini, she would put an end to the intimacy with herself. And it seemed to her, in her present unhappy condition, that she would be insensible to further sorrow. She should indeed welcome complete loneliness, barren of outward suggestion. There could be no doubt of the triumph, in time, of her strong will, of her absolute fidelity, in thought as in deed, to the lofty station to which she had been born. She sighed for her lost superstitions, rather for the superstitions of her fathers, which might have been here had no alien influence entered her life. How they must sustain the soul of majesty through its trials, through its loneliness, through the long martyrdom of its earthly course. There had been times when she had heard the deep mutter of those ancient ghosts, when for a brief hour they had risen and possessed her brain. Indeed, there had been hours, usually when Alexandra's uncompromising practicality summered in its native land, when it had seemed to her that in the depths of her soul was a charnel house of hideous memories, ambiguous of outline, of old corruptions unknown in her life, but transmitted with her blood, of impulses for tyranny and cruelty, and unbridled passions of lust, of blood, and callous indifference to human suffering. Philip II and Joan the Mad were but two of her illustrious ancestors who might have sent filtering down the worst traits and impulses which the human heart is capable of supporting. There had been times when she had believed that had she been born a century earlier, it would have needed but the circumstances to make her the vilest of women. She could have reigned with her feet in blood, and loved as royal harlots have loved since Messalina burned her pitch in history. And she recalled, as she listened to the soft passionless music of the opera, there had also been moments when she had regretted that no such life could be hers, wondered if indeed it had not been. But it was years now since the last of these obsessions had risen, 5 or 6 at least. She had acquired great control over herself. Moreover, they had rested impotent under healthy influences, and assuredly in the company of Fessenden Abbot she could not have evoked their memory. The ghosts of those old ghosts. Would it not perhaps be better if she could? Would not even the occasional demoralization of her spiritual nature be a lesser sin than this treachery to the divinity of her royal blood? Were she steeped in superstition, she might have known her lover better than she had, but the temptation to marry him, the persistent disposition to look at life from his point of view, would never have assailed her for a moment. Her eyes during this long reverie, interrupted only by an entr'acte, were fixed upon the stage. The surface of her brain had taken its impression of the interior of the monastery where the starving mountebank, cursed by the prior for his blasphemy, had been enticed that he might find absolution in the life of a monk and fill his stomach daily. The priests and friars in their rich white cassocks, the brown interior of the monastic room, made a harmonious and insidious picture, and the despair of the miserable youth, while the other cenobites boasted of the arts, painting, sculpture, poetry, music, with which they glorified the Virgin, drew tears from many sympathetic eyes. The juggler and a kindly friar were alone, and the elect was pouring into the astonished ear of the poor ignoramus the story of the birth of Christ in a manger, and explaining that the Lady of Sorrows understood not only Latin, but all languages, and even dialects, and had as merciful an ear for the outcast as for the king. The mountebank, with his primitive credulity, his almost maniacal terror under the curse of the abbot, is a vivid study of superstition in the Middle Ages. As Renata's attention was captured for the moment by the intensity of the final moments of the act, she found herself envying the simplicity of a creature as capable, in his primal limitations, of the extremest satisfaction and happiness as of terror and despair. The second entr'acte is very short. A few moments after the curtain rises, the impressive double row of friars in their sumptuous cassocks march out of the chapel to their own solemn music, and the mountebank enters alone, throws off his monastic robe, and in his costume of a harlequin offers his juggler's art to the glorification of the painted Virgin above the altar. It is a scene almost incredible in its childish superstition, but so pathetic that in that rapt audience neither Jew nor Protestant paid his brain the tribute of a smile. Renata, of all persons, saw no humour in it, for her mind traversed the history of her race, and halted suddenly at the memory of Maria Theresia, who had sent her daughters down alone into the imperial crypt on the eve of their marriage to pray among the coffins of their ancestors. She recalled how she herself had sometimes felt an impulse to go down there in the night and do likewise, that she might satisfy that something in the depths of her soul so akin to those who had dwelt in the benighted past. Her attitude suddenly lost its graceful ease. She stiffened and sat erect as if about to spring, but the eye of the house was focused on the stage and she was forgotten. Was not the time come for that nocturnal pilgrimage Might not she there, amongst those 4 centuries of her dead, steep herself in that subtle aura of personality which still must diffuse itself through lead and bronze? Alone there, at midnight, with but the light of a taper to illumine those motley hillocks, with the dank odour of death clogging her senses, kneeling close to the dust and the corruption which had lived so intensely with the blood that ran in her own veins, must she not recapture her inherited superstitions, break with the present, absorb once more the poison of the past? She realised that it was not to satisfy her sense of kinship with the dead that she should now go to them alone at midnight, but to revive the lost sense of indissoluble relationship, of similarities, of the closest likeness of which inherited blood and brain cells are capable. She should kneel finally at the foot of Rudolph's coffin and pray there until she was a Hapsburg once more. Heavy and abnormal as her brain was from fatigue, sleeplessness, passionate misery of thought, and reaction from the exalted mood of her last interview with Fessenden, still it seemed to her that it drew away in modern disgust from the idea that had risen precipitately in its middle and taken possession. But Renata clung to that idea as to her one hope of salvation, and as the Virgin and the angels, which had appeared in place of the picture above the altar, to reveal the eternal beauty of simple faith to the indignant priests, were growing more luminous, and at the same time so perfect the art, less and less material, and the poor juggler's spirit was struggling from its flesh, she matured the details of her plan, and half an hour later, when she descended from the carriage in the palace courtyard, she asked Sarolta to be ready to accompany her to Vienna on the following day. End of section 49.
Section 50 of Rulers of Kings, a novel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Rulers of Kings, a novel by Gertrude Atherton. Chapter 28. Fessenden had found his telegrams awaiting him and started at once for Berlin. While the ghost and Renata were chuckling their recognition to the painted superstitions of the stage, he was in the royal palace, in the comfortable English-looking study overlooking the Schlossplatz. On the north corner of the huge brown pile floated the purple banner which informs the people of Berlin that their traveling Kaiser is visiting at home. The Emperor was pleasurably at home this evening, for, although he was too much of a soldier to lounge, he wore a smoking jacket and sat deep in one of his English chairs. The color of animation was in his pale face, and his eyes, always expressive and brilliant, sparkled with a more personal emotion. It was night. His courtiers, his ministers, his generals, his supplicants were on the other side of the door, and he could be wholly himself for an hour with the one man who neither feared nor flattered him, to whom he had given a large portion of his own warm affections, and who, in return, gave him the sincerest friendship he would ever know. Fessenden's chair was drawn close to the fire, and he was sipping a scotch and soda. It was a night for a comfortable talk in a warm, bright room, surrounded by books and a man's more intimate belongings, for the wind howled about the corner of the palace and dashed the rain against the glass. Fessenden's eyes were sparkling also, but with excitement, and he was more nervous than he usually permitted his manner to betray. Within a week, the Emperor was saying, the Archduchess will be summoned to Vienna on one pretense or another. The plan is to make her a prisoner in her own rooms until she promises to marry the Archduke Alois Franz. I suggested him on account of his commanding qualities as a disciplinarian. You will recall that they married the Princess Marie Stephanie to him when her liaison with her tenor was discovered. He imprisoned her on one of his estates, never permitted her to leave it for a day, and when she lost a front tooth, mortified her vanity by refusing her the services of a dentist. She was a beauty, poor little thing. As a husband for refractory princesses, he is without a peer, and my indirect suggestion met with instant favor from the Emperor, who was distracted between the jealousies of the court and the new motive for disturbance in the cauldron of Hungary. The full information, furnished by the maid of honor and other spies, of her love for you was the last straw. And much as the Emperor loves peace and quiet, when the moment comes to act, he acts. The Archduchess, of course, will not marry Alois Franz. We know her. Elaboration of that statement is superfluous. but several weeks of solitary meditation will probably convince her that, as her ambitions are thwarted, she may as well marry you and be happy. Confinement will reduce her to an abnormal state, where love will seem the only object for living. He left his chair and moved restlessly about the room. "I don't like it," he announced in his harsh, emphatic voice. "It is unheard of. It is a dangerous precedent. We shall have other dissatisfied and romantic princesses following her example. Take one stone out of the monarchical edifice, and it is impossible to foresee the end. God knows we are shaky enough now. I tell you frankly, Fessenden, that I shall assist in no such revolution solely out of friendship for even you. But to get her out of Europe is the less of two evils. I have been called the trigger of Europe. She is the firebrand charged with dynamite. She was dangerous enough before. Now that she has fallen in love, the only thing to do is marry her to the object as quickly as possible. Balked and thrown in upon herself, she would set Europe in flames merely to distract her mind and gratify some other passion." He swung round abruptly and laughed. "I must say, Fessenden, that while I am delighted to be able to help you get the woman you want, I don't envy you. I shouldn't say she was the sort of woman a man could settle down and have a comfortable time with." "I want nothing more or less," said Fessenden, and the Emperor laughed again, although his generous nature was gratified at the opportunity to be of service to his friend. "It will be rather more than less," he said. "I have known her since childhood, and while I admire her more in certain respects than any woman living, I am not precisely blind to her faults. I will confess that I shook her once, a good many years ago, when I was visiting Rudolf, and that she bit and scratched me in return. However, the one man can always manage the woman of strong passions, so I wish you joy." "Thanks. And don't let my domestic prospects worry you. Are you perfectly sure of your man, by the way?" "Oh, perfectly. He has the ear of the Emperor and the Crown Prince, and, while by no means false to them, is so good a friend of mine that he would do more than that if I asked it of him. Moreover, he has the confidence of Koenigsegg." "Suppose they should suspect that you put him up to it? That would ruin everything. They are quite as afraid of you as they are of her." "No diplomat in Europe is more discreet, or finer in his methods. He has dropped the poison by degrees. His first references to the astonishing popularity of the Archduchess in Hungary were almost inadvertent, and at the same time accompanied with enthusiastic comments upon her talents. Her conquest of the independence was the last straw. The Emperor has been convinced that they would proclaim her queen the moment he died. Was it your suggestion that they met her in a body at the train when she arrived from Transylvania?" "I put Molnare and one or two others up to it, although they are quite convinced it was their own idea." "I am thankful you are my friend, for I shouldn't want your finger in my political pie. Well, Renata will never see Budapest after this week, if you are quick enough. If she should devil the poor old Emperor into his grave while he was trying to bring her to terms, I should not venture to answer for the consequences. What is your next move? I see no further. How shall you get her out of the Hofburg? Bribe the guards? It will be difficult. The Emperor will guard her well. She could hardly disguise herself and slip out. How shall you manage to communicate with her?" "Do not exercise your imagination over possibilities of escape, for I have no idea of attempting any. I intend to marry her with the Emperor's consent. Not very graciously given, perhaps, but still—" "Oh, Fessenden," the Emperor spoke impatiently. He had paused on the hearthrug, and stood there with his left hand resting lightly on his hip, the familiar sword hilt being absent, the right gesticulating slightly, with a constant movement of the wrist and an occasional pointing of the index finger. "That, my dear boy," he added kindly, "is just the one thing that even you cannot accomplish. That you will get the Archduchess sooner or later, I have no doubt. When a woman like that loves a man—" He shot his hand up expressively. "It may be that I shall have an inspiration of some sort and help you further, but I cannot act openly, or I would invite her here. But I have every faith in your resource." "You will have more when I tell you my plan." The Emperor's keen eyes met his, and they measured each other as they had a habit of doing. "Well?" asked the Emperor of Germany. Fessenden stood up and thrust his hands into pockets. His nervousness had gone, and his eyes were hard and brilliant. "What do you suppose the Emperor would give to restore the ancient strength and prestige of Austria?" he asked, in the cool and even tones he employed in his Wall Street offices. "To obliterate the memory of 1866? To finish his long and unhappy reign gloriously?" "What on earth are you driving at? I never heard you talk at random before." "You have never heard me talk at random. What would he give in return for such a certainty?" More than Renata, but I hate riddles. His eyes flashed. The blood burned his cheek. He knew Fessenden and was sure that he was not listening to Bombast. His curiosity and impatience nearly choked him. Come, come, he said. What idea have you in your head? After South America, I am prepared for anything. If you were not such a good fellow, I should hate you. But go on. Perhaps what all the world most wants next to the fulfillment of its personal desires, continued Fessenden imperturbably, is the obliteration of its most actively malignant forces. The most malignant force in the world today is Russia, in a lesser degree Turkey. These countries, by their unredeemable barbarism, compass the utter misery of more millions of helpless human beings than all the other causes in the rest of the world that conduce in the natural order of things to unhappiness. Moreover, Russia is the one menace which prevents Europe and England from enjoying a moment's security. She creeps and never retraces a step. In farsightedness, Russia is the greatest genius among nations, and she is absolutely unscrupulous. The tyro in diplomacy does not trust her, and yet she outwits again and again. There is a hideous possibility of her eventual triumph, and the day she weakens the power of England, puts her nose in the Persian Gulf, flows over Turkey, that day sounds the passing bell of modern civilization. Therefore, the power or powers that hamstring this anomaly in the 20th century, forcing her to crouch with her feet in the sand like a malignant but helpless sphinx until invading progress has taught her wisdom, these powers would achieve an immortality in history which they could compass by no means of no other modern conditions. Am I not right? The Emperor nodded. He was very pale. Not only had Fessenden pricked from its drugged sleep one of the passionate hopes of his early manhood, but he knew that the American was no idle dreamer, that he had already accomplished the impossible. He had a sensation of standing spellbound on the threshold of a miraculous future towards which the great forces within him had moved precisely since the birth of the worlds. But the impression was hardly realized. His faculties were concentrated upon the utterance of the man who no longer looked young, and whose aspect was no trace of the lover of the Archduchess of Austria, who indeed looked little more than an intellect, using a casual body as a convenient medium. Abbott asked his next question so abruptly that the Emperor stiffened into an attitude not unlike that of a midnight sentry alarmed by a sudden football. You know what I've been trying to do in my factory out west? Well? The experiments are perfected. The kites, and they are as beautiful as they are deadly, can be sent by electricity to an incalculable distance, and each one will rain down dynamite enough to kill 1,000 men at a time if they are close enough together. The generators to charge storage batteries have, by other experiments, been so reduced in size and weight that they hardly count among the effects of a traveling army. The enemy could be routed in 10 minutes. Even balloons are not necessary, except for reconnoitering. You also know of the other invention, no less important. That is perfected. The steel forts are not only impregnable, but the secret has been discovered of moving electrically operated machines over any sort of ground. So far, moving forts, bicycles, automobiles have been useless except on good roads. These forts will travel without so much as a lowering of speed over the worst that nature has to offer. There is even an apparatus on the principles of the flying machine, which will carry them over swamps and rivers. Do you see my drift? The Emperor's face would have looked like wax but for the severity of its lines. Good God, he muttered finally. If this is true, it will make you the master of the world. It will make you the master of Europe. What riddle now? He spoke thickly, but involuntarily twitched his shoulders. He was quick to resent any attempt to manage him. The Spanish War has come and gone. I have no use for these new weapons of war. They must be used at once for ideas or microbes. A few years hence, a year hence, and the discoveries may be universal. If I had never met Renata, I should have presented them to you and told you to go ahead and in the name of humanity wipe Russia and Turkey, in the form they now exist, off the map. I want to see you at the helm while you are still young, and discouragements and disappointments have not crushed all the enthusiasm out of you. The world has waited and waited for you to do the great thing, not realizing your difficulties, and that it was your purpose to make Germany strong and prosperous before launching it into a great war. Your crusade will be looked upon as quite in keeping with your character. And you are the only man on this side of the water capable of handling a great empire. So, I repeat, I should have offered you this new power in any case. Now I ask you to use it as bait for the Emperor of Austria. Owing to your alliance, it would be a natural act, unless you could afford to wait for his death, which you cannot. Tell him that if he refuses, you will swallow him too, but he can hardly hesitate to snatch at the one compensation for the failures of his reign and life. Such of the conquered territory as you may have to yield to him will flow to you naturally at his death, for his heir could not hold it, and you may be sure that, as the initiator of so magnificent and beneficent a conquest, and as the younger and more picturesque of the majesties, you will be the idol of Austria-Hungary, as well as the hero of the world. France can be as easily disposed of as Russia, and indeed every intelligent power will let you alone after your first battle. Of course you can have all the money you want should you meet with opposition in the Reichstag. That offer has always stood. As for the excuse for war, it will be simple enough to whip up a disturbance in the Balkans. A few discreet agents, a revolutionary committee, surreptitious presence of arms, and Bulgaria or Macedonia is in flames. A secret understanding with Ferdinand, and he will do anything to get Russia off his back. Then, when the pot is boiling, and the so-called Christians are sprinkling their gore on their own unspeakable filth, announce to Christendom that Christian rulers can stand no more, impose impossible conditions on Russia, and sail in. There will be enough of these weapons of destruction ready before the end of 3 months to conquer the whole of Europe, and no more time is necessary to manipulate the Balkans. He paused abruptly, and again the two men stared hard and long at each other. The pallor and the burning eyes of both testified to the passionate emotion they controlled. Fessenden had permitted eagerness to creep neither into his tones nor manner, but he felt as if he were standing in the dock awaiting a sentence of life or death. The Emperor felt as if he had been whirled back to the first years of his reign, when all things seemed possible to a young and indomitable ruler. And that reign had been one long and desperate struggle between his autocratic instincts and the deep and persistent desire for the extreme rights of man among a large division of his subjects. He had given them much, but they wanted more, and being advised by flatterers and so far removed from the contact with the masses, he looked upon the greater part of their demands with angry impatience. But no ruler had ever brought a more lofty enthusiasm to reform, and he had been thwarted by ignorance and conservative stupidity and personal hatred until he sometimes felt that the day might not be far distant when he should shrug his shoulders and simmer down into the routine of other sovereigns. It was true he had accomplished many things, and he had made a great city of Berlin and a wealthy state of Prussia. But when he thought of his old ambitions, he felt sick with the futility of life. Fessenden's abrupt proposition had given him a moment of unutterable happiness, then almost paralyzed his faculties. He wondered if he should awake and find himself alone, still compelled to profess friendship for the enemy of civilization. Fessenden continued, Renata, of course, will formally renounce all rights to the throne, but the Emperor's consent I will have, if only as a concession of Europe to the United States, a formal recognition of her absolute equality among nations. I forgot to tell you that the details of these inventions have been so worked out that no one but my head electrician and myself knows them all, and the exact combinations. And he is not only a man of honor, but no crowned head in Europe could offer him a bribe comparable to what he will receive from me on the day of your first battle with Russia. The Emperor came out of his reverie. Have you samples here? They are in the custom house. They have not been examined and await your order to pass them through unopened. The electrician is here also. My father arrives tomorrow. We can have an object lesson on Saturday. Let us have it by all means, said the Emperor of Germany. End of section 50.
Section 51 of Rulers of Kings, a novel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by JJ. Rulers of Kings, a novel by Gertrude Atherton. Chapter 29. Vienna, the stately brown city, so haughty without, so simple within. Vienna, the city of beautiful men and women, of fastidious breeding and dispersing forces. Vienna, the gay, the wanton, the merciless. Vienna, the city of the dead soul, the great actress whose still perfect shell moves mechanically upon the stage, not knowing under what sudden stroke she may tremble and disappear. In no city on earth is life so full of charm and yet of unreality. No city where one feels so alive and yet so encompassed by dreams, where to the American New York is not, but a superlative civilization with the taint of the Middle Ages in its brain. Renata felt something of this luscious yet corrupt flavor of her native city as she drove from the station to the Hofburg, but vaguely, for her contrasts were few. Moreover, her father had met her and was talking constantly and somewhat at random. If Renata had not been preoccupied, she would have noticed the evident embarrassment in his manner and his elaborate attempt at dissimulation. He was more affectionate than was his wont, a shade less of his perfect breeding, and he would have appeared apologetic. But his daughter's brain was heavy and absorbed by one idea. Sarolta was driving to her own palace, and Renata was anxious to take advantage of these few moments with her father. Suddenly, he gave her the opportunity she wished. He remarked in the tone of one whose masculine recesses have received a welcome illumination, "I suppose, my dear, that you have come to Vienna to have a personal conference with your dressmakers." "No," said Renata, and it was notable that she did not smile. "I have come to ask a great favor of your majesty, and I beg that you will predispose yourself to grant it." The emperor stiffened, the natural act of a monarch whose life is passed with those that crave the royal favor. But the act today was more than mechanical. There were several portentous favors this extraordinary daughter of his might have nerved herself to ask, might indeed have deluded herself she was in a position to ask, and the very thought of them turned to steel. "Well," he demanded, "it is a singular request, sir, for it is for permission to revive an ancient custom of our house. I wish to go down into the crypt alone on this midnight and pray by the coffin of Rudolf." The emperor drew a long breath of relief. There was nothing remarkable to him in the request, for he believed his daughter to be as devout a Catholic as himself. How could a Hapsburg be otherwise? He would have asked, if questioned, and dismissed the subject. Nevertheless, he divined that her mind must be in heavy shadow to prompt an immediate act of devotion at some inconvenience, when any other time would have done as well. Scrutinizing her face, he saw the change in it. Even though the disguise of a veil with heavy dots, trained in detail, he remembered that he had never seen her wear such a veil before. His experienced brain traveled to the natural solution. There was truth in the story that she loved the American, and she wished to do penance among the tombs of her ancestors. That meant, of course, that the affair was closed, that when she had realized the enormity of her folly, she had hastened to mortify her flesh and spirit in a worthy manner. He had not been surprised to hear that she loved at last, but he wondered at the security into which he had fallen during the preceding 10 years, deluded, like others, by her superb indifference. And the evident marks of suffering he saw in her face today in no wise set his heart at odds with his purpose to marry her at once, even were he not now convinced that she might at any moment become a menace to the dual monarchy, or had he been less harassed by those that feared and hated her, he still would have used his authority to marry her without delay. He knew the weaknesses of his blood, and was determined that her very obvious genius to make the world ring with a scandal should be clogged immediately. He resolved, however, to defer the subject until the morrow, snatching at the prospect that the midnight vigil would subdue and chasten her spirit. He answered as if he had given her request due consideration. There is no objection. If you are sure you have the strength to go through the ordeal, that you will not have an attack of hysteria, of course. In response to an indignant ejaculation, I know you are not that sort of woman, but it will be a trying hour. Sarolta must accompany you to the church. She can wait for you in one of the chapels or in the carriage. And a friar will go down with you to hold the taper. I insist upon that. Very well, said Renata listlessly. The friar would be an integral part of the scene, like enough to those who had gone down with her ancestors, dead and alive. She sat through the early dinner with her father, but 5 o'clock was now her hour for tea, and she made a bare pretense to eat. She wondered if she would be hungry in the crypt, then scolded so severely at her levity that Count von Königsegg, who was watching her, feared that her suspicions had been roused by something in the dull flow of conversation. Several of the archdukes were present, besides the many members of the emperor's household, and they were mildly discussing a crisis in the Reichsrath. The minister had greeted her coldly. He was profoundly annoyed at the sensation she had made, and the consequent failure of their carefully laid plans. That she would play her cards in Hungary with the historic tact of the Habsburgs he had made no doubt, and that she could fascinate and beguile he had had personal evidence, but that she had in her the elements of a public popularity, so desirable in a sovereign, and so reprehensible in anything less than the acknowledged heir to the throne, he had not for a moment suspected. These last weeks had left him aghast, for he was by no means desirous of the slightest disturbance in the present order of things, nor to be the victim of suspicion from those who might one day be in a position to elevate or ruin him. He had been prepared to declare for the Archduchess if she played her part properly, and her star shot up at precisely the right moment, but for the present he was puzzled how to act. His instinct was to desert the sinking ship, but he found it difficult to connect Renata with the idea of failure. She looked pallid and extinguished as she was, cast for a great part, not endowed by nature with the finest gifts of the Habsburgs, to languish in obscurity. He did not approve of marrying her. The emperor's course must be nearly run, and she would be a valuable card to hold when the anticipated calamities fell upon them. However, the man selected was of Habsburg blood. No vow of renunciation would be required of her, and at the right moment she could be summoned forth. Perhaps it was as well, for what to do with her meanwhile, he confessed, was beyond any inspiration likely to visit his fertile brain. Perhaps she would be ill for a time. She looked so unlike her usual self as to invite the hope, and that at least would keep her quiet for some months. Renata, suspecting naught of these unsympathetic reflections, was longing for the night, when she was finally alone in her rooms, those rooms that looked like nothing outside the Hofburg except other musty old palaces where the sun never entered. She sat down in the dark and attempted to prepare her mind for the ghostly pilgrimage. Her sense of drama was stirred at the thought of performing this ancient rite, but she felt less religious than she had hoped, less ancestral, less akin to those quaking girls who had been swept down into the cold vault of the Capuchin by the stern arm of Maria Theresia. One had died of the smallpox, caught from the emanations of a recent victim. Doubtless, the poor little boy had half disintegrated with fright, and let the poison in. She wondered if she would be frightened, and dismissed the thought with an impatient shrug. Her strong soul had little acquaintance with fear. Still, she would have welcomed a premonition of it at this moment, if it had brought on its long shadows the first mutters of ancestral superstition, the first stirring of her stupefied Hapsburg sense. But her thought flew to Fierdin Abbot. She wrenched it from him, and it fluttered among the pleasures and distractions of her months in Hungary. She found herself longing for the bright rooms in the palace of Buda, the bustling business-like streets of Pest. She recalled her first and only visit to a shop, and wished she might repeat the experience on the morrow. She had had many vivid accounts of the shop of Vienna from Alexandra, who, untrammeled by state, or even by the haughty usages of the aristocracy, visited the shops as often as she pleased. I feel hopelessly modern, frivolous, she thought, as she rose and walked to the window, but it is merely the perversity of the brain. Like a spoiled child, it must do precisely what is not expected of it. I thought I had disciplined it better. She held aside a corner of the lace curtain and peered down into the courtyard and at the battered walls opposite. There would have been no danger of detection had her room been light, for the rain was falling heavily. The courtyard was deserted, and the scene was intolerably dreary. A prison yard could be no worse. Suddenly she was seized with a wild, unreasoning terror, an impulse to fly from the Hofburg to Budapest with her many friends. A premonition seemed to rise out of the dark and press close upon her. Her brain tossed up the reserve, the embarrassment of her father's manner, the watchful, speculative regard of Königsegg's cold eyes, the sensation of insignificance that had vaguely assailed her as she arrived in Vienna, of stepping down from a pedestal to withdraw into a niche. Why had she left Hungary? There she would have been safe, for nothing short of violence could have removed her, and that they would not dare to use. She touched the electric button as soon as she could find it, and when the room was softly brilliant, she wondered at her nerves, determined to reduce them to subjection before their midnight ordeal. She sat down with a novel Alexandra had given her at parting. This was not the preparation for nocturnal prayer she might have wished, but it could be no more mischievous than her own unruly thoughts. It proved to be absorbing. A brisk, well-written tale of medieval love and adventure, war and romantic incident without psychology, or a reminder of modern life and character. It was not the literature of her habit, but for that reason perhaps held her the more closely, the tenor of her mind being altered, and life as she knew it best forgotten, when, at 11:45, one of her maids entered with a long fur garment, and the announcement that the Oberstofmeisterin awaited the pleasure of her Imperial Highness. She arose with reluctance, and, as the woman adjusted her cloak and hood, glanced at the finish. If I had not been sure of that final rapture, she informed herself apologetically, I believe I could not have rid my mind of it in the church. End of section 51.
Section 52 of Rulers of Kings, a novel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Rulers of Kings, a novel by Gertrude Atherton. Part 2, Chapter 30. Sarolta had sunk on a hot water cushion in one of the chapels of the Capuchin church after an involuntary appeal to her archduchess to pray no longer than she could help. The friar, a dark blur in his brown robes, unlocked the door that opens on the winding stair sacred to the House of Hapsburg. As Renata carried a lighted taper in her own hand, she motioned to him to walk behind her and picked her way on the uneven stones worn by 4 centuries of men and women who had gone down with the dead, or to pray among the ruins of those who had ruled and loved and oppressed, or battled in secret and impotence with the wretched comedy of their existence. Twice before, since her early girlhood, when her tutor in history had included an occasional visit to the Hapsburg dust in his course, had Renata descended this stair, behind the coffin of Rudolf and the coffin of her mother. The first time she had been blind and dumb with grief. The second, horror-stricken as she still was, she had meditated sadly upon the conquest of life over the charming and singular woman she had known so little. Tonight, as she reached the foot of the stair and held the taper aloft, she was conscious of little but the cold and the dank smell of death, which, in spite of glass and lead and bronze, and robbed of its final offensiveness, pervades the crypt. It is an odor hardly definable. It might be the very breath of death himself rising thickly through earth and mold. Renata shuddered and drew her cloak about her, but walked resolutely down between the long rows of sarcophagi, elaborate and ostentatiously simple, crowding close behind the bars. She was thankful that her father had insisted upon the escort of the friar, but when she came to the great gates behind which Maria Theresia still reigns in the pomp of death over those who had followed her, and her silent attendant had turned the key, she motioned to him to remain without. She stood for a moment looking with a curious impersonality of which she could not divest herself, at the magnificent leaden sarcophagus on its pedestal of one of the few great rulers of Austria. The carving and chasing, the bas-reliefs and fixtures were so elaborate and beautiful that she caught herself wondering how many years the august remains had awaited their final state, or if the far-sighted empress had set the craftsman to work long before her death. She was a practical soul, and it was likely. At her feet, in the plainest of leaden coffins, lay the husband she had loved and snubbed. About her, in receptacles of varying art and costliness, were 9 of her 16 children. Renata turned her back upon the last vanity of the ancestor who had been a religion of her youth, and passing the equally lofty but far less imposing sarcophagus of Franz II, with the perfunctory receptacles of his 4 wives scattered near, she paused for a moment beside the long coffins of Napoleon's second wife, and of him who had been called King of Rome and Duke of Reichstadt, he whom the French remembered as the second Napoleon when his cousin seized the throne. She stared down at the lead above the dust of the little cousin for whom she had much sympathy and compassion, knowing him to have been the victim of court intrigues, his soul and body systematically ruined. She wondered how much rebellion had beaten beneath that apparent docility, how much cunning, perhaps, biding his time in his grandfather's old age, hating and fearing Metternich, yet neither wise enough nor strong enough to avoid the traps that never cut his feet, and closed about him as softly and warmly as sirens and drugs. She wondered if the French poet had divined the secret of nature correctly, or if a true Hapsburg brain had dissolved in the silences of the crypt. Then, if the ruined soul had been graciously relit in consideration of its youth and ignorance, if, in some juster world, The fine brain he may have inherited might not now, in its maturity, be fulfilling the purpose for which it had sprung from a force that would still seem to haunt the earth. These were not the thoughts, the sulking superstitions she had come to evoke, and she passed on. The alcove, containing what was left of her mother and brother, with the angel between them presented by the ladies of Hungary, was before her. But she wished before kneeling and praying there to saturate herself with this subtle atmosphere of ancient death, of indestructible repose, of serene and final disassociation from the world above. This portion of the crypt is only 2/3 below ground. A high, small window admits a patch of light by day, but the glass is heavy and no sound penetrates. The Hapsburgs sleep as quietly as the Pharaohs. Renata wandered past the brilliant silver-like coffin of Ferdinand Maximilian Joseph, but she did not linger. She had little sympathy with the unknown uncle whose wavering brain had cost him throne and life.
If I had had Mexico, she thought arrogantly, I should have kept it. Picturesque an object as he was with his American empire and his brave death, he will never be a favorite in history or romance, for human nature despises the waverer. What the Americans call bluff is not only the wiser policy, but makes a stronger appeal to the imagination.
She walked down beneath the long rows of the lesser dead, pausing a moment at the simple coffin of that cousin who had set her thin frock on fire with a lighted cigarette, hastily concealed as her father approached. She smiled with tender pity, grateful that her own parent, obdurate in many things, was advanced in a few simple particulars. Finally she returned to the elevated remains of the old Emperor Franz, and holding her taper high, looked slowly about her. It was a sufficiently gruesome sight, those piles and rows of grey sarcophagi, most of them but stark shadows under the meagre light she carried, and the ray of a lamp that filtered through the little window. She gave an involuntary shudder of feminine horror, and once more experienced a throb of gratitude for the proximity of the friar standing beyond the door. He had extinguished his taper and looked like a statue at prayer. Her eyes rested again on the coffin of the Duke de Reichstadt.
Poor Franz, she thought. What barbarians they were only 2/3 of a century ago. I wonder how much better we are now. I feel rather as if my spirit had been purged down here, than packed with its old ghosts.
She let her taper trail on the stones. Her pilgrimage was a failure. The night and its horrid suggestions had accomplished no degeneration for her. She might as well have come by day, or spared at any time her limbs the cold, her nostrils this infliction. And there she faced and accepted the truth. What she had been was gone. What she was, so must she remain. Her brain, in its absolute modernity, must help her to endure and to regulate her life. From her ancestors she would receive no further help, neither now nor ever. From all miasmatic obsessions rising out of the crypt in her soul, she was free henceforth. The crypt itself had vanished into that eternity so far from the corruption about her. She lifted her head suddenly with a sensation of liberty, of independence, which even Hungary and her intimate spiritual absorption of her American lover had not given her. Then she went forward and knelt at the foot of Rudolph's coffin. She had rejected dogmas and theologies, but she could still pray. for she had perfect faith in an overruling power who, if great enough to manage the universe, must be great enough to answer prayer without upsetting the balance of his machinery. And prostrate at the foot of the ugly bronze coffin under half its height of brittle wreaths that held the clay of the warmest nature she had ever known, of the only being she had deeply loved until now, of the Hapsburg whose light might have raised him so high in history and had gone out in folly and dishonor, she had her moment of profound tribute to the dead, of utter abnegation of self. When she rose from her knees, she entered the recess, and pushing aside the old wreaths with their emblazoned streamers, the gifts of kings and princes, of family and illustrious subjects, she pressed her wet face for a moment to the head of the coffin, then walked rapidly from the inner crypt, down the lane between the older dead, and up the stair. Sarolta was not in her chapel, and dismissing the friar, Renata left the church. The Oberstofmeisterin was in a corner of the carriage, sound asleep. The coachman slept profoundly on the box. The footman had disappeared. Renata stood alone in the streets of Vienna. The clock struck 1. She, a daughter of the Hapsburgs, was as free as any waif in the city. The sensation of liberty which had taken possession of her down in the crypt surged wildly to her head. She walked swiftly to the corner and stood there, pushing back her hood and staring about her. The rain had ceased, but the night was black. What was there to prevent her from finding a cab, driving to the station, and taking the first train for Berlin? If Fessenden were not already there, a telegram would summon him in haste. From Berlin it was but a few hours to Bremen. She took another step forward, then almost laughed aloud. Was this the first result of her rendezvous with the dead? But if that had been futile, her brain and her sense of duty were still in control. She had renounced love once for all. Moreover, her flight would mean the exile and disgrace in her old age of Sarolta. Tomorrow she would return to Hungary and take up her work there. Now that she knew exactly on what forces she must rely, she could hope to walk her self-appointed path without faltering, and in gratitude for her strength and for a memory which the inflexible laws of her station could never take from her. Moreover, her flight would mean the exile and disgrace in her old age of Sarolta. Tomorrow she would return to Hungary and take up her work there. Now that she knew exactly on what forces she must rely, she could hope to walk her self-appointed path without faltering, and in gratitude for her strength and for a memory which the inflexible laws of her station could never take from her. Nevertheless, she lingered for a time, walking aimlessly to and fro, for it was the most complete liberty she had ever known, and she enjoyed it as much as a child enjoys itself the first time it runs away. It also appealed to her sense of humor, and she would have been amused still more could she have come face to face with her father. And so she rejected her second opportunity for flight and actual liberty, awakened the terrified coachman, and returned to the Hofburg. End of Section 52, Part 2, Chapter 30.
Section 53 of Rulers of Kings, a novel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Rulers of Kings, a novel by Gertrude Atherton. Chapter 31. She slept well, and late, then, being already long past her early hour of rising, lay for a time, half in pleasure of that narrow world wherein she still could confuse dreams and life, half in dread of the realities into which she must step with her clothes. Should she go to Budapest that day? It occurred to her too late that it is more difficult to return to the associations identified with the intense or tragic moments of life even than to remain among them. Should she stay in Vienna for a few days? The Hofburg had never seemed so dreary. Her own rooms were musty and chill. In Buda, at least, she would be companioned, and she should find novel work to do immediately upon her return. She remembered Fessenden's early suggestion to conciliate the independents by inviting their wives to the palace. Many of these men were her slaves, but of them several would not come to Buda, and others held wholly aloof. She should persuade to her cause, as soon as she returned, the patriotism of the influential women of the aristocracy. And there were charities to organize, subtler methods of conquest to be conceived, now that society had been won by gaieties and pleasure. As soon as the winter broke, she would make her progress through the country. She had made the impression she desired on the crowds that had met her at the stations in Transylvania. It was all easy enough, this brilliant preliminary. But what of the future? Would she have her great public career, and would it console her for the renunciation of what she wanted at that moment, more than the career of a Maria Theresia, or even the triumph of cold duty? As she awoke fully, the tenderness and passion, roused and stimulated, yet so little satisfied in these past weeks, which for 2 days and nights had been quiescent under the sullen despair of her brain, now, after long hours of refreshing sleep, rushed in tumult through all her channels of emotion, and all her soul and body shook with longing and regret. Why should she not see him once more? And would it always be once more, and once more? Would her life be bearable if his expulsion from it were final? She had not seen so far into the future while with him, but now it looked as empty and cold as space. Could this be the end? She almost cried the words aloud as she sprang from her bed in a frantic desire to take some step at once, before it was too late. He could not have sailed, for he had told her he should spend some days in Berlin, and his yacht was at Trieste. She should see him again, if the world stood still. In all the emotions that had rent her, even after the terrible deaths of her brother and mother, she had never so faced the awful vista of finality, and she discovered that it was the one for which she had no power in her to endure. Of course he must leave her at last, but not yet. It is all very well for the old and the wise to argue with the accents of fatigue that love is not the only thing in life. So it is not for those that argue. She rang. Her women came in and dressed her in a travelling costume. She sent a note to the Princess Sarolta, asking her to be ready an hour hence, and another to her father, expressing a wish to bid him auf Wiedersehen. The Emperor replied that he would call upon her as soon as she had finished her coffee, and that it was with regret he was obliged to inform her that her Obersthofmeisterin had caught a severe cold the night before, and was unable to leave her bed. He had sent a messenger to Maria Leopoldina, who was at Bowden, asking her to resume for the moment her old duties, and doubtless she would arrive in the course of the day. It was a long message, and the Emperor had taken the trouble to write it, when a simple announcement by a chamberlain that he would call upon her immediately would have sufficed. Renata left her breakfast room abruptly, and stood alone in her dressing room, removing her hat with shaking fingers. For what was he preparing her? What pathway smoothing for himself? Had Peroska tattled? Was she to receive the paternal fiat that she must never see Fessenden Abbot again? Her father might require her submission before permitting her to return to Hungary. Had the world come to an end? She felt as if the floor was swaying and sinking. She heard the Emperor's voice in the salon, and controlled herself, and went in to meet him. Her eyes met his, squarely, in the manner he detested. He kissed her, however, and congratulated her upon her improved appearance. She had rarely looked better than in this frock of green cloth and steel and sable, so simple and closely fitting that on her slim, yet heroic figure, it gave her a somewhat warlike appearance. The Emperor himself was looking remarkably well, in his parade uniform with its sky-blue coat and black and scarlet trousers. He had been in the saddle for 2 hours inspecting his troops, and the fresh colour was in his cheeks. His well-exercised body was almost as free and elastic as his daughter's. He sat erect and alert like the good soldier he was. But with the wariness of the diplomat, he had taken the precaution to seek this interview on the enemy's territory, that he might retreat if a sudden lapse in the negotiations seemed wise. He knew that he would be physically unable to expel Renata from his apartments until she chose to go. He began with diplomacy, also asking her of the pilgrimage of the night before, complimented her on her courage and piety, and no man could turn a compliment more neatly. But as Renata answered him in monosyllables, and preserved an upright attitude of expectancy, he felt himself driven towards the point. "My dear," he began delicately, "it has come to my knowledge that you are more interested than is prudent in the brother of your friend." He paused, but as Renata made no reply, nor even changed colour, he continued. "Of course it is to be expected that a girl as beautiful as you are will captivate many men, aloof as you must hold yourself, but I am surprised that you have permitted a devotion so conspicuous as to create gossip. A princess can never be sure that gossip will stop short of scandal, for where a woman may not select her own husband, the idle and the envious are always on the lookout for an irregular connection to gloat over. I am very sorry to seem to reprove you. I have expected it, of course. I knew that the little Zapolya was a spy, and she also wished to marry Mr. Abbot. I hope you will give me the credit of having lived long enough to sift evidence before I decide, of making due allowance for circumstances, and of accepting no evidence unsupported. You and Mr. Abbot have been much in public together. Your mutual interest has been commented upon far and wide. I have been warned from more sources than one. If I had known that Count Zrinyi had invited Mr. Abbot, and scarcely anyone else, to accompany you to Transylvania, I should have forbidden the visit. It had long been a part of your programme, and I inferred, as a matter of course, that you would be accompanied by a full court and a large number of guests. There is no doubt in my mind that Zrinyi made this opportunity for you, and he must take the consequences. I doubt if he gave my private affairs a thought. He may have cared to entertain me as a princess, but his first object was to see as much of Alexandra alone as possible, in romantic surroundings. That may be. Now I must ask you if you are prepared to deny that you took a walk at midnight up there alone with Mr. Abbot, that you managed upon numberless occasions to see him alone, at Buda as well as at Zrínyi, that he wore Prince Nadazdi's costume on the night of the fancy dress ball, and that you both retired simultaneously. I deny nothing, said Renata. I am in no humour to make a sentimental confession. Your Majesty may believe or not that I love him. I have, however, sent him away. That should satisfy you. You will accept my word, I suppose. Your word is the last I should doubt, but I happen to know that human nature is stronger than promises. You will not send for him, but he will return. He is a young man with an exceptional record for attaining his ends. If he manages to see you alone again after a separation, he spread out his little hands with the grace of his Spanish ancestors, I should not answer for the consequences. If you were your mother, I should have no apprehension, for she was devoid of passion. But you are a Hapsburg, and God knows I have had knowledge enough of the weakness of my race to act promptly when I am graciously vouchsafed a timely warning. What are you going to do about it? Asked Renata unconsciously, in her quick suspicion, using the American vernacular. Although her language was German, her father had never found it necessary to learn English. This time the Emperor met her eye fully, although his heart quaked. I have determined that it is time for you to marry, he said in a louder tone than he was sensible of in time. Renata laughed. She was surprised at her rudeness. The disrespectful ebullition was due partly to nervousness, but the Emperor's brave announcement had also struck at the quick of her humour. His Majesty's ruddy face deepened in hue. but he had too difficult a task to accomplish to permit himself the luxury of a personal sensation. He had steeled his heart against pity. To give himself up to anger was unworthy, and he brushed the emotion aside. He would have been glad to see his daughter happy, but the stoicism of lonely majesty had been immutably set in his case by the many and agonizing personal experiences which he had weathered into a healthy and tolerable old age. Princes were born to earthly martyrdom, tempered by much casual consolation. If their women were forced to play their part without the compensations, that was the decree of God, who made kings, and they must suffer and make no complaint. As a rule, they did, and it was the manifest duty of him who was divinely permitted to govern to see that they found no opportunity to do otherwise. "You are overwrought, I fear," he said tactfully. "Did you sleep well after your pilgrimage?" "Perfectly. May I ask whom your Majesty has considered as a son-in-law?" The Emperor made a slight motion that in a person of less graceful dignity might have been mistaken for a squirm. He had no doubt of the wisdom of his choice. His own choice he believed it to be. For his relative, if stern and unbending, a disciplinarian of the first rank, was neither brutal nor cruel, nor, if met with a discreet submission, unamiable. The idea of handing over his potential daughter to this Gibraltar among husbands, who had responded with enthusiasm to the invitation to marry a beautiful and wealthy princess, had taken full possession of the apprehensive mind of the old monarch. But he had not planned to break the name until after the right amount of preparation. He had anticipated that Renata would dissolve into tears, and perhaps more tempestuous emotions, under cover of which he could retreat, to communicate in writing the fullness of her fate. But there was no sign of a tear in the large, angry eyes transfixing him, and her full, fine mouth, with its short upper lip and unsatisfied corners, looked as if a sob had never shaken it. "Well?" she asked. There was nothing for it but to plump out the name, even were he willing to gain time by asserting that the man had not yet been chosen. He knew that she would detect the lie and place him at an immediate disadvantage. He answered stolidly, "Aloys Franz." "What?" She stood up and stared down upon him, as if she were repeating his statement to herself and endeavouring to place it in connection with her brain. In a moment the blood rose hotly to her hair, even her eyes looked bloodshot. "Oh!" she exclaimed. "Oh!" And then she walked to the window. It was an opportune moment for retreat, but there was more to be said. She was calm, and the sooner the whole task was finished, the better. "Perhaps you will understand why I think it best you should not return to Budapest," he said gently. "It is well for many reasons that this wedding take place at once, and it is my duty to expose you to no further temptation. It can be given out that your trousseau detains you here, or Saralta's illness." Renata wheeled about and faced him. For the first time in her life she was ugly. "And have you really deluded yourself," she asked with an ominous calm, "that you will marry me to that man, or to anyone else?" The Emperor rose then and faced her. War was declared, and he knew where he stood. There was no better metal in Europe than his. "You will marry Aloys Franz," he said. Again Renata laughed, and for the moment she looked hideous. "I shall not," she said, "and you should know by this time what stuff I am made of. I have not had a doubt of your resistance. I have as little of my firmness of purpose. You have not been sufficiently disciplined. A princess marries whom and when her father and sovereign dictates. You were my youngest, in many ways exceptional, and very much alone. I have been more indulgent, more lax than I should. But that is over. From this moment you will recognize that I am your emperor as well as your father. We are no longer in the Middle Ages, nor yet in the middle of the last century. Your subjects are free to marry whom they please, or to remain unmarried if they choose." Constitutions have shorn monarchs of too much power over their subjects, but in his own family, the power of an emperor is as absolute as it ever was. To the law, you would have no appeal did I choose to practice upon you the tortures of the Inquisition here in my palace. To starve you in a cell, to cause you to disappear forever from human sight. Please understand, once for all, that you are my property, given into my care by Almighty God, and for your own salvation, and for the honor of my house, I shall do what I think best with you. And if I still refuse, you will remain a prisoner in these rooms until you consent. Your servants will attend to every want. You will have the society of Maria Leopoldina, and you may take your exercise in the corridor. You will see no one else. There will be a guard day and night at each end of the corridor. If you make any attempt to bribe these guards, or to communicate with anyone in the courtyard, you will be moved elsewhere and deprived of exercise. But I do not wish to be forced into undue severity, and you may remain here so long as you transgress no rules." "Good God!" she exclaimed. "And this is the 20th century! Have I heard aright? Am I a prisoner under an armed guard? Am I more helpless in the eyes of the law than the meanest of your subjects? May any illiterate peasant woman seek redress in the courts of justice, while a princess of the realm, whose supreme advantages have set her apart from mankind, is but a chattel among the possessions of her father? I suppose I've known this, but I have managed to surround myself with a different atmosphere. But you are a man of the world, and all your faculties are still alert. Do you mean to tell me that you have not outgrown the barbarism of the past?" "You may call it by what name you will. I shall go now, and you will meditate." But Renata had flashed between him and the door, and he knew that he could not pass her. He was deeply annoyed that he had not retreated in time, but he stood immobile, looking coldly into her distorted face. "No," she said hoarsely, but still retaining an appreciable measure of self-control. "You will not leave this room until you have heard the truth for once. If you are no longer my father, but my tyrant, then from this moment I am your most rebellious subject and nothing more, and I would that I could open my veins and drain out every drop of royal blood. Has it ever occurred to you, sir, that the great enlightened masses, not only in America, but here in Central Europe, regard us not with the hatred of half a century ago, but with impatience and contempt, that they look upon us as anomalies, anachronisms, ornamental nuisances, and do not rise to let out our blood on the guillotine only because they are well aware of the peaceful disintegration, the irresistible rising of the tide of independence and liberty? If your people love you, here, not in Hungary, it is for your personal qualities, not because you represent an idea which, in their estimate of life and civilization, they have relegated to the past with crinolines and bath chairs. Do you suppose that what loyalty you enjoy will be transferred to the heir? You know it will not. That alone is proof enough that the people are carelessly, perhaps unconsciously, determined to have what they want. Monarchy, only if it happened to suit them at the moment. There is only one monarchy on the face of the earth enlightened enough to grasp this fact before it is too late, and that is England. There alone is monarchy not ridiculous and not threatened. What do you suppose is the meaning of the immense and undaunted increase of socialism in Germany? What is the meaning of the incalculable and persistent forces of disintegration in this empire? Look at Italy, at Spain, at Turkey, at Russia that dares not sleep. Only the insignificant little monarchies are comparatively safe from themselves, being occupied with apprehension of the greater. Even in the United States, the unsatisfied tide of liberty is rising. McKinley was not shot by a lunatic, a fanatic, nor by a member of any deadly organization. The assassin was merely one of the millions of dissatisfied poor in the richest country on earth, where he saw liberty and justice becoming as paralytic as in Europe. Did the portent of that assassination never occur to you? And with this spirit abroad in the world, we dare over here to play at divine rights, at being hereditary rulers of millions more enlightened than ourselves. We, pygmies, marionettes, who may be born as foolish as the last Emperor of Austria and King of Hungary, who thought that all eagles had two heads, and yet dare to mount a throne and cry, "I am king!" No one has ever more devoutly tried to do what he conceived to be his inherited duty than I have done. I have, for many years, been deliberately blind. During these last months in Hungary, I have held the scales to my eyes lest they fall off. Last night down there in the crypt, where, if you must know, I went in the hope of finding my old idols, I lost most of those scales. Today, I have lost the last of them. If I had it in my power to do, I would give liberty in the broadest sort of constitutional government to every man that breathes. I am mortified that it took the deprivation of my own liberty to force my brain to acknowledge the truth. I would rather I had been less human and welcomed the truth as the result of much deep and intelligent meditation. But to expect the godlike of one of us of royal blood is beyond reason, and I am thankful that I am not too dense to receive illumination from any source. But I loathe my blood. I hope to God I may live to see every monarch now alive, a useful member of a republic, and no man degraded by being forced to submit to what he had had no hand in making. I am sorry to have detained and agitated you, and for any unintentional rudeness, I hope your Majesty will forgive me. For you, until today, I have had a great respect. For what you stand for, it is impossible that I should ever again have anything but the profoundest contempt. I will not detain you any longer, except to repeat that you will save yourself a great deal of trouble if you give up at once this idea of marrying me to any man but the one I shall select for myself. She no longer looked hideous. The relief of her emotions, the tide of passion which had surged over its dam, laden with the profoundest truth of the century, had carried her to the heights of her nature, and she had never been more beautiful, nor more formidable. Not so the Emperor. He was purple, and his heavy underlip trembled, but he preserved his dignity, his soldierly bearing. As she moved aside to let him pass, he bowed courteously to her, without speaking, and left the room. End of chapter 31.
Section 54 of Rulers of Kings, a novel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Rulers of Kings, a novel by Gertrude Atherton. Chapter 32. The Princess Sorolta, Prince Esterhazy, Countess Vilma Festetics, Alexandra Abbott, and Count Zerini sat in agitated conclave in the palace of Buda. The Countess Peroska Zapolya was officially in bed with an attack of influenza. The five friends sat close together in the blue drawing-room. Sorolta had related the story of the appalling interview between the Emperor and Renata as reported to herself by a faithful maid of the Archduchess, who had almost fainted in a window curtain. The woman had escaped to invoke the aid of the powerful Oberhofmeisterin before orders had been issued for the isolation of the Archduchess's servants. "There you are," exclaimed Sorolta, who frequently expressed herself in English for the sake of its facile idiom. God help us, what a lashing she must have given him. It was not the first, poor dear man, but I doubt if he ever had it quite so straight, for Renata's brain would always preserve her from the usual feminine tangents. But, our poor princess, she is a prisoner. Do you realize it? He will keep his word, the more rigorously as he now no doubt thinks she is mad. And Alois France, if I didn't love Renata, nothing would amuse me more than to look on at his attempts to reduce her to submission. But the situation is not humorous, it is tragic. What in heaven's name are we to do to help her? We shall not be able even to get a word of consolation to her. Not one of us will be allowed to visit her. She will receive no letters. She will be shut up for months, perhaps, with Maria Leopoldina, for whom I feel an even more acute sympathy than for herself. And she, with that active brain, that nervous temperament, no exercise, no society, no change, good God, she may lose her reason. That need not concern us, said Alexandra, nor Alois France. They'll never marry her, with or without antediluvian methods. But the rest is bad enough. Surely the Emperor will let her exercise in the riding school. She would still be in the Hofburg and sufficiently guarded. I am sure the Emperor will not hear of it. The official announcement has been made that she is suffering from a light attack of influenza. Light, you will understand, that neither suspicion nor too much sympathy may be awakened. If she went as far as the riding school, there would be too many people in the secret. She is confined to 5 rooms and a corridor, and there I am afraid she will stay. Refractory princesses have been shut up since the beginning of kings, and will be until all the kings have gone to the guillotine. Poor dear. I shall telegraph to my brother at once. We have a code. He will get her out, be sure of that. If he doesn't, he may look upon his life as a failure. He will, however. Would it not be better, suggested Prince Esterhazy, if Mr. Abbot did not take any step in the matter? It might create a scandal and do the princess a lasting injury. She has a severe ordeal before her, but I think there is no doubt she will win. Her will is stronger than the king's. I think it would be better to leave the matter to time. Time? A woman like Renata for 6 months, a year in confinement and uncertainty? She must be got out at once, and there is only one person who can make the deliverance final. Now I am going to say something that will make you all jump. My brother intends to marry Renata. They did jump, with the exception of Vilma. Ach so! Sarolta's tones were guttural with irony, but her fingers shook slightly as she lit a cigar. But, mademoiselle, murmured Prince Esterhazy politely, you know, of course, that it is impossible. No one can sympathize more than I with the romance of youth, and I have been deeply interested. But marriage between an Archduchess of Austria and Princess of Hungary, and pardon me, an American, you who know your Europe must surely have discouraged Mr. Abbot. I never set myself impossible tasks. Fierdin will marry Renata, of that I have not the slightest doubt. I know now that I have always anticipated it, and so has my father. Although as far as I am concerned, I thought of it until lately as a dream. Rather. I know now that it was a belief, and founded on my intimate knowledge of both and of their fitness for each other, as well as on that very knowledge of Europe which assures that if I live I shall see greater social revolutions than the marriage of an American with a princess of the blood. You are dumbfounded because you know Europe only. Go over and live in the United States for a while, and you will come back with the future in your brain as well as the past. I have never been in the United States, but I think this strange love affair is the most beautiful thing in the world, and I would help them if I could. It was Vilma who spoke, and she was leaning forward with her hands gripping the arms of her chair. The grayish pallor of her skin had never been more noticeable, and the lines about her mouth were tense. Not only had every nerve been on edge since Renata's departure 2 days ago, but she was possessed by the exultation of the martyr. She was not going to the stake for the ideals of the proud aristocracy of her ancient country, but in sacrificing those ideals in the hope to compass the happiness of 2 exceptional beings, she felt that she had made good her claim to the martyr's crown. But the time had come when her morbidity might prove more useful than the healthy impatience of Alexandra, who had little talent for intrigue, and who looked upon Vilma as one of the unfortunate products of a too conservative aristocracy. Princess, she continued, appealing to her chief, you do not approve, of course, but you would not betray us if we attempted to help her? Sarolta bit the end of her cigar. I would do all I could to help her out of this difficulty, but connive at her marriage with an American, never. I have outgrown romantic nonsense, and I am also a loyal subject of my king, although I do think he is an... But what you did not know, dear princess, you would not feel obliged to discover, now that you are no longer Oberaufsmeisterin, said Vilma wheedlingly. Why not leave it to her? You do not believe, do you, that she would make such a marriage? I do not. There at least my faith is unshaken. Then take me to Vienna with you, and close your eyes if I try to communicate with her. Only I can, for I am quite unknown in Vienna, insignificant in appearance, and if the king has ever seen me, he would not recognize me. I cannot go unless you take me, but go I must. Sarolta, whose heart, as the astute Vilma well knew, was aching, appeared to consider deeply. Finally she shrugged her shoulders. I cannot see what you could accomplish, but you might let her see you occasionally in the Franzenplatz and give her a little comfort. The rest of us cannot go near it. Alex, of course you will return with me as soon as I have closed the palace. Zerini, I think you and Vienna had better be strangers for the present. I go to Vienna the day you do, announced Zerini. The king, on second thoughts, will do nothing more to irritate Hungary. If he ordered me out of Vienna, I should return here and tell the whole story. Molinar would go off his head and demand the liberty and return of the princess as the price of peace in the country. In any case, he could set the tongues of all Europe wagging, and the king would find himself outwitted. He is shrewd enough to know this, or his ministers are. They will pursue a very moderate and conservative course outside the Hofburg. After all, this is the 20th century. Who would have thought that? Said Alexandra. Will you come with me, Count, while I write my telegram and then send it yourself? I would take it to Berlin if I could get it there as quickly, said Zerini gallantly. Count, murmured his tormentor as they left the room, you are a brick. I am a grateful soul. I feel uncommonly like rewarding you. End of chapter 32. Section 55 of Rulers and Kings, a novel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Rulers of Kings, a novel, by Gertrude Atherton. Chapter 33. For 24 hours, Renata's brain whirled to no machinery but her wrath. To that succeeded an energetic desire to escape. All her prejudices and separate ambitions had gone down in that final moment of disillusion, and she was determined to marry Fierdin Abbot as soon as she was beyond the reach of her father. But her brain, fertile as it was and abnormally active, could conceive no method of leaving unobserved that great palace of many corridors, never for a moment deserted. She was forced to relinquish her intention to bribe the guards, for there were constantly 3 together, and it would seem that they were changed every half hour. To assume the disguise of a servant was equally impracticable, for not one of those in attendance upon her reached her shoulder, and they were as closely watched as herself. Her rooms were not high above the ground, but a guard paced beneath her window day and night, and the guard-room was opposite. She was in the very heart of a great European capital preeminent in science and art, the civilized virtues and vices not 100 yards from cabs and crowded streets, and no mountain fortress could enclose her more securely. When Maria Leopoldina arrived, after a delay welcome to both, Renata greeted her with some warmth, but frankly asked her to remain in her own rooms as much as possible. This the duenna was more than willing to do. Not only had she returned to her exacting post from her pleasant retirement with a reluctance she dared not express to her sovereign, but she had a very considerable understanding of her former charge, and was by no means unsympathetic. She recognized the necessity of drastic measures in so lamentable a state of a princess's affections and temper, and she should do her duty cost her what it might, but she would obey the letter of her instructions only, and leave the prisoner such freedom as she still could find within her own walls. And then the days dragged themselves out. Renata saw no one but her cousin and servants, received no message from the world. Even Maria Leopoldina was not permitted the solace of a newspaper. Renata seldom sat down, but moved about until all her body ached with weariness, pausing every few moments to look down upon the Franzenplatz, through the sheltering lace of the curtain, in the hope that Fierdin Abbot would saunter through with intent to give her courage. If she tried to forget her plight in a book, she would fling it down presently and fly to the window, lest she miss him. In these first hours she was too hard for lovers' regrets, so wroth was she at the insult put upon her individuality, and so great her astonishment, that with all the intellect and character of which she had vaunted herself, she was as helpless to move in behalf of her own destiny, as poor in resource, in these primitive circumstances to which her father and sovereign had reduced her, as any little fool of the Middle Ages. Although she had been warned by her opportunities of close observation against the devouring and repulsive selfishness of those who pushed the culte d'humain to its modern limits, yet few women had so proudly developed their individuality, Few had so jealously insisted upon the right of the brain to its own thoughts, of the character to develop in its own way, and as far as human limitations would permit. If she had, until her visit to Hungary, had been submissive to the laws of her position, it had been because she had deliberately chosen submission and aloofness as her highest duties to her house, not because she stood in the slightest awe of her father, or recognized his right to direct her thoughts and conduct. It is doubtful if she could have loved Fierdin Abbot had she not recognized in him a spirit as free as her own, and an enlightenment and sympathetic understanding which would never seek to change nor control her. She had found a mate, not a master, and both being the extreme products of their century, their prospects of a lifelong desire for partnership exceeded those in the great restless sea of awakened intelligence between the highest type and the commonplace. Renata, in more passionate hours of longing and anguish, had felt the possibilities she relinquished, rather than grasped them with her reason, but now she knew their full significance, and the knowledge helped her to deepen indignation of the medieval conditions into which she had abruptly been thrust. The days passed, and the lover gave no sign that he was as distraught as the prisoner. There are times in life when one lives very fast. The first 48 hours of her imprisonment consumed the mental energies of months. As the first excitement decreased, and with it something of the novelty of her situation, her mind was free again for thoughts and dreams she had been half glad to forget. So many were the pangs they had held. And in the train of love came all the doubts and tragic conceptions with which a woman cursed with imagination never fails to torment herself. The women for whom men would most willingly die, if there be yet that spirit abroad in the world, women who in the end are most sure to discard the still ardent lover, often suffer in their imaginary tragedies as intensely as their more constant and less valued sisters in their hopeless realities. Renata was not the woman to love entire, but her imagination was the least controlled of her faculties. She descended into the very depths of depression and convinced herself that Fierdin Abbot had taken her at her word and returned to America before anyone had suspected her imprisonment and sent him warning. The faithful maid had not dared to confess her eavesdropping. She might be confined here until she lost her reason, and he would drown his thoughts of her in the hideous details of business, or in those great schemes of his, remembering her only as a purified spirit, likely enough wearying of the cold picture. She forgot her ideals, even her instinctive knowledge of him, and treated his vows with cynicism. What man in this practical modern world, and the world was practical and modern outside of the Hofburg, would be faithful to the woman hidden forever from his sight? He would marry, of course, and forget her. Why indeed should he not? And what if he did? There were times when she hated him, when in the prolonged contemplation of his commonplace infidelity she despised him as unworthy of her, and hardened her heart until she doubted if it ever would melt again, even if he suddenly appeared and took her in his arms. These crises in a woman's brain are very unfortunate, and when men are wiser they will study to prevent them. After all, it is the physical experience that tells, not the visible cause, and the scars may be deep and callous. In this case, poor Fierdin was helpless, and Renata had still felt and known so little that she had elasticity enough to survive several such crises without the worst effects. But if life had added bitterness to her store of experience, she might have come out of her ordeal with her best prospect for happiness blasted. Time cured this mood, but the passing of doubt and the restoration of the lover to favor helped her little to serenity. She recalled every look, the tone of his voice, every moment they had snatched together, all that he had taught her. She remembered every trick of speech and expression, the lighter but still personal habit they had fallen into of sitting apart for a few minutes after the tea hour, while the others were drinking their coffee in one of the reception rooms, at the opera and theater, or riding to the Schwabenberg in the early morning. These had become established habits, and she regretted them almost as intensely as the more concentrated moments. She had known to the full of the tantalizing sweetness of the intimate understanding in a crowd. And she recalled all she knew of him through the stories he had told her of himself in the years before they had met. They revealed him in many phases, and she had often lingered on them when alone. But there was one that now seemed to be always in her brain, to rise vividly in the brief moments when she was not struggling with a passion of grief, of regret, above all striving to tear her mind from the uncertainty, the maddening inability to act. It was a brief graphic story of an adventure in a mountain pass in Venezuela, when with 3 or 4 men he had been set up by half a score of the threatened dictator's followers. The case had been desperate. There had been a few moments when he had never expected to see a wider sky again, and in those moments it was not so much he that had fought as life itself. His pistol emptied, stabbed, shot, his clothing almost off his back, he was dragged to and fro on the rough mountain road, hacking, struggling, hating, not a harking in him to his old love of the fight in that gasping, tortured wrestle with death himself, possessed only by the furious determination of life to persist, to win against the enemy that never for an instant sleeps on its trail, so that the wonder is man lives a month from birth. At the end it had seemed to him that he saw the 2 ancient enemies at each other's throats. Fessenden's face had been composed enough as he told the story, but her imagination had visioned it set and desperate, pictured the swollen cords of his neck, the muscles on his half-naked and bleeding body bulging with rage and resistance. His eyes had glazed as Keene arrived and put the assassins to flight, and he had sunk into unconsciousness in bitterness and resentment, believing that he was dying. None of his stories of brilliant and reckless adventure had stirred her like this glimpse into his primeval depths which in the lower types make for ruin, and when rarely in the ken of the great forces of soul and brain are chief among the mainsprings of a man's conquest over life. The oftener this picture recurred to her, the face convulsed, or indomitable and grim, of the man she understood so well, the more she was persuaded that something had happened to still his energies, or he would have made her a sign before this. It had not needed that story to convince her that his courage would never fail him, but it now served the purpose of suggesting a similar strait where a wild revolt against death availed him nothing. It needed only a shock to send the blood to her head and deliver her nerves from the control of her will, which had struggled hard to keep in office. The shock came, and Maria Leopoldina was the apologetic medium. She entered Renata's sitting room on the 6th morning of the imprisonment with a newspaper, and pointed to a marked paragraph. The news item stated that the famous American, Herr Abbott, had sailed on his yacht from Trieste for New York on the previous day. Then it was that the blood flew to Renata's head and stayed there. It disorganized her will, almost her powers of consecutive thought. A moment of forgetfulness in the tide of feeling, of terrified emotion, poured upward again, shaking her body and racking her nerves. She slept but a few hours at night, waking with a load of despair and terror in her brain. Her desperate efforts at self-control, her prayers for strength were of no avail, for it must be remembered that mental suffering is a physical thing after all physical as may be the heights it is flung upon, and, until it has spent itself, as little to be controlled as a fever of the body. There was a constant effort in her throat to gasp, and moments of such utter and tumultuous despair that it seemed to her she saw straight into the soul of her brother during his last tormented moments. For it is in such depths of mental suffering, when the passions are in absolute control of the brain, and the victim, if not mad, might as well be, that life is taken. The strength in Renata's soul fought dumbly and persistently for mastery, and won in the end, but a weaker woman, with imagination and passions as strong, would have killed herself. Finally she demanded of Maria Leopoldina, blissfully ignorant of the tragedies enacting within the hard exterior of her charge, a sleeping potion. And the stewardess, when she returned with it, brought also the information that as a hasty marriage would undoubtedly cause a scandal exactly similar to that which had entertained Europe upon the informal exit into matrimony of the late wife of the Archduke Alois Franz, it had been determined that the ceremony should not take place until 2 months hence. The official announcement of the engagement would be made presently, however, and until the day of the wedding she must remain in her rooms. "Why, now that Mr. Abbott has gone?" asked Renata. "Why deprive me of my liberty when I could make no use of it?" "I cannot say, my dear," answered Maria Leopoldina. "It would not take him long to come back, you know, and then you have not given your formal consent to marry with Alois." "That is a point I had quite forgotten," said Renata dryly. "I hope my father and my prospective husband are not unduly impatient." On the following day, after the surcease of the sleeping powder and the inevitable reaction from many days of torment, she felt almost light-hearted and frivolous, and wondered if it were possible to suffer like that more than once in a lifetime. Passing a window, her eye was idly attracted by the shabby figure of a tourist. It was a bright winter's day, and visitors to the great capital came to look at the fine bronze of old Emperor Franz and the gilded wall where the drawbridge had been. Renata envied them deeply, nameless as no doubt they were. She had a vague idea that all sightseers were a composite with a number, where they had their precious liberty, no doubt belonged to such free and happy countries as England and America. This insignificant little woman carried a Baedeker, which she read industriously, walking round and round the statue, with but an occasional upward glance at the work of art. Alexandra had told Renata of tourists who read their Baedekers on the Rhine, forgetting to look at the historic monuments described, and she watched this illustration with some amusement. Suddenly her brows met, and she drew closer to the window. There was something oddly familiar in the little deliberate steps and the fashion of opening and closing the book, and this tourist had been here on other days when her brain was too surcharged to piece impression to thought. In a moment the girl paused with her back to the window, and raising her hand, nervously twisted a curl on the right of her neck. It was Vilma Festetics. She turned, her curious tourist eye roving over the ugly wall of the palace, concealing unimaginable splendors. She even sighed and let her mouth fall with discontent. Renata shook the edge of the curtain. Vilma came forward, laggingly, her eye on her book. The guard was inspecting the peculiar antics of another tourist who had a bulge beneath his coat. When Vilma was directly beneath the window, Renata threw it open and leaned out. "He is not gone," said Vilma distinctly, "and he wants your answer before he proceeds further." And Renata answered as distinctly, "Yes, yes, yes." It was all over in an instant. Vilma had shot through the archway and mingled with the throng in the Michaelerplatz, and Renata had closed her window before the astounded guards realized they had been outwitted. Renata sat down to await the consequences of her act. Her heart sang, and she did not care in the least what they might be. Indeed, closer imprisonment, and probably a change of quarters, was the worst she had to fear. Her father was not benighted enough to put her in solitary confinement, nor even on bread and water. She wondered at her doubts, at her facile acceptance of a news item that no doubt had been inserted by order of the Emperor. She knew now that Fessenden had made his plans, and that he would not fail. She looked back in amazement at the power and instinct of woman to torment herself, and she also felt a throb of satisfaction that she should not grow old and ugly in the course of a month, as she had fully expected to do. Finally she shed tears of wondering gratitude, and for a few moments felt as humble as a man could wish. It was not until 2 days later that Maria Leopoldina announced herself to the Archduchess at an early hour, and with an air of deep depression imparted the information that they were to leave Vienna on the following morning. "I infer that we are bound for the country," said Renata, smiling. "It is unfortunate that you should hate it as much as I love it. Cannot some other trustworthy duenna be found?" The Obsteraufmeisterin shook her head with gloomy pride. "How many people has His Majesty had reason to trust? I may not be as brilliant at Saralta, but I shall live and die in the confidence of my sovereign, and as I have been borne so many crosses in this life, I may perhaps hope for compensation in the next." "Where there will be no kings?" "I see no fault in our august relative," said Maria Leopoldina hurriedly. "I should not tell him if you did. Where are we going?" "That, I deeply regret to say, I am not permitted to tell you until we are in the train. But we are going not only because you have had the misfortune to incur the royal displeasure, but because, as you are not to be married immediately, His Majesty fears for your health if you are confined too long indoors." Renata drew a long breath. To live out of doors again. Even alone it will be the next best thing to the Atlantic Ocean on a yacht. "What?" demanded the stewardess sharply. "Oh, you will not have to go to sea with me, and you will be rid of me sooner than you think." On the following morning, Renata, accompanied only by Maria Leopoldina, 3 officers of the Emperor's household, and her servants, left Vienna, not in the Emperor's private car, but in ordinary railway carriages reserved for her use. She wore the plainest of her travelling frocks, nor was there anything in the appearance of her modest suite to attract attention, and in the heavy fog of daybreak, even the mounted escort that guarded her to the station passed unnoticed. When Vienna was an hour behind them, Maria Leopoldina informed the prisoner that they were bound for the Adriatic, for the castle of Miramar, built by Maximilian several years before his departure from Mexico. The information gave Renata pleasure, for she had never seen the beautiful home from which her uncle had sailed to his romantic and ignominious fate. Her father and mother had avoided it since long before her birth, but she knew that the castle was as comfortable as it was magnificent, and that there were grounds in whose labyrinths she could walk for hours without the monotony of repetition. Suddenly she had an inspiration. "Did my father order Mr. Abbott's yacht to leave Trieste?" she asked. "Ah, well, it can do no harm. He did." "Where is it?" "That I do not know. I think His Majesty has not inquired, so long as it is not in Austrian waters." "Does my father expect to keep my departure, my residence at so conspicuous a spot as Miramar, a secret?" "That will not matter. There will be an official announcement made that you are gone to the sea to recuperate from an attack of the influenza, and a man-of-war has been ordered to Trieste. It will anchor off the castle. The guard in the castle and grounds has been quadrupled from the garrison at Trieste. Moreover, I will tell you all, as it can do no harm, Mr. Abbott has been given his parole d'honneur, that he will make no attempt to carry you off. He wished you to be removed to the country, it seems. He has had the audacity to ask your hand of His Majesty. I suppose he is of unsound mind, poor young man." And Maria Leopoldina had the profound satisfaction of writing to her sovereign and cousin that evening that his daughter had received this proof of American absurdity and presumption with a peal of laughter, which had warmed her own heart, heavy with responsibility, and with sympathy for His most gracious Majesty. End of chapter 33. Section 56 of Rulers of Kings, a novel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Rulers of Kings, a novel by Gertrude Atherton. Chapter 34. The Emperor of Austria, the Emperor of Germany, Mr. Abbott, and Fierdin Abbott sat in secret and informal conclave in a small audience chamber in the Hofburg. The host sat behind a table between two high and heavy golden candlesticks. The emperors, erect in their uniforms, were imposing figures. They had the free, supple, upright carriage of men whose lives have been more than half passed in the saddle, and their eyes sparkled with the evidence of exercise and fresh air, regular habits and systematic care. Mr. Abbott, in a frock coat, was huddled in a perpendicular chair of crimson velvet and gilded oak, in a vain endeavor to make himself comfortable, and surreptitiously consuming tabloids, suffering in the stomach he had failed to treat as a brother the tortures of the damned. He looked with envy at the older emperor, who had been born some 20 years before himself, had endured enough public cares and private castigations to kill half a dozen Americans, and looked more vigorous than many in their youth. It was even possible that he might outlive the young man who aspired to be his son-in-law, toward whom his eyes, in spite of his will, wandered in the fascination of a shock from which he found himself unable to recover. It was now a fortnight since he had been made aware that nothing less was asked of him than that he should give his daughter in marriage to a scion of a country not only devoid of every tradition of royalty, but of an hereditary aristocracy. And while he was stunned and dully alarmed for what he conceived to be his failing wits, this demand had been backed up by an offer which had awakened him, it is true, but he, having outlived the age of romance and enthusiasm, had by no means met with favor, nor even credulity. To avoid war in any form was the final ambition of his life, and he was proud of his position as keeper of the peace of Central and Eastern Europe. On the other hand, he admitted that were he 40 years younger, he would doubtless have grasped any reasonable opportunity to rid Europe of the governments of Russia and Turkey, civilize and give happiness to those two countries, estimable enough in themselves, and mount to a place in history high above the mistakes and disasters of his unfortunate reign. But he was old, and with the selfishness of the old had long since resolved that he would close his reign in peace could it be done without dishonor. As for the inventions, they seemed to him as chimerical as a prospective telegraph did to his forefathers, as the telephone would seem to an Esquizmox. Moreover, that the restless and uncertain quantity who claimed him as his fatherly friend was the one from whom the astounding proposition came, was enough to fill his bosom to repletion with distrust, the more especially as the invention was the property of an American notoriously the German's friend. The emperor took little interest in American history or affairs, but it happened that he knew a good deal about Fierdin Abbott, not only through the intimacy of Alexandra with his daughter, nor yet through an acquaintance of a long standing with Mr. Abbot, for whom he had a very considerable respect, but because of the young man's menacing exploit in South America, his establishment of certain and apparently impregnable industries in Europe, and his reputation as a manipulator of men. No doubt he was the only man in his raw country who would have dared so far as to love a princess of royal blood, much less have had the incomprehensible audacity to bargain for her hand. But of all men in any unobjectionable republic whatsoever, the Emperor-King knew of no one to whom, under severest stress, he would longer hesitate to give any sort of recognition. He was aware of young Abbot's principles and theories. They had been hammered into his smarting ears by the only one of his children who had been dowered to the full with the haughty and intolerant spirit of her race, and he looked upon him as a menace to the best that he was left in the world. The wealth of these two men appalled him, albeit he was the richest monarch in Europe, and as he listened once more to the description of the incredible inventions and their certainties, he found himself staring at the little old man in the chair and the vigorous, restless young man standing by the window, much as a half-dazed man watches the approach of a land cyclone, whirling houses, people, and trees in its funnel. He had been astounded that one of his generals, whom he had sent to Berlin to witness the experiments, had returned convinced and advocating war, and he had been still more astonished and upset when, in the formal consultation which at the insistence of the German emperor he had held with his cabinets, he found that, to a man, they were for accepting the offer of the American. During the past weeks his ears had rung, to no tune but the glorious finish of his reign, the inestimable service he had in his power to bestow upon Christianity in Europe, the sure future of his dual monarchy, which the intoxicating knowledge of its greatness would solidify. The only thing they had stumbled over was the condition, for the emperor was no more conservative than his aristocracy, and the idea of allying the most exclusive monarchy in the world with the most blatant and dangerous of republics, that moreover which had recently whipped one of the ancient states of Europe, was a huge pill for them to swallow. Had it not been that they all felt that Europe would be well rid of this particular princess, even Königsegg, with this alternative, it is doubtful if, no matter what their reason for approving this projected war, they would have opened their batteries upon the emperor. But as it was, the old sovereign, who had permitted these many years his advisers to do so much of his thinking, had an irritated subconsciousness of being trapped, and hardly realized yet that he had actually gone so far as to grant this private audience, and to permit the royal countenance to shine upon a manifest impossibility. It was notable that the Emperor of Germany, in spite of his warm friendship for Fessenden, had drawn his chair close to his host's, and for the moment was in fuller sympathy with him, an unconscious manifestation of that esprit de corps which exists among great rulers, no matter what their differences. Fessenden felt this, but did not resent it, but he also felt that it left him practically alone, his father's faculties being necessarily bent to introspection. But the isolation merely put him on his mettle, and he had fought too many battles single-handed to feel any faintness of spirit. Even he did not compare favorably in freshness with the two emperors, for he had known too many anxious hours in the past 3 weeks, too many sleepless nights, but his temper was now cast in iron. Your general, as well as the Prussian generals who have witnessed the experiments, are satisfied that failure is impossible, he said, having finished the description of the inventions, which, like all great inventions, were simple enough. It will be the first time in the history of the world that a war will have commenced with no uncertainty whatsoever as to the issue. The Austrian emperor answered with a German proverb, the equivalent of "there's many a slip twixt cup and lip." "We include no bunglers in our calculations, sir," said Fessenden dryly, "although every precaution will be taken against their admittance in the first place." The emperor turned to his brother of Germany, who answered promptly, "I will confess that I entertained the identical doubts of your majesty at first, but I have since been fully convinced. And I am also convinced that it is our great and only chance. Sooner or later, doubtless before 6 years have passed, Russia will be at war with Japan. That war may involve the rest of Europe, including ourselves, and fighting for our lives perhaps instead of shaping history as we think best. Sooner still there is bound to be trouble again in Turkey, which may involve one or more of the Balkans, and if we delay we shall once more be in the periodically mortifying position of daring to do nothing for the peace of Europe, for humanity, in our fear of Russia. At present we are in the not imposing position of merely holding on to our inheritances, by what my American friend would call main strength. I conceive that a sovereign has a higher duty. This great power is not given to him in the interest of his inheritance alone, although no doubt its welfare is his first duty, but as a stepping stone to a greater power which shall benefit the human race. It is often the case, as your Majesty well knows, that a ruler may be so confined by circumstances that he can make no such attempt without causing disaster instead of benefit. But the great men of history have been alive to the great moment. I believe that ours has come, your Majesty." The old emperor darted a glance at his rival and friend, as though to note if his tongue were in his cheek. He answered with the same accent of respect, however. "I cannot fail to respond to words so stirring, your Majesty, and I need not add that my conception of the lofty duties of a ruler is precisely the same as your own. But war in any case is a stupendous calamity, if only for the loss of life it incurs. And in any conditions the added responsibilities of conquered territory are among the weightiest considerations which must always affect a ruler no longer young. In this case, with the half of Russia and Turkey and the Balkans to add to my present heavy load, I confess the prospect does not allure me. Reflect, your Majesty, that I have already a perpetual nightmare in Hungary. If I were a generation younger, I might contemplate with equanimity the additional problem of 60 or 70 million more subjects clamoring for constitutions, but not now." William did not reply that he would gladly relieve his august friend of all but his countenance. He answered quickly, "It will be our part to civilize these people, to give them the benefit of the reforms they have long been promised and never granted. That will keep them quiet for a while. When they reach the stage where enough has begotten a desire for more, then we can deal with them by another method for which we will have the inspiration at the right moment. And in this war, your Majesty, there need be no loss of life on our side. There will, of course, on the other for a short time, but less by many thousands than both Turkey and Russia will cause before Europe is many years older, less than die of famine and filth every year." He stood up, eyes flashing, his cheeks glowing. Europeans, unlike Anglo-Saxons, are not afraid of expressing lofty sentiments, and William was the last man to consider whether people approved or not of any sentiments he chose to entertain. "I believe that it is our destiny, your Majesty," he cried, "and that it is the greatest destiny that ever has befallen any sovereign. For, I swear to you all, I have no desire to be a second Napoleon, crushing and ravaging, but to rule men for their good, to have a vast empire in which human life shall be as protected, as safe, as it is in my own empire today, where all may have a chance to prosper and be happy, to worship God in their own way, where such tyranny of the mind and body as still exists in these benighted parts of Europe, to our shame, your Majesty, to our shame, will be abolished so completely that the children of those who suffer so bitterly today shall listen to tales of the past with incredulous amazement. I have burned for this since the day I ascended the throne, but I had no right to plunge my country into a war in which the chances were all against me. Now I believe that day has come. The day has come. And I beg, I implore your Majesty not to throw away this opportunity to make our names and our empires the most invincible on earth, our opportunity for good such as no sovereign before has ever dared to dream of. If we let it pass, we deserve the worst that can befall us. But it is impossible for me to believe that your Majesty will let it pass. I have seen it all before me. I have already lived in that future, ruled by the sword, by kings divinely appointed, sternly, inflexibly, but with wisdom, with kindness, with justice. I have been cramped, thwarted, balked at every turn. There have been times when my interest, even my courage, has almost failed me. But with a power so vast as this conquest would give me, I should be invincible, the enemies in my present empire would crumble. Far from fearing such increase of power, of responsibility, I court it, I am eager for it, for with no lesser weapons can I accomplish the destiny to which I was born." Even Mr. Abbot had forgotten his pangs, and a faint glow of excitement had entered his grey cheeks. Fessenden, thrilling, forgot his own desires for the moment. He knew that, however the Emperor might feel tomorrow, that was the way he felt today. Indeed, there had been little exaggeration in his mood. William thoroughly believed in himself and in his gifts and missions as a ruler, and no matter what the causes of discontent which had bred the German socialist of today, causes insignificant enough when compared with those of even Italy and Spain, leaving out Russia and other barbarous states, no one questioned the clockwork system of a rule in his country, the security of life and freedom of conscience, and the solid industrial basis on which he had set it. The Emperor of Austria knew him well enough to believe in him when he was excited, at least, and he too felt a spark fly up from the ashes in his breast. He answered temperately, however, "I should be the last to forbid the fulfillment of such worthy ambitions, your Majesty, had this opportunity come to us in the regular and legitimate channels. But not only does it savor too much to my mind, grown old in practicality, of Aladdin's lamp, but it would place us under an obligation to a republic on another continent, which, it seems to me, is full of portent. The obligation is a personal one, your Majesty, and when we are in possession of Europe, I think we will be in a position to force our own tariff conditions on the United States. More I cannot say." The older emperor leaned across the table and fixed him with his eye. "Your Majesty," he said solemnly, "are there any conceivable conditions in which you would marry your daughter to an American?" William had expected this question, and had trusted to inspiration to answer it without betraying the fact that no such circumstances existed in the womb of time. "Your Majesty," he replied quickly, "may I not answer your question with another? Is not the Archduchess Renata Theresa a menace in her own remarkable self to the peace of your empire, and doubly so since she has given in Hungary the evidence of her talents, and achieved a popularity that no sovereign in Europe enjoys? I heartily wish she had been born a man, but as it is, I must frankly insist that the future peace of Europe depends as much upon her removal as upon any other cause." "What you say is true enough," replied the ruler of the dual monarchy gloomily, "but she can be removed otherwise. You are informed of the alliance I have in mind?" "I am, your Majesty, and with all my humble deference for your judgment, I am forced to say that I do not believe such a marriage would effect the result we desire. In the first place, it would be a contest of two strong wills, and your daughter is a woman of Hapsburg gifts, quite aside from her force of character. In the second place, she is a woman of uncommon fascination. No doubt she would bind the Archduke Alois Franz hand and foot, and gratify her ambitions through him. It must be remembered that she could not be asked to take the oath of renunciation, your Majesty." The Emperor of Austria stirred uneasily. His daughter's charm as a woman had never seriously occurred to him, but he saw the danger in a flash. Would it not indeed be better to get her out of Europe? But he looked at the American leaning against the casement, encountered the cold blue eyes before which millions seemed ever passing in review, and stiffened. The temptation fled. The idea was preposterous enough, without a son-in-law who would make him feel as if Europe were on a library shelf in an antique binding. "She can be shut up," he said briefly. "There is no necessity to marry her at all. Such things have been done, and they can be done again, with all kindness, of course, but as securely as if in an underground dungeon." Fessenden strode forward and stood in front of the table. "Is that your answer?" he asked. "That is my answer." "That you would shut up a woman like that as if she were a lunatic or idiot, without liberty, without friends, until she went mad or killed herself?" "What would be done would be for the good of the state, and she herself would see it in time." The last words were not emphatic, but it was evident that the gorge of the Emperor was rising. "Well, sir, you will do nothing of the sort," said Fessenden. "What?" The Emperor was on his feet. Angry as he was, he stood erect and majestic against the red wall, an imposing figure, but the old man and the young man, the old world and the new, glared at each other between the tall candelabra. The other men had also risen. The Emperor of Germany, who had an instant of deep depression, felt his spirits rise, and at the same time resented the light treatment of Majesty. "You will do nothing of the sort," repeated Fessenden, "and before the month is out you will give me your daughter in marriage here in the Hofburg. I have had no desire to threaten you, to make you feel your impotence. I hope that, like the Emperor of Germany, you would be sufficiently enlightened to take advantage of the offer I made, an offer in which you would have had no share, by the way, but for the daughter you propose to treat as if she were a wooden doll, or you some long-forgotten Hapsburg. Now I will tell you, your Majesty, why you will neither incarcerate her nor forbid her marriage to me. If you withhold your consent for 24 hours, I shall take the train tomorrow for St. Petersburg, and make the same offer to the Russian government. You may imagine how long they would hesitate. With such assurance of success, they would strike today instead of waiting a half-dozen years for greater preparedness. Then, sir, when Austria was a province of Russia, your daughter would be the first prisoner set free." The Emperor had fallen heavily into his chair. As Fessenden finished speaking, William, with a gasp, walked to the window. There was a moment of intense and painful silence, and then the German Emperor spoke.
He will keep his word, your majesty." The emperor rose. His face was almost purple, his heavy Hapsburg mouth was trembling. "I shall give you your answer before tonight," he said to Fessenden, although he did not look at him, "and now I beg that you will excuse me. I am unable to stand any more." He passed out. William turned to Fessenden. His eyes sparkled with excitement, but he frowned. "The battle is won," he said, "but what a coup d'etat! I am thankful I knew nothing of it. I should have been a poor sort of friend to have taken you as deeply as that into my confidence. Ah, well, I wish the Emperor could have consented more gracefully. I hated seeing him driven to the wall like that." "So did I. But it was success or failure. The odds were even. He is the ruler of a great empire, skilled in power and diplomacy. If I had hesitated to use the only available means of success, I should not be worth my salt. For that matter, he merely followed a law of nature. Well, you have won, and I wish you joy. No doubt you will see her before many days have passed." As they were leaving the room, Fessenden laid his hand on the other's arm. "Always remember," he said, "that I am no trafficker in human beings. I throw this great power into your hands because I believe you will govern so wisely that your people will be fitted for the great European Republic before you die." "Ach was," said the Emperor of Germany. End of section 56. Section 57 of Rulers of Kings, a Novel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Rulers of Kings, a Novel, by Gertrude Atherton. Chapter 35. The Bora, which had raged for days, making it not only unsafe but impossible to venture out of doors, had flown round the isthmus to torment Fiume. The blue Adriatic sparkled in a great silence, and, so brilliant was the atmosphere, Renata could fancy she saw Italy far away on the edge of the level waters. Even the little breakers at the foot of the castle growled like cubs instead of bellowing in fury at the high confident roar in the pine tops on the hill. The white castle, with its Norman tower and gateway and innumerable turrets, fresh, strong, symmetrical, solitary on the long curving line of white coast, whose little peninsula juts abruptly from the wooded mountain into the sea, was the fairest prison that had ever held a princess captive. The bluest sea in the world was at its feet. The yellow sun flamed in a sky almost as blue, and on the mountain behind were the everlasting greens of cypress and pine. There is no more dazzling combination of color in the world, and on moonlight nights it is but the exchange of gold for silver. Renata, standing on the stone terrace in front of the library and overhanging the sea, her back to the warship on the right of the castle, her eyes roaming from the incomparable expanse of the Adriatic to Trieste and the mountains beyond, felt that with knowledge, in addition to the faith that sustained her, she could serenely endure her exile throughout what she believed to be the inevitable months. She had now been 2 weeks at Miramar, and the kings might have died and dynasties fallen, the very continents might be at war, for all the news that had come to her from the world. Not a letter, not a newspaper passed the sentries at the gates. The grounds swarmed with guards. One paced the terrace where she stood, others were on duty at the head of the staircase at night. She met Maria Leopoldina at the second breakfast and at dinner, and was accompanied by that vigorous duenna on her long walks in fine weather, but subjects of common interest had long since been exhausted, and they bore each other silent company, the older woman too thankful that her charge was amiable to repine at her own fate. Complete faith had restored Renata's peace of mind, delivered her even from variability of mood, and on the whole she had been glad of these many days alone. She no longer yearned with romantic melancholy for life companioned but by a spiritualized memory, but examined herself and her possibilities conscientiously, and dwelt much, if soberly, in the upper air. If she idealized Fessenden and the matrimonial state, that did her no harm. Still, the time seemed long, and she had not the least idea by what method the American lover proposed to induce a Hapsburg to give him his daughter in marriage. She knew that he would succeed, but she also knew that the petrifications in his way might yield very slowly even to his energy and habit of success. She sighed and entered the castle. Her morning walk had been a long one, and she returned to the library for rest and the unfailing distraction it afforded her. It was a lofty room, not too large, the light woods of floor and ceiling almost reflecting the sunshine which poured through the windows. Each one of the 6,000 books in many languages looked as if personally selected by the poor gentleman and scholar, who had graced so delightfully the one sphere for which nature had designed him, and in whose alien role naught had become him but his death. The room had been bright even while the Bora seemed to blow the very sun about the sky, and the books in their haphazard bindings looked so gay and fresh that it was difficult to believe their owner had left them 40 years before. Only the photographs of friends, which covered the walls of the adjoining study, were faded, their garments old-fashioned. Eugenie, in her crinoline, looked like a bygone fashion plate. Even her autograph was dim, for the pictures had been hastily thrust into ordinary little wooden or gilt frames, and unprotected by glass. The beauty of Elizabeth had retired to the innermost folds of her hideous Victorian costume, and of her two oldest babies, taken with her, little was noticeable but the bulging brow and solemn eye of Rudolf. But the crimson of hangings and chairs was still fresh and vivid. The heavy woodwork of the low ceiling, its design repeated in the floor, was highly polished. The pen on the table might have been dropped yesterday. All the clocks had been ticking these 40 years. Every room in the castle looked as if designed and furnished by the happy young couple, but these two rooms were still most personal, still were pervaded by the refinement, the love of comfort and home, of Maximilian and Carlotta. Renata, when forced to remain indoors, spent most of her time in them. In the library she discovered 5 volumes of Reports on Explorations and Surveys, fruits of the 33rd Congress of the United States, and had read them diligently. She had succeeded in investing the dry and spotted pages with a sentimental interest, all things being possible to a woman in love. But although most of the books she read at this time were written in the English language, it must be confessed that she did not find her profoundest distraction in the reports. Today, however, she was taking down the 4th volume, albeit with some humor, when Maria Leopoldina entered the library hurriedly, consternation and amazement distorting a countenance habitually masked with the mincing placidity of the courtier. "The ship is weighing anchor," she exclaimed, "and all but the usual guard have received orders, by telegraph from Vienna, to return to Trieste. And that is not all. I was asked a moment ago to look through the spyglass. A steam yacht is approaching from the Italian coast. They say it is Mr. Abbott's. Can Franz have gone mad? Good God, can he be dead?" Renata dashed past her and up the stair to the tower room, where she had spent so many hours scanning the horizon through the glass. A moment later, in its burgee, she had read the personality of the rapidly approaching yacht. It was the Alexandra, and the warship was steaming in the opposite direction. When she turned to the agitated Oberaufsmeisterin close upon her heels, she was trembling so violently she hardly could stand. Her cheeks were blazing, and she thrust her hands into her heavy hair, and pulled it down as if its weight were intolerable. "It means," she stammered, "it means... Can you not see? He has won. Already. I am to marry him." And then Maria Leopoldina felt as if her nerves had been assaulted by a swarm of hornets. Renata collapsed upon a chair and flew into hysterics. She had suffered in silence during that first awful week in the Hofburg, pride carrying her successfully through even that ordeal, and she had been calm enough during the past fortnight of solitude and uncertainty. But in the face of this sudden and violent prospect of victory and immediate happiness, her suppressed energies leaped their walls, and she cried and laughed and talked incoherent phrases until the duenna could stand no more and took refuge in a dead faint. Renata promptly recovered her reason and applied the necessary restoratives without summoning help. When she had led her vibrating relative to a sofa and fetched a bottle of salts, she arranged her own hair and face, and returned to the tower to watch the approach of the yacht. It steamed swiftly over the calm sea, but to Renata's excited nerves hours passed before she could read the ensign and the burgee without the aid of the glass. She was now schooled to any surprise, but experienced a sharp thrill nevertheless when the proud craft, instead of passing the castle and making for Trieste, deliberately swung around and dropped anchor upon the exact spot where the warship had kept its vigilant watch. A moment later it ran up 2 flags side by side, the Austrian and the American. Renata sank again upon a chair and held her breath, expecting to see a boat lowered and Fessenden descend. But the long moments passed, an hour passed. The incident appeared to be closed for the present. Officers sauntered up and down the deck, sailors bustled about, but no one appeared to manifest any interest in the castle. Finally, she was forced to conclude that, whatever Fessenden had accomplished in Vienna, his yacht had come without him. To remain inactive any longer was beyond her electrified nerves. She regarded Maria Leopoldina's authority as at an end, and it was evident that the shaken Oberaufsmeisterin was of the same opinion, for she had dragged herself to her room, and was seen no more that day. Renata sent an invitation to the captain and the officers of the yacht to lunch at the castle. They lowered the flags and returned with the messenger, and although there was an animated party in the little dining room upstairs, all her subtle questioning was able to extract were the bare facts that on the previous evening they had received orders from their master in Vienna to proceed in the morning to Miramar, run up the 2 flags as they anchored off the castle, and not to lower them until they had received some answering signal from her. They were naively curious, and face to face with the Archduchess, beloved of their chief, frankly suspicious of the sequel. It was evident, however, that her information was more meagre than theirs, and they were so glad to get back to the tonic sweetness of the Adriatic after their fortnight at Venice, most malodorous of cities, and so enchanted with this beautiful princess and her castle, that they were content without knowledge, Yankees though they were. After luncheon, Renata took them for a walk through the gardens and woods of the park, keeping them until they bored her, for she dreaded solitude and looked forward to the night with terror. But before the night came, her nerves were to be lifted from the rack. End of chapter 35. Section 38 of Rulers of Kings, a novel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Rulers of Kings, a novel by Gertrude Atherton. Chapter 36. It was sundown, and she stood on the terrace before the windows of the state dining room on the eastern side of the castle, watching the shadows darken the woods almost perpendicularly before her. She heard the train go by high on the mountain, and sighed impatiently. She was at liberty to take any train up there she wished, and here she must remain in maddening unquiet. She even felt some impatience with Fessenden, who surely might have sent her a telegram. But dinner had calmed her nerves. She had eaten no luncheon, and once more took her evening meal at the hour of 5, that Maria Leopoldina might not add dyspepsia to her other burdens, and she made an effort to detach her thoughts from the fixed idea and subdue them before bedtime. There was an infinity of suggestion in her surroundings, and she conjured back the scene of nearly half a century ago, when Maximilian and Carlotta had stood up in the boat at the foot of the water steps down on her left, smiling farewell to the throng of relatives and friends who hung over the parapet, or had crowded out upon the narrow mole as far as the Sphinx at its point. Where the American yacht rode at anchor, a ship, in the gala dress of flags and banners and pennants, had waited to carry the brother of the Emperor to the imperial destiny in which he and the many who loved him found cause for pride. Some there may have been with misgivings, but they trusted in France, and that an Indian would in his dreams presume to treat an Archduke of Austria as a mere rebel was beyond the imagination of any in that aristocratic throng, certainly unconceived by the gallant and smiling gentleman who looked his last upon Miramar. Throngs also, the people of Trieste had stood on the long flight of stone steps with its 3 tiers, which led from Renata's feet to the broad terrace below, leading, in its turn, to the landing and the parapet, on the similar flight rising opposite, and on the steps beyond, ascending steeply to the quaint, stiff old gardens. Renata fancied the scoop bonnets, the ugly garments over the crinoline, and even the gay aftermath in the sky seemed to flaunt the colors that had bedecked the fatal vessel. But visions in the past fled to their limbo. From the mountain came a wild, peculiar cry, the supposed Indian war-whoop with which herself and Alexandra had been accustomed to pierce the repose of Ischel and Schönbrunn when younger. For a moment she believed it to be another delusion, but it was repeated, and careless of the astonished sentry, she answered it. She skirted the upper parapet and first garden with a fair assumption of dignity, and entered the dim twilight of a long arbor covered with wisteria vine and ivy. Here she picked up the tail of her gown and sped onward, and then up flight after flight of steps, along wild path and avenues and arbors, and up again, until she suddenly came upon Alexandra, followed by her maids and a score of the Hofburg servants. The girls kissed each other formally, although one was palpitating with more than exercise, and the other bulged with news repressed. When they finally reached the library, Renata had never been paler. "Tell me quickly," she exclaimed, "this change, these changes. Why have I received no official information? What does it all mean?" "That the Emperor has practically washed his hands of you, my dear, and that your day for receiving official information is over, for which I hope you are duly thankful. It has been a long and weary tussle, but Fessenden has won on every score but the last. He was set on marrying you in the Hofburg, but there your father held out. They were at it alone for 2 hours, and even Fessenden was limp when he left the palace, while the poor Emperor went to bed and slept 10 hours instead of 7. No argument nor reasoning could move him. In so far as he could punish and humiliate you, he would. Moreover, he wishes the public to know nothing of the affair until it is over. Fessenden was forced to give way, partly because he didn't want to be the death of him, partly because every delay involves too much risk. So, my dear, prepare for the shock. They are all coming tomorrow. The Emperor, my father, and Fessenden, the Archdukes and Constitutional Cabinet, to witness the oath of renunciation, the Archbishop to administer it, not a woman but myself and Maria Leopoldina, no wedding gown. I begged him to let me bring one, but he said you should be married in a traveling dress and hat, and go from the chapel to the yacht. He is fearfully upset, and I confess my knee shook when I received his summons to the Hofburg yesterday. He gave me my official instructions, if you like to call them that, in less than 10 minutes, and then wouldn't even shake hands with me, much less kiss me. Well, there you are. Of course, if you want to retreat, it is not too late." The words had dinned into Renata's ears like the inharmonious clashing of many bells, and her mental attitude was little less homogeneous. Her conquering sensation was one of profound humiliation, accompanied by a vivid appreciation of all she was renouncing. In less than 48 hours she would be no longer the daughter of a great empire, Archduchess of Austria and Princess of Hungary, but a Scipione, a unit of a huge and heaving republic. And, barring the unavoidable ceremony of renunciation and the distinguished witnesses, she was to be married and dispatched as were she one of her own maids. Was love so tremendous a thing that it was not worth the barter of birthright and the lofty estate to which a mortal might be born? Renata had driven forth most of her traditions, but she was the descendant of 8 centuries of kings, and her Americanism was yet in the making. She looked hard into the future and wondered. At this juncture, Alexandra produced a letter. "It is from Fessenden. I will leave you alone with it if you will tell me where I am to sleep. I dined on the train, but I'd like to get into something loose." Renata took the letter. It warmed her hand, and she smiled. "You had better take my aunt's room," she said. "It has 2 beds, and tomorrow night I will sleep with you there. I have been using the state bedroom, as it has fewer associations, but I shall have to give that up to my father. What on earth are we to do with all those people? Some will have to go to the villa up on the hill, or to the hotel in Trieste. This castle is not so large as it looks. I suppose Fessenden will sleep on the yacht? Thank heaven there will be plenty to think about. What time do they arrive?" "At 4:30 on a special train, so that the Emperor may dine as usual at 5. The ceremonies are to be performed on the following morning, and your father's train will leave for Vienna at 12. My father and I start in the evening for Genoa, whence we sail for New York. I suspect the Emperor hates the thought of coming here, but in his present frame of mind it is the less of 2 evils." Renata escorted Alexandra to the simple blue and gray bedroom with its 2 pathetic little beds, then went to the state bedchamber in which she had lodged for the past fortnight. It was a superb and stately room, in which, like the rest of the castle, one might yet be comfortable. The old French bedstead was of massive gilt, with high and twisted pillars, but open above, and on the walls and on the furniture was the crimson brocade wrought with the Mexican eagle and imperial crown, a tapestry which the prince who ordered it had never seen. Contemporary kings, a pope, and a queen, with their coats of arms above the frames, covered much of the walls, and most of those who had sat to please their friend were dead. Beyond was the great audience chamber, hung and furnished with the same imperial crimson, but with fewer paintings. The Emperor of Austria when young, Elizabeth in her exquisite and high-spirited youth, and Maximilian in his ermine, looking still, majestic as was his figure, the gentleman and the scholar and no more, the heavy open mouth the index to his failure in the alien role. Continuing the great suite were similar rooms, where the eagle and the crown deepened to bloodshade in the twilight. Renata looked about her lingeringly. It was all a mockery, to be sure. Had her father possessed a proper sense of humor, he would have burned the tapestries and the portrait, done all that he could to obliterate the memory of a fiasco which would have been one of the passing absurdities of history had it not been for the untimely finish of an estimable man and the more cruel fate of his wife. Nevertheless, it was impressive in its high and perfect harmonies, and in its serious intent, and it expressed sufficiently all that she was about to renounce. Moreover, she was leaving the loveliest and most various country in Europe. For what? She might have this beautiful castle for her own, did she remain Archduchess of Austria, and in Europe there must always be 1,000 compensations that could never be found in a new country among a crude and alien people, were love less than she had dreamed. A composite of woman seemed to come forth from the shades and warn her that love was not all, nor yet enough, for man demands all, yet so little, giving less in return. The music of the Czardash rose, as the ghost of the dead women drifted on, and then the words of Sarolta. But in a moment she lit a candle and read Fessenden's letter. End of chapter 36.
Section 59 of Rulers of Kings, a novel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Stacy M. Rulers of Kings, a novel by Gertrude Atherton. Chapter 27. They arrived on the following afternoon, the Emperor and his American guests, his relatives, his primate, 2 or 3 members of his household, and his ministers. It was raining when they left the train at the little mountain station, and there was no driveway, no alternative but to walk down the steep and winding paths and stairs, sheltered by the umbrellas the lackeys held over them. As the long file under the umbrellas emerged from the arbor into the garden, the Emperor picking his way daintily on his diminutive toes, and the Archbishop holding up his gown with both hands, while the gorgeous flunkeys streamed with rain. The sight was not as imperial as it should have been, and 2 girls in an upper window giggled irreverently. Being uncertain of their status, they left Maria Leopoldina to receive in solitary state, and did not appear until dinner. But when this solemn hour arrived, Renata, in an evening gown of pale green velvet, and all her pearls, entered the audience chamber where the party was assembled, greeted her father and the guests as she had done many times before, and led the Archbishop down to dinner. With Fessenden it was not possible to exchange more than a flash. It was a dreary function. The Emperor did not utter a word, although he was graciously pleased to intimate that his guests might talk if they could. Mr. Abbot ate his restricted meal with an expression of grim honor, and felt himself exempt from verbal expression. The Emperor, perhaps with a corresponding sense of irony, had asked him to occupy the state bedroom, lodging himself in the little camp bed with its tent-like curtains, beloved of the sailor in Maximilian. The archdukes and ministers mumbled at each other. Fessenden and Renata were many feet apart. Even Alexandra was depressed, and stared at the ugly old masters on the walls, longing for the solace of Zinri. Maria Leopoldina was still in a state of bewilderment and horror, which made her fearful of attempting speech, lest she gibber. At times, the ticking of the clock in the ceiling above the table could be distinctly heard. After dinner, the Emperor and 3 of his friends retired hastily to the study for a game of whist. The others scattered, and Renata and Fessenden found a few moments alone in Carlotta's boudoir in the tower. For a time there was no conversation. Then Fessenden placed his hands on her shoulders and held her from him, his eyes narrowing to a fiery point. "Do you realize that I have won?" he said. "That you and I are changing the face of the world? Yes, Alexandra has told me everything. I think you more wonderful than ever. But is it for the best? Changes should come in the slow course of events. No change occurs that the world is not ready for. The world has never been readier for the extermination of Russia, particularly now that she has become a menace to the United States. and the sooner Europe is a republic, the better. I believe you care more for this part of your accomplishment than for me." His eyes relaxed, and the fires spread. "No," he said, "I do not, and we are all mere tools, my dear." "If I were still superstitious," she said a while later, "I should feel very uncomfortable. I am sure this is a subtle revenge of my father's, not only to marry me in this castle, but to force me to embark from the very spot on which Maximilian said goodbye to Europe forever. Your yacht is where the ship stood which took him to Mexico. Not that my father wishes me any such terrible fate, but he believes me to be superstitious, and that I shall be punished by my imagination, if not by my conscience. But it is too late for that, and Maximilian failed because he was Maximilian. I believe you could not fail if you tried." End of chapter 27. Section 60 of Rulers of Kings, a novel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Stacy M. Rulers of Kings, a novel by Gertrude Atherton. Chapter 38. The next morning at 10 o'clock, the Emperor and his guests entered the great brown and gold and crimson throne room with its imposing frieze of Hapsburg rulers, its illustrated genealogy of the blended houses of Hapsburg and Lorraine, crowned so naively with Maximilian and Carlotta, its 11 graceful chandeliers, and its meager and apologetic throne. This the Emperor, in the full dress uniform of an Austrian general, ascended with no apparent sense of its incongruity, thankful no doubt that it stood ready for the occasion. Before it was a table spread with a formidable-looking document. On either side of the throne stood the archdukes and the ministers, also in full uniform. The primate, in his robes of ceremony, faced the Emperor, and Fessenden stood close to the table, his father beside him. The rain had passed. The gay southern sunshine flooded the fine room, where for the first time in its history an emperor stood on its mockery of a throne. It had been built for balls and other functions of young and wealthy royalty, and in those days the crimson tapestries had not been woven. A moment after the emperor had taken his position on the throne, Renata, accompanied by Alexandra, and for the last time by an Oberstofmeisterin, entered and walked proudly up the room. She wore not the somber frock her father had had in mind when he issued the imperial fiat that she should marry in traveling dress, but an elaborate and beautiful costume of white cloth. The emperor scowled, but felt himself helpless, for she also wore a hat, albeit with plumes that were truly imperial, and framing and enhancing a beauty which might have been conventionalized and half obscured by orange blossoms and lace. She wore the pearls which her skin always seemed to reflect. Her eyes sparkled. There was a faint pink in her cheeks, a deeper hue in her lips, and she had never borne herself with a more subtle blending of triumphant beauty and the dower of 8 centuries of kings. She looked so happy that even her relatives smiled in involuntary sympathy, although they had never disapproved of a Hapsburg more. As for Fessenden, who had been beating a light tattoo on the table, staring at the document, he stood suddenly erect, his eyes flashing their pride and delight. And when they stood together before the throne, they seemed to fill the room with their victorious youth, and to obliterate every memory of failure and tragedy. The emperor stood speechless for almost 2 moments. Age might have atrophied his power to suffer, and religion and philosophy have long since taught him to accept the inevitable with little more than a sigh. Nevertheless, in these moments, he felt a hot tide of youthful rebellion rise from mold and mildew, and of all the crosses he had been called upon to lift to his shoulders, this seemed to him the heaviest. The stillness was so intense that many made a quick movement of uneasiness. The emperor recovered himself, and in cold, grave tones called upon all present to witness that his daughter renounced her rights and titles, and, with her betrothed, all pretensions to the thrones of Austria and Hungary. The terms of the renunciation were then read aloud by the Prime Minister of Austria. The primate administered the oath. The affianced couple signed the document, and Renata for the moment felt nameless and bewildered. But the signatures having been witnessed with due solemnity, the party went at once to the little Jerusalem chapel, and Fessenden gave Renata what her father had taken from her, and, so the Americans and the man in him believed, far more besides. There was no breakfast, for that would involve the drinking of health, with their flowered expressions of approval, their reiterated good wishes and will. The moment the brief ceremony was over, the Emperor led the way out to the terrace, and down the long flight to that other terrace, whose lower steps were in the sea. A boat, its rowers with tossed oars, awaited the newlywed, and beyond was the yacht in gala dress of flags and banners and pennants. Fessenden and Renata were the last to leave the castle. The others stood stiff and straight beside the two short flights of steps leading into the water, the Emperor on the right and slightly in front. The windows in this angle of the castle were suddenly alive with servants, not wholly unsympathetic, but no flunkies lined the long flight to the lower terrace as the bridal couple descended. Did Renata think of the stately ceremonies in the Hofburg, the dim and perfumed magnificence of St. Stephen's, the joyous pealing of all the bells in Vienna, the procession to the church of prelates and military and royalty in the 6-horsed coaches of gilt and glass that the world had come to see, the congratulations of every sovereign in Europe? All that would have been hers had she married as an Archduchess of Austria is expected to marry? Perhaps, for she was human and a woman, but doubtless she also reflected that she had spent a goodly part of her life avoiding, with dexterity or obstinacy, such a wedding day as that, and Fessenden Abbot remaining unknown to her, she never would have married at all. But any such fugitive reflections were routed by the prospect of the impending farewell with her father. For the moment, her very happiness seemed blighted. It was true she had known him little, that her more congenial older sisters had appropriated what love had not been shocked out of him. But until these last weeks she had had little to forgive, and indirectly she owed her happiness to him, for she had laid its foundations in the period of liberty he granted her, and he was her father. Nor it was likely she would ever see him again. He stood like a soldier, staring at the yacht, nothing betraying the genial kindness of his nature. When Renata, with her husband, reached the landing, the Emperor turned and appeared about to favor her with another of the cold and courteous bows which had been her portion of late. But she saw that he was maintaining the severity of his countenance with an effort, and she approached him and put up her lips timidly. He took her in his arms then and held her closely, and told her that he forgave her and hoped she would be happy. After that her relatives came forward and embraced her. The other Austrians kissed her hand for the last time, and then Mr. Abbot and Alexandra went with her down the water steps and into the boat. "Goodbye, sir, and thank you," said Fessenden, as he shook hands with his father-in-law. He was turning away when he faced about again. "I should like to tell you," he added, "that I am not superstitious, and neither is Renata." "Ah!" exclaimed the Emperor. "Well, I am glad. I am very glad." The end. End of chapter 38. End of Rulers of Kings, a novel by Gertrude Atherton.